Abstract.
Please abstract this scientific article. Workers abstract metal from ore. I cannot understand the abstract concept.
Abundance. Abundance.
Everyone wishes to own money in abundance. There is a great abundance of sunshine here. Abundance of water power.
Abuse. Abuse.
He shouted abuse when the manager told him to leave. Woman and child abuse is forbidden in every country. An abuse of power.
Baggage. Baggage.
Is all this baggage yours? Do you have any check-in baggage?
Candidate. Candidate.
She had been nominated as a candidate for the presidency. The candidate has many supporters. Candidate for the position of typist.
Canteen. Canteen.
The canteen was closed. Where is the canteen? We went to the canteen.
Capable. Capable.
He is a capable man. He's capable of loyalty. Other animals would not be capable of this finely developed sense of grievance.
Capacity. Capacity.
Production capacity. Large capacity. Her little son has a mind of great capacity.
Capital. Capital.
Capital fund. Washington, D.C. is the capital of the United States. Capital city.
Data. Date.
The data should be updated once a week. Data analysis. Accurate data.
Date. Date.
The old temple can date back to 500 BC. Red date is able to protect liver. Most fashions soon date.
Economy. Economy.
Socialist economy. Economy is in a recession. She preached economy as the best means of solving the crisis.
Edition. Edition.
Bring out a new edition. It has just entered the 7th edition. His son was a pocket edition of himself.
Facilitate. Facilitate.
Modern inventions facilitate housework. The new railway will facilitate the journey. The new airport will facilitate tourism.
Facilities. Facilities.
There are facilities for cooking in the kitchen. Auxiliary facilities. Its facilities are increasingly for display rather than for use.
Gamble. Gamble.
Don't gamble with your future. Drive carefully and don't gamble with your life. You gamble with your health by smoking.
Gang. Gang.
A gang of criminals. The monopoly capitalists gang up to raise cotton prices. The boys gang together.
Hairdresser. Hairdresser.
My hairdresser has opened a new salon. She works as a hairdresser. I want to be a hairdresser.
Identification. Identification.
His only means of identification was his passport. Each product has a number for easy identification. Early identification of a disease can prevent death and illness.
Identify. Identify.
I tried to identify her perfume. It's difficult to identify too many similar products. I identify that stolen recorder as mine.
Idiom. Idiom.
The idiom of the young. Never too old to learn is an idiom. This idiom cannot be translated literally.
Idle. Idle.
Idle away one's time. Live an idle life. They idle in the garden.
Jar. Jar.
His opinions jar with mine. A little joke can jar on him. The decision will jar the country.
Jealous. Jealous.
She is jealous of our success. He is a jealous husband. Monkeys tend to be jealous of each other.
Labor. Labor.
She was in labor for 3 hours. We labor for the happiness of mankind. You needn't labor a point that is perfectly plain.
Lack. Lack.
He felt faint for lack of food. We lack food. A lack of money.
Magnify. Magnify.
We magnify objects with a microscope. He likes to magnify his achievements. I want to magnify the picture.
Naive. Naive.
The politician made a naive decision. Children always ask naive questions. This is a very naive fantasy.
Overview. Overview.
Let me have an overview of our company. The preface gave an overview of the book's contents. The professor gave us an overview of the play.
Pension. Pension.
He gets a disability pension from the government. Pension fund. The country provides a pension to the old person.
Perceive. Perceive.
At first I couldn't perceive what he meant. We can perceive his sorrow by the looks on his face. I can't perceive any difference between these coins.
Percent. Percent.
The decrease in unemployment was 30%. I am 100% in agreement with you. In 1998, immigrants were 9.8% of the population. In 1900, 13.6%.
Percentage. Percentage.
Whiskey contains a large percentage of alcohol. A large percentage of school books have pictures now. The homeless make up a growing percentage of America's population.
Responsible. Responsible.
Be responsible for society. She is a responsible secretary. As a boy, I was responsible to help her.
Restore. Restore.
The police must try to restore the order. The sea air will help to restore his health. We should restore and promote this tradition.
Restrain. Restrain.
I couldn't restrain my laughter. She was unable to restrain her extreme anger. The child couldn't restrain her tears.
Setback. Setback.
The market has suffered a setback. Don't moan because of a little setback. He suffered a setback in his business.
Severe. Severe.
The country suffered severe food shortages in wartime. Her injuries are severe. The principal spoke in a severe voice.
Shabby. Shabby.
Shabby trick. It's a shabby little park. Shabby clothes.
Shallow. Shallow.
It is only shallow people who judge by appearances. The ship grounded in shallow water. He is a shallow thinker whose opinions aren't worth much.
Yield. Yield.
We shall never yield to a conqueror. This method of cultivation produces higher yield. After-tax yield.
Youngster. Youngster.
I used to be a very confident youngster. The youngster hated being treated as a coward. Hip-hop is popular with youngster.
Abandon. Abandon.
They had to abandon the match because of the rain. Abandon oneself to something. The couple decided to abandon their baby.
Abnormal. Abnormal.
Abnormal behavior. This warm weather is abnormal for February. Abnormal gene.
Absorb. Absorb.
Absorb nutrition. The teacher tried to absorb the student's attention. Absorb the knowledge.
Bacteria. Bacteria.
Many diseases are caused by bacteria. Bacteria carrier. Cultivate bacteria.
Badminton. Badminton.
I like playing badminton. Badminton racket. Badminton is a popular sport.
Cafeteria.
In the cafeteria. Food in the cafeteria at school is not tasty. Cafeteria provides food. Calculate. Calculate. Calculate on something. I will calculate your bill for you. Can you calculate the content of the tube?
Calendar. Calendar.
Calendar year. A family calendar. The Roman calendar.
Campus. Campus.
Campus love. Campus life. The schoolmaster led us round the campus.
Cancel. Cancel.
Can I cancel my order? Cancel the trip. Cancel the meeting.
Damage. Damage.
Serious damage. The flood caused a lot of damage. Structural damage.
Damp. Damp.
He damped a towel and wrapped it around his leg. Damp winter. This old house smells of damp.
Dash. Dash.
A dash of sherry. He made a dash towards the house. The dash is longer than the hyphen.
Ease. Ease.
He feels at ease. The pain began to ease up. A life of ease.
Ecology. Ecology.
To keep ecology in balance is our duty. Whole chains of the ecology were being destroyed. She studies ecology in the university.
Fabric. Fabric.
The fibers are woven into the fabric. The entire fabric of the house needs renovation. I don't like the pattern on the fabric.
Fabulous. Fabulous.
Fabulous wealth. The little boy's performance is fabulous. That sounds like a fabulous idea.
Gallery. Gallery.
The gallery has a fine collection of art. His pictures are on display at the art gallery. The gallery will present the works of a new artist.
Habitat. Habitat.
This creature's habitat is the jungle. That country is the habitat of heroin. A marine habitat.
Ideal. Ideal.
We do not live in an ideal world. This is an ideal ending. It is an ideal day for a picnic.
Idealism. Idealism.
Idealism has no place in modern politics. Idealism is opposite to materialism. Kant and Hegel have developed idealism.
Identical. Identical.
He is identical in character with his wife. They were wearing identical coats. My opinion is identical with his.
Jail. Jail.
The police put the escaped criminals back in jail. Break from jail. The castle was used as a jail.
Jam. Jam.
Get out of the jam. Shoppers jam the stores. Traffic jam.
Keen. Keen.
She has a keen mind. She is a keen reader of my novels. He is keen to have a look at the Great Wall.
Lab. Lab.
The science lab. We have classes in a computer lab. This language lab can hold 40 people.
Label. Label.
Washing instructions should be on the label. Put a label on your luggage. Be sure to label all the test tubes.
Magnet. Magnet.
Permanent magnet. You can magnetize a needle by rubbing it with a magnet. A magnet has polarity.
Magnificent. Magnificent.
Magnificent ceremony. Just look at this magnificent autumn landscape. The king lived in this magnificent palace.
Naked. Naked.
There's a naked hillside. Naked fists. The trees were naked during winter.
Overseas. Overseas.
We enjoyed the overseas travel. Our overseas commerce has increased a great deal. My brother lives overseas.
Oversee. Oversee.
To oversee a project. We oversee the process of making food. The guards oversee the prisoners.
Peer. Peer.
I peer at him. She gets on well with her peer group. I peer through the mist.
Penalty. Penalty.
She has paid the penalty for her crimes. Death penalty. What is the penalty for dangerous driving?
Resort. Resort.
If other means fail, we shall resort to force. Nuclear weapons are the last resort. Tropical resort.
Resource. Resource.
The local library is a valuable resource. Water is a natural resource. Allocation of resource.
Response. Response.
I've had no response to my letter. There was an enthusiastic response to my suggestions. Give me an immediate response.
Sequence. Sequence.
Number the pages in sequence. The book is more satisfying if you read each chapter in sequence. He had to attend a sequence of meetings.
Series. Series.
Attend a series of meetings. Television series. She attended all the lectures in the series.
Session. Session.
This year's session of Congress is long. Be seated. This court is now in session. A recording session.
Worship. Worship.
A church is a place of worship. Blind worship must be ended. Some young people worship money.
Wrap. Wrap.
She tried to wrap up a censure in a polite formula. You should wrap up the gift in a paper. She wears a wrap round her shoulders.
Academic. Academic.
He has little repute as an academic. Academic degree. Academic conference.
Academy. Academy.
Military academy. He is a student in an academy of music. The American Academy of Arts and Science, AAAS.
Access. Access.
Only senior officials have access to the president. Many people access the internet through mobile. I demanded access to a telephone.
Balance. Balance.
The balance on your account is $5. Adverse balance of trade. It is essential to balance one's budget.
balcony, balcony,
Open balcony. You can see the sea from our balcony. When the EEOB was finished, it was the largest office building in Washington, with nearly 2 miles of black and white tiled balcony.
capture, capture,
Photography can capture a fleeting moment. Soon the mouse became the cat's capture criminals.
Career, career,
Career guidance. She is at the height of her career. My political career had come to an end.
carve, carve,
They carve the wood into a figure. Carve the chicken. Carve a snowman.
cashier, cashier,
Cashier district. You should pay the cashier. He has been cashiered.
dawn,
I woke up at dawn. Before dawn. We danced until dawn.
Deadline. Deadline.
Please extend the deadline a few days. Advance a deadline by 1 week. The deadline for making an application is next Friday.
dean, dean,
She is the new dean of our department. Install a dean. The dean asked them to finish the paper.
effect, effect,
To effect a nuclear explosion. The medicine didn't effect anything. Have a great effect on.
efficient, efficient,
An efficient machine. This is a highly efficient heating system. He's not very efficient and he works very slowly.
elaborate, elaborate,
It's an elaborate design. She went on to elaborate her argument. Elaborate explanation.
factor, factor,
I factor my uncle's estate. The price increased by a factor of 3. To factor the number 20.
faculty, faculty,
She has the faculty to learn languages easily. The faculty of law. Both faculty and students oppose the measure.
gap, gap,
He has a gap between his 2 front teeth. There is a big gap between the rocks. Gap in a fence.
Garbage. Garbage.
Please take out the garbage. Please put the garbage into the dustbin. Dig a pit and bury the garbage.
Hall.
The hall is filled with laughter. The children were in the school hall. Hang your coat in the hall.
halt, halt,
No one can halt the advance of history. He tried to halt that debate. My political career had come to a halt.
ignorance, ignorance,
I am embarrassed by my complete ignorance of history. Ignorance is no excuse for breaking the law. His ignorance is surprising.
ignorant, ignorant,
He is ignorant of even the most elementary facts. Make an ignorant mistake. He is totally ignorant of social customs.
Ignore. Ignore.
If you ignore your diet, trouble will follow. Nobody could ignore these problems. You should ignore their advice.
lag, lag,
Don't let a single classmate lag behind. There is a time lag of about 15 years. Some of the runners in the race began to lag.
Maintain. Maintain.
The machine is very simple to maintain. Maintain good relations. Enough food to maintain life.
Majesty. Majesty.
The majesty of the law. The king had unspeakable majesty. The sacred majesty.
Major. Major.
The major and the minor. A major precedes a captain in rank. I major in maths at university.
Majority. Majority.
The majority of people seem to prefer TV to radio. The majority were for the plan. The majority of his books are kept upstairs.
Namely. Namely.
Only one person can do the job, namely you. Only one boy was absent, namely Tom. Only one student passed the exam, namely Tom.
Overthrow. Overthrow.
To overthrow the government. They schemed for the overthrow of the government. An attempt to overthrow the president.
Performance. Performance.
Proposal is easier than performance. How is the performance of the new car? How do you evaluate your performance?
Period. Period.
A period of time. Childhood is a period of rapid growth. We were through the testing period.
Periodical. Periodical.
I expect periodical reports from you. The worker has a periodical check on the machine. The weekly periodical.
Permanent. Permanent.
Nothing can assure permanent happiness. Marriage should be a permanent bond. We all hope for permanent peace.
Permission. Permission.
Withdraw permission. They entered the area without permission. You must ask permission if you want to leave early.
Restrict. Restrict.
Don't restrict her proper activities. I restrict myself to smoking 2 cigarettes a day. The trees restrict our view.
Result. Result.
Their high incomes result from hard work. The result of the game was 3-0. His limp is the result of an accident.
Resume. Resume.
We resume our work after a rest. The work will resume tomorrow. She marked her past professional experiences on her resume.
Shed. Shed.
Shed off the old skin. A bicycle shed. To shed tears at hearing bad news. Shelter. Shelter. The trees shelter the house from the wind. Rig up a shelter. He stood in the shelter at the bus stop.
Shift. Shift.
Shift your perspective from self-pity to self-learning. You have to shift as you drive around the corner. Shall I shift the chairs?
Accommodate. Accommodate.
The hotel can accommodate 500 guests. I can accommodate you with a double room. She tried to accommodate her way of life to his.
Accommodation.
We have first-class accommodation on this flight. The price includes travel and accommodation. New office accommodation.
Accompany. Accompany.
Please accompany me on my walk. She will accompany the song on the violin. She asked me to accompany her to the airport.
Ban. Ban.
The ban has been removed. We have put a ban on swimming in this lake. Ban nuclear weapons.
Barbecue. Barbecue.
Barbecue the meat for 5 minutes. We're having a barbecue this weekend. I put another steak on the barbecue.
Catalogue.
You can look for the book in the library catalogue. Browse through the catalogue. Catalogue of books.
Category. Category.
This book falls into the category of autobiography. Product category. Price category.
Caution. Caution.
Drive with caution. My parents gave me a caution before leaving. He checked the words with caution.
Cease. Cease.
The citizens are praying that the war will cease soon. Cease operation. Ceasefire.
Celebrate. Celebrate.
Celebrate your successes. Tom held a party to celebrate his birthday. How do people celebrate Christmas?
Debate. Debate.
I don't wish to debate my opinions with you. Mary debates with herself whether she should accept this offer letter. To debate buying a new car.
Decade. Decade.
Prices have risen steadily during the past decade. Great changes have taken place in the last decade. Only a decade earlier, such an act would have required legislative approval in Virginia.
Element. Element.
Cost was a key element in our decision. Air is the element of man's survival. Independent element.
Elevate. Elevate.
The song never failed to elevate his spirits. They worked hard to elevate the living standards. Good books may elevate the mind.
Faint. Faint.
He felt faint from lack of food. I heard a faint sound in the distance. The faint light in the gloom.
Faith. Faith.
I doubt whether he is in good faith. They stick to the faith of their fathers.
Garment.
This garment should be washed carefully. To garment the model. This garment is tight.
Gather. Gather.
Birds gather in large numbers beside the river. We gather together. Gather your toys up.
Hamper. Hamper.
Prejudice will hamper a person from doing the right thing. A lack of information will hamper you in your action. There are some apples in a picnic hamper.
Handful. Handful.
There are only a handful of people on the street. She grabbed a handful of sand. A handful of rice.
Illegal. Illegal.
Abortion is illegal in some countries. It is illegal to steal things. It's illegal for civilians to keep weapons.
Illiterate. Illiterate.
He didn't go to school and he was illiterate. About half the population is still illiterate. He is musically illiterate.
Illusion. Illusion.
Hold an illusion. Mirrors in a room often give an illusion of space. I thought I saw a ghost, but it was just an illusion.
Illustrate. Illustrate.
I can illustrate this by facts. We can illustrate our data with the column chart. The publisher will illustrate the book.
Jog. Jog.
I jog his elbow to catch his attention. Matters jog along. I gave him a jog to wake him up.
Joint. Joint.
The doctor put his bone into the joint again. Joint enterprise. We did it together, it was a joint effort.
Landlord. Landlord.
Her husband was driven to death by the landlord. I pay rent to the landlord. He is the landlord of this pub.
Landscape. Landscape.
I prefer landscape to still life. Desert landscape. The two hills with the valley formed a beautiful landscape.
Mall. Mall.
I went shopping in the mall. Where is the biggest shopping mall in this town? The mall is down this street.
Manifest. Manifest.
The virus needs 2 weeks to manifest itself. The difficulty of the problem is manifest. He doesn't manifest much interest in his studies.
Manipulate. Manipulate.
She uses her charm to manipulate people. He is one of those who manipulate the market. To manipulate tools.
Persevere. Persevere.
We will persevere regardless of failure. You must persevere with your English studies. We still persevere despite setbacks.
Persist. Persist.
You should persist in your ambition. The cold weather will persist for the rest of the week. His strength will enable him to persist.
Persistence. Persistence.
The persistence of the high fever. Her persistence paid off. He won by persistence.
Personality. Personality.
Personality characteristics. She has a strong personality. His personality comes through in his writing.
Retain. Retain.
We shall retain our rights. Retain one's balance. She tried to retain her self-control.
Retreat. Retreat.
The general ordered a retreat. You cannot retreat from your responsibility in this affair. Retreat from border.
Reveal. Reveal.
Reveal true face. His deeds reveal him to be a kind man. She should not reveal her secret to anyone else.
Shortage. Shortage.
There is a severe shortage of fuel. Labor shortage. A shortage of water.
Shortly. Shortly.
I believe they will arrive shortly. He answered my questions shortly. The work will be completed very shortly.
Shrink. Shrink.
The jeans will shrink after being washed. Shrink from dangers. There has been some shrink in our new export trade.
Sigh. Sigh.
Sigh in relief. We heard her sigh with relief. He slowly sat on the seat with a sigh.
Accomplish. Accomplish.
To accomplish a purpose. She seems to accomplish nothing. We will work with you to accomplish this task.
Accordingly. Accordingly.
She's an expert in her field, and is paid accordingly. He told me the situation and I must act accordingly. Tom was tired out and accordingly we sent him to bed.
Account. Account.
Can you account for the failure of this project? She paid the money into my account this morning. He gave a detailed account of what happened yesterday.
Bear. Bear.
Don't walk on that broken glass with bare feet. To bare one's arms. A bare word would be enough.
Ceremony. Ceremony.
Award ceremony. The wedding ceremony took place in the church. Graduation ceremony.
Certainty. Certainty.
Her leaving became a certainty. None of us can predict with certainty. That is a certainty.
Certificate. Certificate.
Birth certificate. The couple showed the marriage certificate. This certificate is invalid.
Chain. Chain.
She wore a gold chain around her neck. Food chain. They chain the dog to a fence.
Deceive. Deceive.
They deceive her into signing the papers. His friendly manner did not deceive us for too long. He thinks she'll come back, but he's deceiving himself.
Decent. Decent.
He dreamed of living in decent conditions. Decent behavior. A decent house.
Declare. Declare.
I declare that he is a liar. To declare the result of the election. To declare war.
Embarrass. Embarrass.
She may embarrass you with her rude behavior. He didn't mean to embarrass you. It is financially terrifying, psychologically embarrassing, and you know that support is minimal and extraordinarily hard to get.
Embrace. Embrace.
These passages embrace many examples. You should embrace his offer to go to the hospital. Be caught in the jungle's embrace.
Emerge. Emerge.
The sun will emerge behind the clouds. Many facts emerge after the investigation. Sea mammals must emerge to breathe.
Fake. Fake.
The criminal had a fake ID card. To fake money. The antique is a fake.
Familiar. Familiar.
Are you familiar with the laws? He looked familiar. I hear her singing a familiar song.
Fan. Fan.
A film fan. Blade of fan. Please turn the electric fan on.
Gay. Gay.
I don't know he was gay. To lead a gay life. Gay color.
Handicapped. Handicapped.
You should not laugh at the handicapped. The discrimination against the handicapped. Handicapped children need your help.
Handle. Handle.
The handle of the hammer came away easily. He knows how to handle the machine. I turned the handle and opened the door.
Illustration. Illustration.
Illustration by example is better than explanation in words. Concrete illustration. Insert an illustration into a text.
Image. Image.
Brand image. Vivid image. They concentrated on a better definition of the optical image.
Imaginative.
This plan is imaginative on the design. Scott was an imaginative writer. An imaginative child.
Imitate. Imitate.
People imitate diamond with crystal. Teachers provide a model for children to imitate. Parrots imitate human speech.
Journal. Journal.
Medical journal. He got a job as a journal editor. The journal Science is adding an extra round of statistical checks to its peer review process.
Lane. Lane.
We walked down the lane to the farm. Bus lane. The champion is running in lane 5.
Mansion. Mansion.
The mansion looks magnificent. Private mansion. The old mansion was built in 1850.
Manual. Manual.
Work done by machines has replaced manual labor. This manual is full of useful tips. He bought a manual of car repairs.
Musical. Musical.
He has a musical speaking voice. The new musical is based on the 2010 film of the same name by Jack Kamey. I don't have a musical talent.
Naughty. Naughty.
A naughty child. This naughty boy is really troublesome. The naughty children broke the window.
Overwhelming. Overwhelming.
Our team won an overwhelming victory. The overwhelming majority. Overwhelming rebellion occupied many big cities.
Personnel. Personnel.
The personnel are not happy to change these rules. Personnel is organizing the training of the new members of staff. The company has a shortage of skilled personnel.
Perspective. Perspective.
It is useful to occasionally look at the past to gain a perspective on the present. Do you agree with this perspective? A perspective of history.
Persuade. Persuade.
I shall persuade him to take the medicine. He thought that nothing would persuade him to do that job again. I tried hard to persuade him.
Pessimistic. Pessimistic.
There is no reason to be pessimistic about the future. He was pessimistic about the war. I'm a little pessimistic about our team's chances to win.
Revenue. Revenue.
Revenue and expenditure are balanced. Revenue officer. Rent is one form of revenue.
Reverse. Reverse.
An eagle is on the reverse of the coin. Reverse the coin. Count down in reverse order.
Significant. Significant.
Economic conditions are significant in many ways. All of us want our lives to be significant. It was truly a significant conversation.
Similar. Similar.
Look to it that you make no more similar mistakes. Similar views. My new dress is similar to the one you have.
Simulate. Simulate.
I tried to simulate surprise at the news. These insects can simulate dead leaves. They made a robot to simulate human thinking.
Tab. Tab.
Files with a red tab will be stored separately. Check your tasks on the Calendar tab. Status tab.
Tabloid. Tabloid.
The tabloid often presents an exaggerated and personalized view of politics. They are chattering about tabloid trivia. The rise of tabloid journalism.
Accumulate. Accumulate.
Accumulate the knowledge. By investing wisely, I accumulate a fortune. Accumulate the evidence.
Accuracy. Accuracy.
You should check the accuracy of the data. Accuracy of one's account. Maps should be drawn with remarkable accuracy.
Accustom. Accustom.
They had to accustom themselves to the hot weather. To accustom oneself to cold weather. You'll soon get accustomed to the job.
Achieve. Achieve.
I have the ability to achieve a bright prospect. Achieve a degree. Work hard and you will achieve your goal.
Bargain. Bargain.
In business operation, we are more willing to bargain with people who are honest. Bargain with a merchant. It's a bargain.
Barrier. Barrier.
They were on different sides of a high barrier. The police put up the barrier to control the crowd. Set up a barrier.
Challenge. Challenge.
I challenge that interpretation. He looked at me with challenge. Meet the challenge.
Champion. Champion.
A champion of social reform. His efforts paid off and he became the champion. To champion the cause of civil rights.
Channel. Channel.
You ought to channel your abilities into something useful. Change the channel. The ship passed the channel.
Character. Character.
Optimistic character. The murderer is the book's central character. A Chinese character.
Characteristic. Characteristic.
Physical characteristic. Genes determine the characteristic of every creature. Some scholars believe that sympathy is the characteristic feeling of mankind.
Decline. Decline.
I must regretfully decline your kind invitation. The decline of her health suddenly accelerated. They wish that prices would decline.
Decoration. Decoration.
Put the decoration on the Christmas tree. The house is in need of decoration. The vase is just for decoration.
Decrease. Decrease.
Decrease the dose of medicine. The birth rate is on the decrease. They tried to decrease the costs.
Emit. Emit.
Fireflies emit light but not heat. A fixed star can emit light and heat by itself. The radio stations emit energy into the air.
Emotion. Emotion.
Don't allow yourself to be ruled by emotion. His voice shook with emotion. He displayed no sign of emotion.
Fancy. Fancy.
I fancy a drink. The dress is too fancy for me. Children usually have a lively fancy.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Fantastic dream. We watched a fantastic play yesterday evening. Fantastic trip to Europe.
Gear. Gear.
We had to gear our lives to the new changes. You have to gear down when you drive uphill. Fishing gear.
Handout. Handout.
Please read the handout carefully. The cash handout. The food handout.
Harbour. Harbour.
It's an offense to harbor the criminals. When did you enter the harbor? Crabs harbor in holes.
Immature. Immature.
The new operating system is immature. She is emotionally immature. Immature behavior.
Immense. Immense.
They made an immense improvement in English. The expense of living is immense. It's impossible to find him in the immense ocean.
Immediately. Immediately.
If she comes back, let me know immediately. She answered almost immediately. I came immediately when I heard the news.
Immigrate. Immigrate.
They are going to immigrate to Canada. He decided to immigrate to Australia to find work. They plan to immigrate to England next year.
Imminent. Imminent.
A rainstorm is imminent. Be in imminent danger. He was faced with imminent danger.
Knit. Knit.
He begins to knit a big net. Knit socks. She preferred to sew rather than knit.
Last. Last.
He finished last in the race. When did you weigh last? How long does the movie last?
Manufacture.
Manufacture an excuse. The firm is in the manufacture of plastics. The bikes are of home manufacture. Manuscript. Manuscript. I read his novel in manuscript. The original manuscript. The editor has read over the manuscript.
Marble. Marble.
I picked up a marble. The marble floor. A new generation of biographers can present them with understanding as well as reverence, as great men rather than marble statuary.
Pest. Pest.
That disobedient boy is a pest. Pest control. Forest pest.
Phase. Phase.
Crucial phase. To phase a project. This is just one phase of the subject. Phenomenon. Phenomenon. Earthquake is a phenomenon of nature. Magnetic attraction is an interesting phenomenon. Phenomenon in history.
Review. Review.
Our contracts are under review. I review the whole of my life. We had a review of the lessons.
Revise. Revise.
To revise the Constitution. You must revise your English for the final exams. Let's revise something we did last time.
Revolution. Revolution.
Industrial revolution. He is ready to give his all for the revolution. The flames of revolution are burning.
Signpost. Signpost.
The signpost pointed straight ahead. The lights of the car lit up a signpost. This signpost tells the way to New York.
Sincere. Sincere.
A sincere friend. Please send my sincere regards to your parents. She is sincere and quite without affectation.
Sink. Sink.
A small leak will sink a great ship. The dirty dishes are in the sink. Wood does not sink in water, it floats.
Taboo. Taboo.
A taboo subject. Alcohol is a taboo in this tribe. A man should taboo bad hobbies.
Tackle. Tackle.
Fishing tackle. Tackle problems. Footballers must learn to tackle opponents.
Acid. Acid.
Acid rain. These plants prefer an acid soil. The acid burnt a hole in my jacket.
Acknowledge. Acknowledge.
We should acknowledge the need for reform. Acknowledge his letter. We acknowledge his right to vote.
Acquaintance. Acquaintance.
He wanted to make our acquaintance. He is not a friend but only an acquaintance. I'm delighted to make your acquaintance.
Acquire. Acquire.
To acquire proficiency in math. University education helps us acquire special skills and knowledge. To acquire 100 shares of stock.
Basement. Basement.
The cabbages were stored in the basement. They live in a basement flat. The junk was piled up in the basement.
Battery. Battery.
Solar battery. Rechargeable battery. The calculator needs a new battery.
Charge. Charge.
They have the evidence to charge him. You have to charge it often. He is in charge of sales.
Charity. Charity.
He donated all his money to charity. Tom is raising money for the charity. Charity school.
Charming. Charming.
Charming appearance. Her big eyes make her more charming. She is a charming woman.
Chart. Chart.
She had carefully charted her route to the top of her profession. They charted the sea area between France and Britain. He made a chart with the software.
Dedicate. Dedicate.
I dedicate this song to my wife. I will dedicate myself to science in the future. He would dedicate his life to the country.
Deduce. Deduce.
Deduce a conclusion. What do you deduce from these facts? If A B and B C, we can deduce that A C.
Defeat. Defeat.
He finally had to admit defeat. Don't let this defeat dishearten you. A bad defeat.
Emphasis. Emphasis.
They put emphasis on developing economy. It is too well known to need emphasis. You put too much emphasis on the last syllable.
Emphasize. Emphasize.
Which word should I emphasize? I emphasize the importance of careful driving. Emphasize repeatedly.
Empire. Empire.
A declined empire. The Roman Empire existed for several centuries. Establish an empire.
Far-reaching. Far-reaching.
Far-reaching reform. Far-reaching strategy. The OECD has just issued a report describing the far-reaching consequences of this.
Fascinate. Fascinate.
The exotic atmosphere will fascinate you. His ideas fascinate the students. Cats never fail to fascinate human beings.
Gender. Gender.
Feminine gender. Masculine gender. Gender discrimination is widespread.
Gene. Gene.
Abnormal gene. Gene therapy. A mutable gene.
Immoral. Immoral.
It's immoral to be unfaithful to your girlfriend. It is immoral to speak ill of others. It's immoral to steal other people's ideas.
Immune. Immune.
I am immune to the disease. We are not immune to the influences around us. Laughter can strengthen your immune system.
Impact.
The top of the car is caved in by the impact. Global climate change continues to impact wildlife at the polar regions. The book made much impact.
Implement. Implement.
The government is going to implement the new policies. Agricultural implement. The best implement for digging a garden is a spade.
Journalist. Journalist.
Freelance journalist. The journalist was looking into several financial scandals. A journalist should always live up to the truth.
Lasting. Lasting.
Lasting peace. Nothing can break the lasting friendship between us. Her face left a lasting impression on me.
Latitude. Latitude.
One should permit a scientist a lot of latitude in his research. High latitude. The ship's latitude is 20 degrees south.
Margin. Margin.
There is no margin for error in our plan. Products that have a narrow margin. A margin of 500 votes.
Marked. Marked.
The road we should take is marked on the map. There is a marked improvement on his translation. They made marked achievements in all fields.
Marine. Marine.
Seals and whales are marine animals. The marine never faltered in his duty. He is a marine painter.
Navigate. Navigate.
The large ship could not navigate the river. To navigate an ocean. To navigate the ship.
Philosophy. Philosophy.
Critical philosophy. Moral philosophy. He believed in the philosophy.
Pillar. Pillar.
Agriculture is a pillar of the economy. Pillar of a country. This pillar supports the whole roof.
Reward. Reward.
Claim a reward. They reward the winners with gifts of fruits and flowers. How can I reward your kindness?
Rhythm. Rhythm.
I like to dance to the rhythm of the music. Tap out a rhythm. His poem has a beautiful rhythm.
Riddle. Riddle.
Stay where you are, or I'll riddle you with bullet holes. Her disappearance is a complete riddle. She loved to riddle out the solution to problems.
Site. Site.
The site for the new factory has not been decided yet. Historic site. Building site.
Situate. Situate.
They will decide where to situate the new hospital. The company wants to situate its headquarters in the north. Be situated in on at.
Sketch. Sketch.
To sketch a picture. I'll give you a sketch of what has happened. Can you sketch in a few details of the proposal?
Skim. Skim.
It took me an hour to skim the book. Skim the soup to remove the fat. A group of seagulls skim the water.
Tag. Tag.
Will you tag these two together? Do you mind if I tag along with you tonight? Let's tag the books.
Tailor. Tailor.
He will tailor me a suit. We can tailor our design to meet your request. This tailor is famous for making good suit.
Activate. Activate.
These push buttons can activate the elevator. Ryan most probably agrees that curiosity activates creative minds. Stimulants initially speed up or activate the central nervous system, whereas depressants slow it down.
Adapt. Adapt.
The author will adapt his play for television. Can he adapt himself to the job? You must adapt to the society.
Address. Address.
I address a question to a friend. I heard him address her as darling. The address he gave to me is inaccurate, so we need to call him and check it again.
Bear. Bear.
Be allowed to bear arms. Good deeds bear good fruit. She will bear a baby next year.
Behalf. Behalf.
We collected the money in behalf of the homeless. I signed the document on your behalf. On behalf of somebody.
Chemical. Chemical.
Chemical apparatus. My interests are chemical experiments. Chemical weapons.
Cherish. Cherish.
I cherish the hope of seeing him again. I cherish and respect every living day. To cherish a memory.
Chill. Chill.
He caught a chill. Chill the fruit salad. Chill wins.
Chip. Chip.
This mug has a chip in it. Chip a tooth. A silicon chip.
Defect. Defect.
Defect in character. We thought that his troops might defect. The disease is caused by a genetic defect.
Defense. Defense.
They took up arms in defense of their country. They planned the defense of the town. Most countries have armies for their defense.
Define. Define.
The concept is hard to define. Define one's duties. These works are difficult to define one overall style.
Employ. Employ.
How do you employ your spare time? We only employ female workers. They employ 5 waiters.
Enclose. Enclose.
They built a wall to enclose the football field. I enclose a check for $500 in the letter. Enclose the land with hedges.
Encounter. Encounter.
A fortunate encounter brought us together. A chance encounter in the park. It was a bloody encounter between the two armies.
Fascinating. Fascinating.
He finds nature fascinating. Your ideas are fascinating to me. I was absorbed in the fascinating tale.
Fashion. Fashion.
What sort of society would it fashion? To fashion an improvised tent. Long skirts have come into fashion again.
Generalize. Generalize.
They hope to generalize the use of this new soap. It is wrong to generalize about people. Let's not generalize about education.
Generate. Generate.
Generate a discussion. Generate electricity. We need someone to generate new ideas.
Harmony. Harmony.
The progress of the society is based on harmony. His ideas were in harmony with ours. They cooperate in perfect harmony.
Implicit. Implicit.
We have implicit trust in him. The clue is implicit. A soldier must give implicit obedience to his officers.
Imply. Imply.
Did she imply that I am a liar? Does silence imply agreement? I don't wish to imply that you are wrong.
Impose. Impose.
Don't try to impose your wishes on us. To impose a tax. You shouldn't let them impose on your kindness.
Knob. Knob.
The volume knob. Turn the door knob to open the door. Clowns knob their noses with red balls.
Launch. Launch.
They launch a new program. Launch a missile. They will launch a spaceship.
Laundry. Laundry.
There's a lot of laundry in the basket. Send these clothes over to the laundry. Do the laundry.
Marvel. Marvel.
The tourists marvel at the beauty of the lake. It's a marvel that he wasn't killed in the car crash. I can only marvel at your skill.
Massive. Massive.
A massive sea search has failed to find any survivors. The massive walls of the castle. Massive clear-up.
Mate. Mate.
Soulmate. Many animals mate in the spring. It's high time to mate the doves.
Necessity. Necessity.
Water is a necessity of life. There is no necessity to buy tickets in advance. Water is of necessity in the desert.
Pioneer. Pioneer.
To pioneer a new writing style. The pioneer spirit. A pioneer in cancer research.
Pitch. Pitch.
They pitch at the foot of the mountain. The pitch depends on the frequency. The pitch is too small to play football.
Placement. Placement.
The course includes a placement. A job placement program. To adjust the placement.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
It's ridiculous to argue about such things. His idea cannot be more ridiculous. You look ridiculous in that skirt.
Rigid. Rigid.
Rigid discipline. An entirely rigid system is impractical. She was rigid with fear.
Risk. Risk.
Don't risk your health. He saved my life at the risk of losing his own. They were willing to risk losing their jobs.
Skip. Skip.
To skip school. I skip over the dull part in the novel. He read the lengthy report without a skip.
Slam. Slam.
I heard someone slam the door. Close the door carefully, don't slam it. I've told him many times not to slam the door.
Slender. Slender.
Slender figure. They won the election with a very slender majority. He can't afford a car on his slender income.
Slice. Slice.
Slice a loaf of bread. A slice of meat. Please slice me a piece of ham.
Talent. Talent.
Talent for music. She is such a great musical talent. Many people envy his musical talent.
Tame. Tame.
The film has a tame ending. She spent hours trying to tame her unruly hair. Tame the trade unions.
Adequate. Adequate.
His knowledge is adequate to do this job well. This small flat is not adequate for 5 of us. Our bodies need adequate nutrition.
Adjacent. Adjacent.
The 2 families live on adjacent streets. The hospital is adjacent to a church. Adjacent cities.
Adjust. Adjust.
I must adjust my watch because it is slow. You can adjust the height of the chair. Adjust oneself in the school.
Behavior. Behavior.
Such behavior lost him our trust. The old gentleman won't have bad behavior. Decent behavior.
Chop. Chop.
Chop the onions up, please. Chop wood. That's a far different image from the cherry tree chopping George most people remember from their history books.
Chore. Chore.
My chore was to feed the animals. It's such a chore to do the shopping every day. Peeling bags of potatoes is really a chore.
Circulate. Circulate.
Please open a window to allow the air to circulate. Circulate false news. The heart needs pressure to circulate the blood.
Circumstance. Circumstance.
Accommodate yourself to the new circumstance. Consider a circumstance. Describe the circumstance.
Circus. Circus.
He performs riding stunts in the circus. Circus performers. He is an animal trainer for the circus.
Definite. Definite.
The workers demand a definite answer. It's definite that he will win. Make a definite plan.
Definitely. Definitely.
I can't tell you definitely when I will come. He is definitely coming. He speaks very definitely.
Delay. Delay.
We decided to delay our wedding. It is getting late. Don't delay. This work admits of no delay.
Encyclopedia.
Put the encyclopedia back on the shelf. He got his information out of an encyclopedia. A good encyclopedia is a mine of knowledge.
Endanger. Endanger.
Driving too fast can endanger others' safety. Development of the area would endanger wildlife. The debate could endanger the peace talks.
Fasten. Fasten.
Fasten the seat belt. Do not fasten all the windows up while you sleep. Fasten a rope to a post.
Fatal. Fatal.
We gave the enemy a fatal blow. Her children's death is a fatal blow on her. Fatal injury.
Generous. Generous.
They are very generous givers to charity. Your father was very generous to give you so much money. Although he was poor, he was generous to his friends.
Harsh. Harsh.
Those harsh words sting me bitterly. The desk has a harsh surface. A harsh voice.
Harvest. Harvest.
The harvest season nears. The crop is too premature to harvest. The autumn harvest is about to start.
Impress. Impress.
Impress deeply. I impress him as a scholar. She did not impress me at all.
Impression. Impression.
Her kindness has given me a deep impression. She made a good impression on her boss. Deepen an impression.
Imprison. Imprison.
You can imprison my body but not my mind. To imprison prisoners. To imprison captured pirates.
Impulse. Impulse.
She had a sudden impulse to go on vacation. They bought the house on impulse. I had an impulse to go shopping.
Inaccessible. Inaccessible.
The papers were inaccessible to the public. The village is inaccessible by car in winter. The remote area is inaccessible.
Journey. Journey.
The journey was filled with difficulties. There are many hazards in a journey across Africa. He's going on a long journey.
Layer. Layer.
There is a thin layer of dust on the desk. Bottom layer. These seeds must be covered with a layer of earth.
Mutual. Mutual.
Mutual benefit. Mutual understanding is essential to friendship. Mutual respect.
Plantation. Plantation.
The flood destroyed the corn plantation. The rubber plantation extends as far as the river. The owner of a large tea plantation.
Plateau. Plateau.
The plateau extends for many miles. Price has now reached a plateau. Our total sales reached a plateau.
Platform.
He was walking up and down the station platform. Please buy me a platform ticket. A balcony is a platform with a wall.
rival, rival,
A rival in love. None of us can rival him in strength. To beat his rival.
Roar. Roar.
The roar of an angry lion. The angry people roar themselves hoarse. The machine started up with a roar.
Robust. Robust.
His robust body made him survive the disaster. That chair is not very robust. She was almost 90, but still very robust.
Slide. Slide.
The packages slide from her arm. There's a water slide in the children's pool. The boats slide through the water.
slim, slim,
Slim chances of success. Regular exercise will make you slim. She took a slim book out of her pocket.
Slippery. Slippery.
Don't lend any money to that slippery person. The road was slippery after the rain. Don't trust the slippery fellow.
Slogan. Slogan.
Political slogan. Quality first is our slogan. This slogan should be publicized.
Smash. Smash.
The smash of glass woke me. Don't smash the teacup. He gave me a smash on my head.
Tap. Tap.
He felt a tap on his shoulder. Turn off the tap. The water leaked from the tap.
Tape. Tape.
To tape sounds. Run the tape back. To tape the paper on the desk.
Target. Target.
The company will target adults as its primary customers. To miss the target. I set myself a target of running 2 miles every day.
Task. Task.
Complete a task. Take on a task. The task is difficult.
administration,
She has little experience in administration. The company developed rapidly under his administration. He works in hospital administration.
admire, admire,
I admire him for his persistent courage. I admire her for her fluent English. I admire his aggressive attitude.
admit, admit,
I admit to him that I was wrong. There were no windows to admit air. Admit a fact.
Bend. Bend.
He will not bend at any time. There is a sharp bend in the road. He has a bend of the back.
Cite. Cite.
To cite someone for murder. I cite examples in order to certify my statement. I will cite some figures for comparison.
Civil. Civil.
Civil rights. It was a civil case. Ordinary folks are the victims of the Civil War.
Claim. Claim.
This illness can claim a child's life. Claim a reward. They claim to have discovered a cure for the disease.
Clarify. Clarify.
He issued a statement to clarify the situation. Can you clarify this theory? Clarify the fact.
Classic. Classic.
The book is now recognized as a classic. Classic mistakes. Robinson Crusoe is a classic.
delete, delete,
Delete the last paragraph. Delete his name from the list. Are you sure you want to delete the files?
deliberate, deliberate,
Take a deliberate action. I deliberate whether or not to accept his offer. And the best way to learn how to encode information meaningfully, Erickson determined, was a process known as deliberate practice. Endure. Endure. We can't endure much longer in the desert without water. It takes patience to endure hardships. I cannot endure your insults any longer.
Energetic. Energetic.
She is not so energetic as she used to be. Children are always energetic. He is an energetic tennis player.
Energy. Energy.
To save the energy. Young people usually have more energy. Light energy.
Fault. Fault.
A geological fault. No one could fault his performance. His fault is that he lacks experience.
Feasible. Feasible.
That is a feasible plan. Your proposals sound quite feasible. It's not feasible to leave the problem to him to solve.
Generation.
The new generation. The generation of electricity. This book was handed down from generation to generation.
Genius. Genius.
His genius as a painter showed very early. He's a genius at mathematics. Language genius.
Hatch. Hatch.
To hatch a plan. The hatch is fastened. Hen's eggs take 21 days to hatch out.
Haunt. Haunt.
Old fears haunt me again. This pub is a haunt of artists. This is the cafe I used to haunt.
Incentive. Incentive.
They don't work very hard if there is no incentive. The bonus is an incentive for me to work hard. A bill by a Democratic senator, which would offer financial incentives for private industry, is a promising start.
Incidents. Incidents.
The incidence of breast cancer increases with age. This country has a high incidence of crime. There's a high incidence of this disease.
Incident. Incident.
She was a witness of the incident. Mucked an incident. The incident made him angry.
Inclination. Inclination.
The inclination of a roof. She felt no inclination to marry. She showed no inclination to go.
Layoff. Layoff.
The mass layoff really shook everyone. He took a 9-month layoff because of his broken leg. The manufacturing recession is to blame for the layoff of the young people's parents.
Layout. Layout.
Their house has a good layout. The layout of the report. Layout of the building.
Material. Material.
This coat is made of coarse material. Material civilization is very important today. The storm did a great deal of material damage.
Mattress. Mattress.
A spring mattress. The mattress was hard. He sat on the mattress.
Mature. Mature.
This note to the bank will mature tomorrow. It's a mature plan. A mature bond.
Negative. Negative.
The negative is used to print photographs. We must turn negative factors into positive ones. I need you to answer this question in the negative.
Ownership. Ownership.
The ownership of the house is still unknown. Ownership of land. He denied the ownership of the dog.
Plot. Plot.
We try to plot the course of the plane. The film had an exciting plot. How do you uncover their plot?
plunge, plunge.
Prices started a plunge. The whale took a plunge into the deep water. There's always a deep breath before a plunge.
Plus, plus.
Experience of any career in sales is a big plus. All the children here are 12 plus. The temperature is plus 4 degrees.
Romantic. Romantic.
Romantic poetry. Romantic atmosphere. Walking in the rain is romantic.
Rouse. Rouse.
The speaker was trying to rouse the audience to enthusiasm. The telephone roused him from his sleep at 6 a.m. Rouse somebody to do something.
Smog. Smog.
Choking smog. Toxic smog. There is often smog in the big cities.
Snack, snack.
Snack shop. I only have a snack at lunchtime. If you look hard enough, you'll find that many of the products we use every day. Chewing.
Tease, tease.
You should not tease your sister. Scientists will tease out the composition of the planet's atmosphere. To tease out the knots in her hair.
Technical, technical.
He advised us on technical matters. The article is full of technical terms. This book is too technical for me.
Technique, technique.
Adopt a new technique. This new technique will boost our food production. We must learn the advanced technique.
Technology, technology.
The revolution in computer technology. Modern technology is causing great changes. They intended to invest hugely in new technology.
Admission, admission.
He made an admission that he was the thief. No admission. Poland has vigorously pursued admission to the European community.
Adopt, adopt.
Many childless couples adopt children. The manager decided to adopt her suggestion. We're willing to adopt your plan.
Adore. Adore.
We adore our sisters and brothers. I adore your dress. The kids adore their fathers.
Beneficial. Beneficial.
Fresh air is beneficial to health. Sunshine is beneficial to plants. Sports are beneficial to building our bodies.
Classical, classical.
Classical concert. Classical music was his chief enjoyment. I can't understand classical literature.
Classify, classify.
We classify his novels as literature. The researchers were unable to classify the virus. Librarians need to classify the books.
Client. Client.
She's serving a client. The lawyer spoke on behalf of his client. Potential client.
Delicate, delicate.
The scientist needs some delicate instruments. A delicate glass. Delicate handiwork.
Delicious, delicious.
She cooked her husband a delicious meal. The soup is delicious. Taste delicious.
Enforce, enforce.
Don't enforce your will on the child. They tried to enforce an agreement with their plans. You can't enforce cooperation between the players.
Engage, engage.
We engage to fulfill certain obligations. We engage in the study of music. To engage in trade.
Feat, feat.
A unique feat. He received a medal for his heroic feat. An acrobatic feat.
Genuine. Genuine.
She has a genuine desire to help others. Genuine regards. This ring is genuine gold.
Hazard. Hazard.
He had put his own life in hazard. Don't hazard your reputation for supporting that crook. Hazard to health.
Incline. Incline.
I incline to take the opposite point of view. I incline forward to hear more clearly. I incline to believe in his innocence.
Inclusive. Inclusive.
His concept of history is modern and inclusive. The bill is inclusive of the accommodation. The rent is $300, inclusive of heating.
Intermediate. Intermediate.
I've passed the intermediate level exam of Japanese. This piano piece is of intermediate difficulty. Intermediate range missiles.
Internal. Internal.
He suffered internal injuries in an accident. Internal affairs. He worked in internal trade.
Judgment. Judgment.
In my judgment, we should accept their apology. The judgment passed against him. He made a judgment about the situation.
Junction. Junction.
The junction was not connected properly. The gas station is at the junction of two highways. Turn right at the next junction.
Leaflet. Leaflet.
We leaflet along the street. They were giving out the leaflet for the charity. This leaflet contains instructions.
Leak. Leak.
The kitchen roof is easy to leak when it rains. Leak a secret. Water had started to leak into the cellar.
Maximize. Maximize.
The firm would maximize the output. To maximize profits. Click to maximize the window.
Maximum. Maximum.
Maximum temperature. This hall holds a maximum of 70 people. Our goal is to achieve the maximum of efficiency.
Neglect. Neglect.
You shouldn't neglect your health. The garden was in a state of neglect. He was dismissed for neglect of duty.
Polar. Polar.
They are of polar opinions. Polar bear. It's very cold in the polar regions.
Polish. Polish.
Would you polish up the article a bit? They polish the floor smooth. You had better polish your shoes with a brush.
Poll. Poll.
We're conducting a poll. They organized a poll to elect a president. To poll 300 votes.
Popularity. Popularity.
The singer is gaining in popularity. The growing popularity of the internet. Her books have been in popularity recently.
Route. Route.
A return route. The climbers tried to find a new route to the top of the mountain. The nearest route to town.
Routine. Routine.
Asking these questions is routine work. Break the routine. He made his routine trip to the store.
Soar. Soar.
The higher they soar, the greater they fall. He wanted to soar like an eagle. The birth rate continues to soar.
Soul. Soul.
His sole motive is to make more money. He was the sole heir to his father's property. He has a pain on the sole of his feet.
Solid. Solid.
The solid fact. Solid geometry. The castle is founded on solid rock.
Solution. Solution.
Work out a solution. Solution of salt in water. The solution to the problem required many hours.
Sorrow. Sorrow.
We must convert sorrow into strength. I felt great sorrow at her death. A man in sorrow is anxious for sympathy.
Tedious.
This tedious report made us sleepy. We had to sit through several tedious speeches. I find this novel very tedious.
Temper. Temper.
He's in a temper today. He lost his temper. You should control your bad temper.
Temperate. Temperate.
Temperate criticism. He is a temperate man and never drinks too much. Britain has a temperate climate.
Temporary. Temporary.
He suffered a temporary loss of memory. The boss hired some temporary workers. The huts can be made into temporary houses.
Ultimate. Ultimate.
The ultimate goal. This had been an ultimate issue. The sun is the ultimate source of energy.
Ultimately. Ultimately.
A poor diet will ultimately lead to illness. All wealth comes ultimately from human labor. They ultimately decided not to go.
Adult. Adult.
Adult education. You must learn to live an independent life as an adult. He has developed from a child into an adult.
Advance. Advance.
No one can halt the advance of history. An advance notice. Book tickets in advance.
Advantage. Advantage.
She was at an advantage in arguments. You should take advantage of your superiority. The advantage of booking tickets in advance is that you get better seats.
Clerical. Clerical.
We need someone to do the clerical work here. The clerical profession. Have you ever done any clerical work?
Clue. Clue.
Give me a clue to the question. The hair on your head may give a clue to your health. Clue to the case.
Clumsy. Clumsy.
He was so clumsy that he spilt her tea. The new waiter is clumsy. Clumsy hands.
Deliver. Deliver.
Deliver a lecture. The doctor agreed to deliver her baby at home. Please deliver this package to him. Demand. Demand. The workers demand a definite answer. They demand prompt payment. The supply is not adequate to the demand.
Enhance. Enhance.
Can we further enhance our competitiveness? He made many efforts to enhance his reputation. Enhance friendship.
Enlarge. Enlarge.
This photograph is too small, please enlarge it for me. They've decided to enlarge the company. Enlarge the vocabulary.
Feature. Feature.
A feature of one's personality. This restaurant seems to feature vegetarian dishes. Her big eyes are her most striking feature.
Geographical. Geographic.
What are the geographical features of Asia? They are doing geographical researches. Geographical location.
Headline. Headline.
I glance at the headline in the newspaper. A newspaper headline caught his attention. Please give this article a headline.
Inconsistent. Inconsistent.
Inconsistent statement. Inconsistent behavior. His accounts of the event were inconsistent.
Incorporate. Incorporate.
The company was incorporated in 2002. I will incorporate the new findings in my report. We will incorporate your suggestion in this new plan.
Interpret.
I interpret his answer as a refusal. To interpret for foreign visitors. How do you interpret this sentence?
Interrupt. Interrupt.
Don't interrupt me while I'm busy. It's not polite to interrupt a speaker. Noise can interrupt my thinking.
Not. Not.
A knot of people stood talking outside the door. She felt her stomach knot with fear. He made a knot in the rope.
Knowledgeable. Knowledgeable.
The professor is very knowledgeable. He is very knowledgeable about classical music. I respect him because he is knowledgeable.
Leap. Leap.
I leap for joy at the good news. He got over the stream with a single leap. The boy took a leap from the window.
Learned. Learned.
Most learned men are modest. A learned professor. To read such books today is to marvel at the fact that their learned contents were once deemed suitable for publication in general circulation dailies.
Meadow. Meadow.
There are many herds of cattle in the meadow. The bright sun lit up the meadow. Shave a meadow.
Mean. Mean.
The shoes were of mean quality. The weather will mean long traffic delays. My boss is so mean to me.
Means. Means.
The train is a safe means of transportation. By no means was he able to handle it. He made lots of money by means of working hard.
Negotiate. Negotiate.
We'll leave you to negotiate with them. Negotiate a contract. To negotiate a peace settlement.
Neighbouring. Neighbouring.
We went to a cinema in the neighbouring town. A neighbouring shop. We are at peace with the neighbouring countries.
Portion. Portion.
The major portion of the population. They portion the food out to the poor. A small portion of the whole.
Pose. Pose.
To pose an argument. I would pose as an innocent boy. To pose a threat to the security of a country.
Positive. Positive.
Positive influence. We must turn negative factors into positive ones. He has a positive attitude towards life.
Qualified. Qualified.
The government gave qualified support to the idea. He is well qualified for the work. It was only a qualified success.
Qualify. Qualify.
This test will qualify you to fly an aircraft. I hope to qualify as a doctor. Do you qualify for the vote?
Row. Row.
I like to sit in the first row. He is learning to row. They row again.
Rub. Rub.
There is the rub. I don't. His laziness was beginning to rub off on me. Before going out, she rubbed some sunscreen on her skin.
Ruin. Ruin.
Don't let a bad smell ruin your day. The old mill is now little more than a ruin. Ruin one's reputation.
Sound.
It's a sound investment. Come home safe and sound. You sound a little sad.
Source. Source.
The news comes from a reliable source. To source a raw material. The source of human evolution.
Souvenir. Souvenir.
Can you mail this souvenir to America for me? Souvenir badge. My favorite souvenir is the keychain from China.
Spacious. Spacious.
The room is spacious and bright. A spacious view. The hotel is neither spacious nor comfortable.
Tempt. Tempt.
They tempt him to take the drug. The hunters tempt the rabbit to approach their traps. Brown skins tempt me.
Temptation. Temptation.
He overcame a strong temptation to run away. I can't resist the temptation. An expensive bicycle is a temptation to thieves.
Unbiased. Unbiased.
The researchers should be unbiased. Unbiased opinion. An unbiased jury.
Uncertainty. Uncertainty.
We live in an age of uncertainty. A period of political uncertainty. I have growing uncertainty with my decision.
Adventure. Adventure.
He set sail to adventure. An adventure in the jungle. Dangerous adventure.
Adverse. Adverse.
The drug has adverse side effects. The development was adverse to our interests. The judge gave us an adverse decision.
Advertise. Advertise.
We advertise our new product. Now we can advertise on the internet. Advertise for an apartment.
Beverage.
What beverage would you like? He never drinks alcoholic beverage. Beer is a kind of beverage.
Coach. Coach.
A strict coach. Coach station. Coach the lawyers on the shifting landscape for patents.
Code. Code.
The workers code every order. They codify laws in. The club has a dress code.
Coherent. Coherent.
This is a coherent sentence. A coherent essay. He's not very coherent on the telephone.
Demonstrate. Demonstrate.
You have to demonstrate how to operate the computer. To demonstrate outside the Parliament building. To demonstrate a proposition.
Enlightened. Enlightened.
An enlightened policy. His talk is so enlightened. An enlightened suggestion.
Enormous.
Their losses had been enormous. She stood alone on the enormous stage. Long ago, enormous animals lived on the earth.
Federal. Federal.
A federal republic. Congress is the federal lawmaking body of the United States. Federal government.
Gesture. Gesture.
The children laughed at his funny gesture. He put his arm around her in a protective gesture. Silence the crowd with a gesture.
Headquarters. Headquarters.
The soldier reported to headquarters. The headquarters draw up a plan of attack. She tapped out in code to headquarters.
Increasingly. Increasingly.
She grew increasingly to rely on him. People are becoming increasingly worried about pollution. He became increasingly impatient.
Incredible. Incredible.
The story seems incredible to me. That's the most incredible coincidence I've ever heard of. Or, we can look at failure as the incredible learning experience that it often is.
Isolate. Isolate.
Do not isolate yourself from others. We should never isolate ourselves from the masses. The fun gal isolate.
Isolated. Isolated.
Several villages have been isolated by the floods. The patient feels isolated and depressed. The patient was immediately isolated.
Jungle. Jungle.
Tropical jungle. The explorers went deep into the jungle. Tigers are found in the jungle of Asia.
Lecture. Lecture.
Don't lecture the child. Deliver a lecture. He was asked to lecture in the school.
Measure. Measure.
If this measure fails, there are other methods. They measure the room to find out how big it is. Measure the diameter of this circle.
Mechanism. Mechanism.
The watch has a delicate mechanism. The WTO provides a mechanism for resolving trade disputes. Defense mechanism.
Media. Media.
Audio media player. The trial was fully reported in the media. News media have a great influence on people's minds.
Nerve. Nerve.
He has the nerve to drive a racing car. Light stimulates the optic nerve. Nerve cell.
Possession. Possession.
He had lost his home and all his possessions in the war. The possession of wealth does not always bring happiness. He gained possession of more land.
Possibility. Possibility.
There is no possibility of his coming. There is one possibility of changing jobs. Don't dismiss that possibility entirely.
Poster. Poster.
The poster was torn to pieces. He put up a poster. The poster wouldn't stick.
Postpone. Postpone.
I have to postpone our appointment. She was sensible to postpone the trip. Lacking money, they had to postpone their plan.
Potential. Potential.
Every seed is a potential plant. He is a young player with great potential. She has acting potential, but she needs training.
Quality. Quality.
He shows quality of leadership. A watch of good quality. Size matters less than quality.
Questionnaire. Questionnaire.
Conduct a questionnaire. Please fill up this questionnaire for me. I have read through the questionnaire.
Queue. Queue.
There was a long queue outside the cinema. We had to queue for hours to get in. A queue of people were waiting for the last bus.
Rumor. Rumor.
Spread a rumor. There isn't an atom of truth in the rumor. I hear a rumor that they are getting married.
Rural. Rural.
Live a rural life. Rural economy has improved greatly in the past few years. People in rural areas longed for a life in the city.
Spare. Spare.
To spare the bad. I want to spare him the trouble of seeing me off at the airport. A spare tire.
Specialize. Specialize.
This shop will specialize in chocolates. We specialize in electronic games. He decided to specialize in music.
Tenant. Tenant.
The desk was left by the previous tenant. He's a tenant farmer. Tenants who don't pay the rent are a bane of landlords everywhere.
Tendency. Tendency.
Matters have taken a new tendency to peace. Prices continue to show an upward tendency. He has a tendency to forget things.
Tender. Tender.
I'll tender my resignation. A tender tooth. His tender for building a mansion has been accepted.
Uncover. Uncover.
Uncover the pan. How do you uncover their plot? Uncover a box.
Underestimate. Underestimate.
Never underestimate your opponent. You shouldn't underestimate the risk. Don't underestimate the difficulties of the work.
Undergo. Undergo.
He had to undergo 3 months of military training. The explorers had to undergo much suffering. Undergo an operation.
Underground. Underground.
There is an underground car park. They were making a plan underground. Listen to the sound from underground.
Advocate. Advocate.
The advocate has undertaken my case. We advocate a healthy lifestyle. An advocate of civil rights.
Affect. Affect.
Many films can affect us a lot. Her opinion will not affect my decision. Climate and weather affect every aspect of our life.
Agency. Agency.
Sole agency. He found a job through an employment agency. Advertising agency.
Bias. Bias.
His experiences bias him against businessmen. He showed a scientific bias at an early age. Some people have a bias against foreigners.
Collapse. Collapse.
Houses may collapse when the earthquake comes. The exhausted workers nearly collapse in the street. Collapse of the building.
Colleague. Colleague.
A colleague from my company. My colleague devotes himself to his job. I asked my colleague to buy coffee for me.
Collective. Collective.
As citizens, we have collective responsibilities. Collective farm. Collective leadership.
Deny. Deny.
Deny the request. No one can deny his great achievements. They deny what they have done.
Departure. Departure.
Her sudden departure disarranged my plans. The uncertain weather delayed our departure. His departure was quite beyond my expectation.
Inquiry. Inquiry.
He makes an inquiry into the product. They referred me to the inquiry office. Thank you for your inquiry about my health.
Enrich. Enrich.
Reading can enrich the power of expressing enrich your life with goals and dreams. Travel will enrich your life.
Fee. Fee.
You may park your car here if you pay a fee. Extra fee. The admission fee is 20 renminbi each.
Giant. Giant.
Shakespeare is a giant among writers. The Great Wall looks like a giant dragon. A giant panda.
Heal. Heal.
An emotional wound may heal with the passing of time. The medicine and rest will soon heal your wound. To heal with medicine.
Indefinite. Indefinite.
Indefinite prison term. The date is indefinite. Indefinite answer.
Index.
All places mentioned are in the index. The index of industrial production increased. The share index went up 5 points yesterday.
Issue. Issue.
To issue a statement. They compromised with him on the issue. They compromised with him on the issue. They issue an update on the rain forecast.
Item. Item.
Now let's come to the next item on the agenda. The item of the contract still works now. May I pay for each item separately?
Legal. Legal.
It was a legal business. He is my legal advisor. It is legal to park your car here.
Lessen. Lessen.
To lessen one's burden. To lessen the stress. Regular exercise can help to lessen the pain.
Medium. Medium.
Air is a medium for sound. Medium of exchange. A man of medium height.
Melody. Melody.
The melody still rang in her ears. He played a delightful melody on his flute. I like that song, it has a pleasant melody.
Network. Network.
A network of railroads. The Internet is a worldwide computer network. Network database.
Pottery. Pottery.
Some bowls were made of pottery. I learn pottery in my spare time. Painted pottery.
Poverty. Poverty.
The poverty of imagination. Eliminate poverty. He is troubled by poverty.
Practitioner. Practitioner.
Educational practitioner. He is an unqualified practitioner of law. He is a medical practitioner.
Proceed. Proceed.
Stone tools precede bronze tools. This duty should precede all others. He gestured to her to precede them from the room.
Precise. Precise.
Precise instrument. A precise casualty count isn't available. The victim gave a precise description of the suspect.
Quit. Quit.
Quit smoking. The guard did not quit his post all night long. I asked them to quit talking.
Quiz. Quiz.
He asked us to prepare for a quiz. He took part in a television quiz and won a prize. The teacher gave us a quiz in English.
Quote. Quote.
Please quote for the goods. He likes to quote proverbs in his compositions. I quote 2 paragraphs from the book.
Species. Species.
The species of bird is extinct. Endangered species. A species of animal.
Specific. Specific.
This is a specific for cancer. The money is used for specific purposes. I gave you specific instructions.
Specify. Specify.
Please specify the whole process of the project. We should specify a place for the meeting. He didn't specify the matters.
Tense. Tense.
The future tense. The players were tense at the start of the game. Tense muscles.
Tension. Tension.
The tension between the 2 countries is likely to remain. Sense of tension. His voice trembled with tension.
Term. Term.
They term him a superstar. I am not familiar with the chemical term. They had set a term to the contract.
Underlie. Underlie.
Technology improvements underlie the trend. Many factors underlie my decision. Intellect underlies power.
Underline. Underline.
The articles underline the same problem. Underline the sentence. Please underline the important items.
Undertake. Undertake.
Undertake an obligation. I can undertake that you will enjoy the play. Undertake a project.
Underway. Underway.
Road construction is underway. At the palace, the ball was underway. Research on this question is underway.
Zone. Zone.
Earthquake zone. Smokeless zone. To zone a land and build a park.
Agenda. Agenda.
Now let's come to the next item on the agenda. Adopt an agenda. Is there anything else to put on the agenda?
Aggregate. Aggregate.
If they aggregate all the strength, they might win. The sum will aggregate $100. The A group won 4-2 on aggregate.
Aggressive. Aggressive.
Aggressive weapons. An aggressive young man can go far in our firm. He gets aggressive when he's drunk.
Bibliography. Bibliography.
Please include your quotations in the bibliography. Bibliography usually appears at the end of a book. He wrote a bibliography of chemistry.
Colossal. Colossal.
This is indeed a colossal success. The task they face is colossal. There has been a colossal waste of public money.
Combine. Combine.
Combine all the ingredients in a bowl. They combine against the common enemy. Combine study with entertainment.
Comedy. Comedy.
Romantic comedy. The comedy makes me laugh. He plays a comedian in the comedy.
Deposit. Deposit.
He put a deposit on a house. Current deposit. You may deposit your pen in my bag.
Depressed. Depressed.
She's depressed about the situation. The market is rather depressed at the moment. A depressed surface.
Enroll. Enroll.
It took 3 days to enroll the new students. We shall enroll people to train as teachers. To enroll the name.
En suite. En suite.
Each bedroom in the hotel has a bathroom en suite. It is a room that was decorated en suite. The rooms are comfortably furnished with heating and en suite bathrooms.
Feedback. Feedback.
The teacher will give you feedback on the test. Feedback from the consumer. We welcome feedback from our readers.
Gifted. Gifted.
He is one of the most gifted players in the world. A gifted pianist. A gifted child.
Gigantic. Gigantic.
Gigantic rock. The airplane looked like a gigantic bird. He has a gigantic appetite.
Hectare. Hectare.
The lands were to be sold at $2.50 per hectare. This piece of farmland is 1 hectare large. A hectare is equal to 15 mu.
Indicate. Indicate.
The black clouds indicate that it will rain. Road markings indicate where you can stop. The symptoms indicate immediate surgery.
Indicator. Indicator.
Gold prices are often seen as an indicator of inflation. Wait until the indicator lights up. Heat indicator of an oven.
Indigestion.
I overate and got indigestion. Indigestion may bring about this disease. Dietary indigestion.
Junior. Junior.
He is the junior partner in the firm. He is 3 years junior to me. Junior officer.
Junk.
The junk was piled up in the basement. Eating too much junk food is bad for your health. The room is full of junk.
Melt. Melt.
If you heat ice, it will melt into water. The ships melt into the darkness. These cakes melt in the mouth.
Mentality. Mentality.
A criminal mentality. Suicidal mentality. He is only a person of average mentality.
Merchandise. Merchandise.
The merchandise is not up to standard. We merchandise our furniture by advertising. They will load the truck with the merchandise.
Neutral. Neutral.
Be neutral in a dispute. That country remained neutral in the war. Neutral color.
Nevertheless. Nevertheless.
He's stupid, but I like him nevertheless. The news may be unexpected, nevertheless, it's true. Nevertheless, every hotel in town seems to be adding a new wing or cocktail lounge.
Precious.
Pandas are precious creatures. She owned many precious antiques. A diamond is a precious stone.
Predict. Predict.
You do not need to predict the outcome. No one can predict the future. Moreover, IQ tests do not necessarily predict so well once populations or situations change.
Prediction. Prediction.
His prediction about an earthquake was wrong. The prediction has no foundation. We all believed in her prediction.
Predominant. Predominant.
He is in the predominant position in the party. Green was the predominant color in the forest. His predominant character was pride.
Quotation. Quotation.
We accepted the lowest quotation. I found a mistake in this quotation. The book begins with a quotation.
Specimen. Specimen.
You'll be asked to provide a blood specimen. This is a specimen of the new cloth. Collect a specimen.
Spectacle.
The sunrise was a splendid spectacle. It was a spectacle not to be missed. This is a moving spectacle.
Spectacular. Spectacular.
The view was spectacular. We watched a spectacular sunset. This is a spectacular film.
Speculate. Speculate.
He began to speculate about the future. It would be pointless to speculate without any proof. Can you speculate how much damage might arise?
Terminate. Terminate.
We have to terminate this contract. The contract will terminate soon. To terminate the pregnancy.
Terminology. Terminology.
I find the medical terminology hard to remember. I don't understand the scientific terminology. Biological terminology.
Unfold. Unfold.
Buds unfold in the sunshine. They unfold all their secrets to us. I unfold a map.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
It was unfortunate that the weather was so bad. I was unfortunate to lose my keys. Don't laugh at unfortunate people.
Uniform. Uniform.
School uniform. They are uniform in size and shape. Put on a uniform.
Vacant. Vacant.
The seat next to him was vacant. She had a kind of vacant look on her face. There are some vacant offices.
Vacation. Vacation.
The long summer vacation is over. She has gone to Canada on vacation. He kept in touch with us while he was on vacation.
Vacuum. Vacuum.
To vacuum the carpet. Her death left a vacuum in his life. Sound waves will not travel through a vacuum.
Agony. Agony.
To endure agony. The wounded man was in agony. He lay in agony.
Aid. Aid.
Grandma needs a hearing aid. The country is dependent on foreign aid. Let us appeal to the president to aid us.
Aisle. Aisle.
The aisle was full of people. I don't like the aisle seat. Fire aisle.
Bind. Bind.
To bind one's mind. Many things bind us together. To bind a book.
Comfort. Comfort.
I tried to say some words of comfort. They comfort their friend by patting his back. Live in comfort.
Commence. Commence.
The meeting is planned to commence at noon. Commence a career. I will commence the painting next week.
Comment. Comment.
I don't think I can comment on his decision. Sharp comment. Earned media deserve all the negative comments about them.
Deputy. Deputy.
He is the deputy mayor of the city. She is the deputy headmaster of the school. My younger brother is my deputy during my absence.
Descend. Descend.
These ideas descend from those of the ancient philosophers. I'm surprised that he should descend to cheating. It is easier to descend than to ascend.
Ensure. Ensure.
I can't ensure that he will be there on time. We must ensure the purity of drinking water. We must ensure the continuity of fuel supplies.
Enterprise. Enterprise.
He is a man of great enterprise. They are determined to carry forward the enterprise. Build an enterprise.
Fertile. Fertile.
Fertile imagination. The district is fertile of wheat. This records the entire development of the fertile egg.
Fund. Fund.
To fund the research. Pension fund. Bank deposits are the available funds of an enterprise.
Fundamental. Fundamental.
Reading is a fundamental skill for a student. Fresh air is fundamental to good health. The fundamental laws of the universe.
Gist. Gist.
He is quick in grasping the gist of a book. Can you give me the gist of this report? He cannot understand the gist of their argument.
Heighten. Heighten.
More exercise helps to heighten appetite. I am going to heighten the wall. The heightened alert followed an emergency meeting with flu experts in Geneva that assembled after a sharp rise in cases in Australia and rising numbers in Britain, Japan, Chile and elsewhere.
Indispensable. Indispensable.
Health is indispensable to everyone. Air and water are indispensable to life. A good dictionary is indispensable for learning a foreign language.
Individual. Individual.
Students can apply for individual tuition. She wears very individual dresses. Individual effort.
Justice. Justice.
You should do justice to everyone. Justice triumphs in the end. The fight for justice.
Justify. Justify.
He tried to justify his decision. Don't try to justify your mistakes. He had to justify himself for his conduct.
Levy. Levy.
To levy men for a war. The government decided to levy a tax on import cars. To levy a tax.
Mere. Mere.
Mere words won't help. This is a mere assumption, resting on no facts. A mere child cannot do the work of a man.
Merely. Merely.
They are not merely content to fill the stomach. The atmosphere is merely a sphere. That is merely a lucky guess.
Merit. Merit.
The picture shows much artistic merit. He doesn't merit this punishment. The case does not merit further investigation.
Nickname. Nickname.
I usually call my wife by her nickname. We nickname him Little Lazy Cat. Red got his nickname for his red hair.
nightmare, nightmare.
Awake from a nightmare. My life has been a perpetual nightmare. I had a nightmare and cried out in horror.
Nominate. Nominate.
I nominate her to represent us at the meeting. I nominate her for the secretary. To nominate a candidate.
Preference. Preference.
I have a strong preference for tea. A teacher should not show preference for any of his students. It's a matter of personal preference.
Prejudice. Prejudice.
To prejudice one's health. He has a prejudice against all foreigners. Discourage racial prejudice.
Preliminary. Preliminary.
Movies at the preliminary stage were silent. There is a preliminary contest before the final one. A preliminary examination.
Rack.
He put his bag on the luggage rack. To rack up points. You should rack these bottles of wine.
Radiation. Radiation.
Cloud has a dominant influence on radiation. Solar radiation. The body cannot tolerate such large amounts of radiation.
Sphere. Sphere.
Sphere of influence. The atmosphere is merely a biology is not my sphere.
Spill. Spill.
The spill of beer. Be careful not to spill acid on your clothes. The coffee is so full that it might spill over.
Spin. Spin.
My sister can spin on her toes like a dancer. To spin at full speed. Suddenly, the plane went into a spin.
Terrific. Terrific.
What a terrific idea. A terrific headache. He is driving at a terrific speed.
Terrify. Terrify.
The ghost will terrify you. Heights terrify me. Rats terrify me.
Territory. Territory.
Our country is vast in territory. Each of the two countries claimed the territory. Expand the territory.
Universal. Universal.
It's a universal truth. Universal exploration. Overpopulation is a universal problem.
Universe. Universe.
It is hard to imagine the scale of the universe. The Earth is only a dot in the universe. The universe is made of different kinds of matters.
Vague. Vague.
It's quite vague about what happened. His vague ideas changed into a definite plan. He gave only a vague answer.
Vain. Vain.
He was vain and bombastic. We tried in vain to make him change his mind. She's vain about her good looks.
Alarm. Alarm.
They heard the fire alarm. We do not want to alarm the guest. A flurry of alarm.
Alcohol. Alcohol.
An addiction to alcohol. This drink doesn't contain any alcohol. The law forbids shops to sell alcohol to minors.
Blame. Blame.
Don't blame it on him. The driver is to blame for the accident. To accept the blame.
Commerce. Commerce.
International commerce. He is the leader of the commerce. Another major shift in the model for internet commerce concerns the technology available for marketing. Commercial. Commercial. Their music is too commercial. Commercial center. Commercial products.
Commit. Commit.
Commit a crime. Commit yourself to the doctor's care. I don't want to commit myself in that matter.
Committee. Committee.
The committee consists of 10 members. Chairman of the committee. The committee meets at 3 today.
Deserve. Deserve.
These poor people deserve our help. These proposals deserve careful study. You deserve a reward for being so helpful.
Despair. Despair.
It is better to hope than to despair. They despair of winning the game. Exclaim in despair.
Desperate. Desperate.
He's desperate for a glass of water. His failure made him desperate. He was desperate when he lost all his money.
Entertain.
They entertain guests with refreshments. I entertain them with music. Entertain friends at dinner.
Enthusiastic. Enthusiastic.
Thank you for your enthusiastic support. He is an enthusiastic baseball fan. He is enthusiastic about helping others.
Fertilizer. Fertilizer.
Natural fertilizer. Rotten leaves make good fertilizer. He spread the fertilizer over the lawn.
Glance. Glance.
I glance at the headline in the newspaper. To glance at Dad's angry face. A shy glance.
Heir. Heir.
The lawful heir. The legitimate heir. The craftsman taught his son and heir how to make pots.
Induce. Induce.
The medicine will induce sleep. I tried to induce her to read the book. I failed to induce him to see a doctor.
Indulge. Indulge.
To indulge one's curiosity. Only rarely will she indulge in a glass of wine. Don't indulge yourself too much.
Liberal. Liberal.
She is liberal with her money. Her parents are very liberal and allow her a lot of freedom. A free-thinking liberal.
License. License.
A license to drive a car. The policeman asked to see his driving license. Her license was revoked.
Messy. Messy.
Messy room. Messy case. Cleaning the car is a messy job.
Method. Method.
A scientific method. An effective method. He invented a new method to make bread.
Migrate. Migrate.
Some birds migrate to find warmer weather. People migrate to find work. Herdsmen used to migrate with their sheep.
Mileage. Mileage.
What mileage has your car done? Mileage meter. My annual mileage is about 10,000.
Nonetheless. Nonetheless.
I cannot go. Nonetheless, I appreciate. It's late, but it is still possible to get tickets nonetheless. Nonetheless, many companies still hesitate to use the web because of doubts about its reliability.
Norm. Norm.
A production norm. Be below the norm. Law is a social norm.
Prescribe. Prescribe.
The patient should take the medicine as prescribed by the doctor. Please prescribe some medicine for the burn. Good citizens always do what the law prescribes.
Prescription. Prescription.
Secret prescription. Folk prescription. The prescription of drugs is a doctor's responsibility.
Presence. Presence.
We shall be very glad to have your presence. Ghostly presence. He was nervous at the presence of so many people. He was nervous at the presence of so many people.
Presentation. Presentation.
The presentation of food can be as important as the taste. He will tell you how to overcome the nervousness in business presentation. He gave a short presentation to convey his idea.
Preserve. Preserve.
We must preserve our natural resources. The classics preserve traditional values. You can preserve meat in salt.
Radical. Radical.
He took up a radical position on this issue. The patient got a radical cure in the hospital. He made a radical change in the plan.
Rage. Rage.
Rage of infection. The storms rage so fiercely on the sea. He was mad with rage.
Ragged. Ragged.
The poor boy was ashamed of his ragged clothes. A ragged tramp. She could hear his ragged breathing, as if he had been running.
Random. Random.
A random remark. He always puts his stuff at random. A random guess.
Spiritual. Spiritual.
I'm concerned about your spiritual welfare. His spiritual nature is good. Reading books is a man's spiritual needs.
Spoil.
Your bad behavior would spoil your future. As a mother, you should not spoil your child. Too many cooks spoil the broth.
Sponsor. Sponsor.
Who is the sponsor of the research program? Sponsor a meeting. Sponsor a show.
Spot. Spot.
The region is called the blind spot. You have a grease spot on your shirt. This is the spot where the two trucks collided.
Unlikely. Unlikely.
His condition is unlikely to improve.
Unplug. Unplug.
I had to unplug the phone. Please unplug the TV before you go to bed. Terms like unplug, offline, life hack, bandwidth, and capacity are all about setting boundaries between the office and the home.
Update. Update.
They decided to update the computer systems. Update the file. The software update.
Uphold. Uphold.
To uphold a right. His family uphold him in his action. Our policy has been to uphold the law.
Alien. Alien.
Their ideas are quite alien to ours. New York is alien to me. The power technology of alien spacecraft is far beyond the limit of human cognition.
Allocate. Allocate.
Allocate shares. We allocate accommodation to each of the refugees. You must allocate the money carefully.
Blank. Blank.
A blank sheet of paper. She turned to a blank page in her notebook.
Commodity. Commodity.
Commodity economy. The commodity price has been dropping. A commodity fair.
Commonplace. Commonplace.
Soon it will be commonplace for men to travel to the moon. A commonplace novel. Jet travel is now a commonplace.
Convey. Convey.
These trucks convey the furniture. Convey ideas. I can't convey my feelings in words.
Convince. Convince.
He couldn't convince her anyhow. Your argument is too weak to convince me. He tried to convince me of his innocence.
Communicate. Communicate.
Unable to speak a word of the language, he communicated with his hands. I like to communicate with my family. They communicate in sign language.
Despite. Despite.
Despite all our efforts, we still lost the game. Despite what others say, I think this film is very good. Despite old age, she is still learning to drive.
Destiny. Destiny.
Destiny is sometimes cruel. We should be the master of our own destiny. Nobody knows his own destiny.
Entire. Entire.
I am in entire agreement with you. He wrote the entire play in only 2 weeks. The entire class will be there.
Entitle. Entitle.
Your qualifications entitle you to a higher salary. Entitle the book The Secret Garden. To cite situations where they are entitled to more freedom.
Festival. Festival.
They are putting up decorations for the festival. Celebrate a festival. We all wore festival costumes to the ball.
Hence. Hence.
It's handmade and hence expensive. We can't meet each other a week hence. The Long Now Foundation has as its flagship project a mechanical clock that is designed to still be marking time thousands of years hence.
Industrious. Industrious.
The Chinese are industrious people. He is clever and industrious. He is industrious in his studies.
Ineffective. Ineffective.
The break is ineffective. An ineffective plea. This medicine turned out ineffective.
Inefficient. Inefficient.
He is inefficient and must be replaced. That's an inefficient and expensive method. The inefficient operation cost the firm a lot of money.
Juvenile. Juvenile.
The magazine aims at juvenile readers. The juvenile became an adult.
Lifespan. Lifespan.
The battery had a short lifespan. Smiling frequently can extend your lifespan. Worms have a lifespan of a few months.
Lifestyle. Lifestyle.
A modern lifestyle. A low-pressure lifestyle. A paradise where people can share only the most flattering photos, the cream of their wit, style, beauty, intellect and lifestyle.
Mild. Mild.
The patient has a mild fever. That island has a mild climate. He is mild of manner.
Military. Military.
It is the obligation of citizens to perform military service. The military commander has been dismissed. Did you serve in the military?
Mimic. Mimic.
A parrot is a good mimic. The army will carry on a mimic warfare. The gun is just a mimic.
Mineral. Mineral.
Coal is a mineral. She bent down and picked up a mineral. This shop sells mineral water.
Normal. Normal.
The state protects normal religious activities. People who commit crimes like that aren't normal. She cheered herself up to lead a normal life.
Nostalgia. Nostalgia.
I was filled with nostalgia by hearing my favorite old song. Nostalgia, as always, had wiped away bad memories and magnified the good ones. Nostalgia for ink on paper and the rustle of pages aside, there's plenty of incentive to ditch print.
Press. Press.
Don't let out the plan to the press. Press conference. Press this button in case of fire.
Prestige. Prestige.
Wealth and prestige failed to seduce him. International prestige. She enjoyed high prestige among the peers.
Presume. Presume.
May I presume to ask you a question? They presume the man to be innocent. That's the new assistant, I presume.
Previous. Previous.
A day previous to Christmas. He arrived on the previous night. He had no previous experience of this kind of job.
Raid. Raid.
We launched a raid on enemy bases. A raid on a bank. The foxes raid the hen house.
Range.
The children's ages range from 8 to 15. A wide range of colors and patterns. The salesman ranged the goods in order.
Ranking. Ranking.
The ranking diplomat. He is a top-ranking painter. The lowest ranking.
Spouse. Spouse.
He loves his spouse deeply. Be faithful to your spouse. He lives with his spouse.
Spray. Spray.
A spray of water. The liquid came out of the bottle in a spray. There are too many bugs, so spray some pesticide.
Spring. Spring.
Buds sprout in the spring. Hot spring. The cat is ready to spring.
Squeeze. Squeeze.
I squeeze the last bit of toothpaste out. Squeeze into a tight space. Squeeze the sponge so that all the water comes out.
Texture. Texture.
The texture of the rock. The cake has a nice texture. The texture of the soil.
Theft. Theft.
The defendant is accused of theft. He was put in prison for theft. Art theft.
Valid. Valid.
Illness is a valid excuse for being absent. A valid argument. He has a valid passport.
Validate. Validate.
Do these results validate his theory? To validate the information. To validate a marriage.
Vanish. Vanish.
Wonderful dreams may come true or may vanish into thin air. With a wave of his hand, the magician made the rabbit vanish. Until one day we find ourselves in a garden, we feel the oppression vanish as if by magic.
Amateur. Amateur.
Amateur performance. He is an amateur painter. It's a business for the professional, not the amateur.
Amazing. Amazing.
He has amazing knowledge. I think it's an amazing achievement. He told me an amazing story.
Athlete. Athlete.
An all-around athlete. The athlete was within an inch of breaking the record. The athlete has a strong body.
Blend. Blend.
These buildings blend in well with the trees. When they sing, their voices blend nicely. Blend the sugar and flour.
Community. Community.
He refuses to join any community. Yet these creatures are members of the biotic community. The non-commercial tree species are recognized as members of native forest community, to be preserved as such, within reason.
Commute. Commute.
Commute from death to life imprisonment. Most office workers commute from the suburbs. He has to commute about 5 miles to the city.
Destroy. Destroy.
Destroy a building. Force can never destroy right. The gale destroyed the small village.
Detail. Detail.
To detail the soldiers to dig ditches. To detail a report. He told us the accident in detail.
Detect. Detect.
They detect some problems with the product. Detect an error. I detect some anger in his voice.
Entity. Entity.
A political entity. The moon is an entity. The earth is a living entity.
Environment. Environment.
Pollution of the environment. He quickly adapted himself to the new environment. Surrounding environment.
Fetch. Fetch.
Please fetch me my coat. This house should fetch a good price. I will fetch him for you.
Fiction. Fiction.
Her story was a pure fiction. Is this report a fact or fiction? Science fiction.
Framework. Framework.
It's a bridge of steel framework. We have established a clear framework for solving problems. We just need a tent supported on a framework.
Fraud. Fraud.
He was actually a fraud. I saw through the fraud. Investigation of fraud was their commission.
Herd. Herd.
They kept a large herd of cattle. To herd cattle. We saw a herd of elephants yesterday.
Inevitable. Inevitable.
Inevitable success. The war was inevitable. This is an inevitable disaster.
Infant. Infant.
This shop sells infant clothes. An infant enterprise. The infant crawled across the room.
Lift. Lift.
The lift has a capacity of 13 persons. This luggage is too heavy for me to lift. He was too weak even to lift his head.
Minimal. Minimal.
He got minimal payment. What are the minimal transport costs? Even these minimal goals may not be achieved.
Minimum. Minimum.
He smokes a minimum of 10 cigarettes a day. This is the minimum price for a single room. Cost must be kept to a minimum.
Ministry. Ministry.
My son wants to enter the ministry. The Ministry of Defense. All schools are under the control of the Ministry of Education.
Notable. Notable.
She plays a notable role in the decision. Notable beauty. The senator is a notable person.
Note. Note.
Note how to do it. Her voice took on a bitter note. Refer to the note.
Primary. Primary.
China is currently in the primary stage of socialism. The primary cause of Tom's failure is his laziness. Primary color.
Prime. Prime.
Peace is the prime principle of our foreign policy. He died in the prime of his life. Spring is the prime time for planting.
Primitive. Primitive.
They built a primitive shelter out of the tree trunks. Primitive society. Primitive men lived in caves.
Principle.
Drinking is a principal cause of highway deaths. The principal has a very tight schedule. How much interest will there be on a principal of $5,000?
Rash. Rash.
A rash decision. A rash of robberies. It would be rash to rely on such evidence.
Rating. Rating.
Credit rating. The cereal has fallen in the rating this week. Approval rating.
Ratio.
Direct ratio. The ratio of schoolboys to schoolgirls is 2 to 1. The ratios of 1 to 5 and 20 to 100 are the same.
Stability. Stability.
Political stability is essential to economic prosperity. Promote social stability. She lacks emotional stability.
Stable. Stable.
Markets are flourishing and prices are stable. The horse in the stable has broken out. He is a man of stable character.
Stadium. Stadium.
The stadium is being used for a match. The flags in the stadium flapped in the wind. The crowd went into the new stadium.
Staff. Staff.
They staff the company with temporary workers. The school's teaching staff is excellent. This company has a staff of 50.
Theme. Theme.
Education was the theme of his talk. The theme of the poem is love and peace. What is the theme of the play?
Theoretical. Theoretical.
This book is too theoretical. Theoretical analysis. This is not a merely theoretical possibility.
Urban. Urban.
The urban poor are in need of accommodation. Exploit the urban and rural markets. The spread of urban areas endangers wildlife.
Urge. Urge.
He has an urge to become a cinema star. My friends urge me to apply for the job. I can't resist the urge to go home early.
Urgent. Urgent.
Urgent need. The task is so urgent that it allows no hesitation. She was speaking to him in an urgent voice.
Vapor. Vapor.
A cloud is a mass of vapor in the sky. Vapor can be changed into liquid by cooling. When heated, water changes into vapor.
Variety. Variety.
This variety is now out of favor with customers. A variety show. The richness and variety of marine life.
Alter. Alter.
Sophistry cannot alter history. Diet and exercise will alter your shape. To identify an original photograph of themselves from a lineup including versions that had been altered more and less attractive.
Alternative. Alternative.
I'll have no alternative but to go with you. Alternative energy. Companies today can exploit many alternative forms of media.
Compare. Compare.
I should compare your eyes to diamonds. I can only compare the experience to falling in love. Walking can't compare with flying. Comparison. Make a comparison. By comparison with London, Paris is small. Striking comparison.
Compensate.
You will have to compensate us for the loss. Nothing can compensate for the loss of one's health. Who will compensate for the losses?
Competition.
The competition is very keen. Open competition. I won a prize in the competition.
Determine. Determine.
This examination will determine your final grade. Determine on giving up smoking. To determine the velocity.
Device. Device.
A device for opening bottles. She got the information by some device. This is a device to avoid income tax.
Devil. Devil.
Sell one's soul to the devil. The devil tempts people to do wrong things. A devil was chasing after me in my dream.
Envy. Envy.
They envy his good fortune. Many people envy his musical talent. Her admiration was full of envy.
Episode. Episode.
I tried to wipe the whole episode from my mind. The final episode will be shown next Saturday. Dramatic episode.
Fierce.
Fierce storm. In the fierce fighting, the fierce lion burst free from the chains.
File. File.
She decided to file for divorce. Nail file. To file a document.
Glimpse. Glimpse.
She catches a glimpse of a car in the distance. I glimpsed her among the crowd. He caught a glimpse of me when I passed by.
Hesitate. Hesitate.
I hesitate to get involved in this adventure. I hesitate before diving into the icy water. I hesitated before choosing a book.
Hesitation. Hesitation.
His hesitation indicated unwillingness. There is no room for hesitation. She answered without hesitation.
Infect. Infect.
I don't want to infect you with my cold. It is not possible to infect another person through kissing. It has infected more than 1 million people.
Infection. Infection.
He was infected with an infection. She has got an ear infection. A local infection.
Infer. Infer.
We can infer the meaning of the word in the context. From your smile I infer that you're pleased. To infer an unknown fact from a known fact.
Light-hearted. Light-hearted.
They talked about light-hearted topics at the party. They become much more playful, open, and light-hearted. So speak slowly and remember that a raised eyebrow or an unbelieving look may help to show that you are making a light-hearted remark.
Minor. Minor.
What subject did you minor in? No minor inside. Minor element.
Minority. Minority.
They help minority women get economic equality. Only a minority want the war to continue. A minority voted against the plan.
Minus. Minus.
5 minus 3 is 2. The temperature is minus 20 degrees. The calculation result was a minus.
Notion. Notion.
He has no notion of economy. Abstract notion. We had a notion that he was telling a lie.
Principle. Principle.
Her idea is right in principle. The two machines work on the same principle. It will be against my principle to lie to you.
Prior. Prior.
Prior consideration. The will was made 2 days prior to his death. This task is prior to all others.
Privacy. Privacy.
They expose the people's privacy. Violate one's privacy. Invasion of privacy.
Privilege. Privilege.
Abuse of privilege. It is a privilege to know you. They attacked the educational policy privileging the children of wealthy parents.
Procedure. Procedure.
Procedure in production. The next procedure is to insert the battery. The check-in procedure.
Rational. Rational.
Panic destroys rational thought. It was a rational plan and bound to succeed. Rational suggestion.
Raw. Raw.
This is a raw story. The Japanese often eat raw fish. Raw material.
React. React.
How did they react to your suggestion? How did you react to the news? Try not to react in anger.
Stage. Stage.
They decided to stage a strike. The stage of development. To stage a new play.
Stain. Stain.
The stain on his shirt is difficult to clean off. There isn't a stain on her reputation. He will stain the family honor.
Steak. Steak.
He lost his stake when the horse finished last. The boy fastened the goat to a stake. He will stake his good reputation for this.
Standard. Standard.
There is no absolute standard for beauty. Standard pronunciation. This is the standard work on the subject.
Thereby. Thereby.
He knocked over the wine, thereby wetting the tablecloth. Heat is thereby converted into mechanical energy. He became a citizen, thereby gaining the right to vote.
Thesis. Thesis.
This thesis will need all your concentration. This thesis does not stand up to close inspection. The theme of a thesis.
Utilize. Utilize.
No people utilize the empty house. You must utilize all available resources. The machines need to utilize solar energy.
Utmost. Utmost.
Conservation is of the utmost importance. She did her utmost to give pleasure to her parents. I have the utmost respect for his opinion.
Vary. Vary.
The prices vary with the season. To vary one's diet. Conditions vary from school to school.
Vast. Vast.
The birds are soaring in the vast sky. China is vast in territory. $1 billion is a vast amount of money.
Ambition. Ambition.
There are no bounds to his ambition. Be full of ambition. You should persist in your ambition.
Amend. Amend.
You must amend your pronunciation. They decided to amend the bill. To amend a document.
Block. Block.
Traffic block. A block of ice. Cameras are on every block.
Compile. Compile.
It takes years of hard work to compile a good dictionary. The book took 10 years to compile. Compile an encyclopedia.
Complement. Complement.
Peace and development complement each other. We complement one another perfectly. The complement of an angle.
Complex. Complex.
Complex phenomenon. This is the city's only industrial complex of the Qing dynasty. A computer is a complex machine.
Couple. Couple.
People couple the name of Oxford with the idea of learning. I'll be back in a couple of days. A couple of socks.
Coverage. Coverage.
This radio station has great coverage. The live coverage made the news lifelike. Television has changed news coverage.
Devote. Devote.
I devote myself to helping the poor. Devote more time. Please devote more time to your work.
Diabetes. Diabetes.
Diabetes increases the risk of stroke. Insulin is used in the treatment of diabetes. The doctor diagnosed her illness as diabetes.
Equip. Equip.
Equip with air conditioning. Equip the army with modern weapons. They got no money to equip their laboratory.
Era. Era.
Create an era. We are living in the information era. It marks the beginning of a new era in human history.
Fin. Fin.
The fin of a rocket. A fish uses fin to balance itself. The fin of a fish.
Finance. Finance.
People who work in banks know about finance. He took a job to finance his stay in Germany. She is an expert in finance.
Freight. Freight.
This freight must be carefully handled when loading. Freight must be prepaid before we send the delivery. Freight ship.
Global. Global.
The crisis here caught the global attention. Air pollution is a global problem. Global travel.
Inferior.
Inferior goods. The house is inferior to what I expected. They are often inferior to live concerts in quality.
Inflation. Inflation.
Inflation is caused by excessive money stock. The inflation of the airbed took several minutes. Farmers suffered from the price inflation.
Lightweight. Lightweight.
A lightweight intellect. He's just a lightweight in politics. A lightweight champion.
Minute. Minute.
Please wait a minute. A minute amount. He phoned the police and described the criminal in minute detail.
Miracle. Miracle.
The doctors said that his recovery was a miracle. Create a miracle. That bridge was a miracle of engineering.
Mirror. Mirror.
Her words mirror her attitude. The boy carelessly broke the mirror into pieces. Girls like to look at themselves in the mirror.
Notorious. Notorious.
Tom is a notorious liar. The king was notorious for his cruelty. A notorious gambler.
Notwithstanding. Notwithstanding.
The teams played on, notwithstanding the rain. They took a risk in driving on, notwithstanding the storm. They went ahead, public opposition notwithstanding.
Naught. Naught.
All his attempts came to naught. Sales rose by 0.8%. Count from 0 to 10.
Proceed. Proceed.
We proceed with our plans. Proceed with one's work. Let us proceed with our lesson.
Process. Process.
A meeting is in process. To process the data. Building a car is a long process.
Production. Production.
The production of wheat. We must increase production levels. This book is his latest production.
Professional. Professional.
I need to consult a professional. Professional standard. Professional painter.
Realistic.
Set realistic goals. He was realistic about difficulties. It's a realistic idea.
Reap. Reap.
To reap wheat. If you plant pride, you will reap destruction. I reap from the success of my efforts.
Rear. Rear.
The main entrance is at the rear. Most farmers in this area rear sheep. The sun shines through the rear window.
Reasonable. Reasonable.
A reasonable price. Reasonable arrangement. Your answer is not reasonable.
Reassure. Reassure.
The police reassure her about the child's safety. Reassure him that we shall go. I tried to reassure her.
Starve. Starve.
Starve to death. The poor starve and the rich feast. Don't starve the kitten.
Stationary. Stationary.
A stationary object is easy to be aimed at. He crashed into a stationary bus. Wait until the bus is stationary before you get off.
Stationary. Stationary.
Stationery is kept in the stock cupboard. The shop sells stationery. My stationery cupboard is full of paper.
Statistics. Statistics.
He is a professor of statistics. He is taking statistics. Statistics should be treated with caution.
Thoughtful. Thoughtful.
He had a thoughtful look on his face. It was thoughtful of you to send me the gift. A thoughtful essay.
Threshold. Threshold.
He was on the threshold of his career. The treaty will be the threshold of lasting peace. He stopped at the threshold of the bedroom.
Vegetarian. Vegetarian.
A vegetarian diet. He opened a vegetarian restaurant. She is a strict vegetarian.
Vehicle. Vehicle.
The play is a good vehicle for his comic talent. No entry for vehicle. The solar-powered vehicle.
Ample. Ample.
We have an ample supply of water. Ample reward. Ample reason.
Amusing. Amusing.
I didn't think that joke was amusing. Amusing story. I didn't find the book very amusing.
Bloom. Bloom.
The peonies are in full bloom now. These flowers will bloom all through the summer. The garden looks lovely when the roses are in bloom.
Blossom. Blossom.
Industries that come into blossom. Some work relationships may blossom into friendships. The apple trees will blossom soon.
Complicated. Complicated.
Complicated machine. Complicated theory. It is a very complicated problem.
Component. Component.
The army is the chief component of state power. Component parts. Basic component.
Compose. Compose.
He used to compose poetry. Molecules compose a cell. Compose a symphony.
Diagnose.
Depression can be hard to diagnose. Diagnose the disease. How do you diagnose drug allergy?
Diagram. Diagram.
Diagram of curve. The engineer drew a diagram of the bridge. She gave me a diagram of railway network.
Erase. Erase.
Time cannot erase his memories of the war. Please erase my name from the list. These marks don't erase easily.
Finite. Finite.
The world's resources are finite. A finite number of possibilities. A finite list of choices.
Glorious. Glorious.
Thrift is our glorious tradition. Glorious achievement. It's glorious to get rich through honest labor.
Highlight. Highlight.
We will show you the highlight of the video. The president wants to highlight the importance of his visit to China. Highlight the political problem.
High-tech. High-tech.
The development of high-tech is rapid. High-tech industry. The digital camera is a high-tech gadget.
Influence. Influence.
Her words can influence me to be a better person. The weather will influence the crops. A teacher has great influence over his pupils.
Influenza. Influenza.
An outbreak of influenza. We are all taking medicine against the influenza. Be sick with the influenza.
Informative. Informative.
The talk was informative. The magazine is informative. The adverts are not very informative.
Likelihood. Likelihood.
In all likelihood, we shall be away for a week. There is no likelihood of his success. Basic economics suggests the greater potential consumers, the higher the likelihood of a better price.
Miserable. Miserable.
The miserable girl hopes for sympathy. The miserable story about him is beyond belief. I have a miserable life.
Misery. Misery.
She died in misery. Fame brought her nothing but misery. War causes misery.
Missile. Missile.
Launch a missile. A missile hit the ship and sank it. A missile was projected into space.
Nourish. Nourish.
The school's goal is to nourish musical talent. Nourish a hope. They needed good food to nourish their bodies.
Novelty. Novelty.
It was quite a novelty to meet someone like that. Cars were a novelty in 1900. The novelty attracted him.
Nuclear. Nuclear.
The use of nuclear weapons is a horrible threat to humankind. They have built 3 nuclear power stations this year. Nuclear war.
Proficiency. Proficiency.
The proficiency in action. Practice improves proficiency. His proficiency in English helped a lot in his career.
Profile. Profile.
The newspaper published a profile of a leading sportsman. Turn sideways to show the profile. His handsome profile attracts me.
Prohibit. Prohibit.
Flying is prohibited on rainy days. Many firms prohibit smoking in the office. We prohibit weapons that might wound someone.
Project. Project.
To project a film on the screen. To project a missile. To project a tax decrease.
Prolong. Prolong.
I don't know how to prolong the life of my battery. Good care may prolong a sick person's life. Medicine will further prolong people's lives.
Recall. Recall.
Recall the product. I remember her face, but can't recall her name. The doll makes me recall my happy childhood.
Reception. Reception.
Warm reception. Thank you for your reception. Their school gave a reception to their new principal.
Recipe.
A recipe for success. I want the recipe of the dish. A recipe for fever.
Statue. Statue.
He sat there like a statue. Bronze statue. The statue was carved out of marble.
Status. Status.
We are all interested in the status of world affairs. Doctors have great status in most countries. They were granted refugee status.
Steer. Steer.
I steer the car skillfully through the narrow streets. Steer into a port. Sometimes an oar is used to steer a boat.
Stereo. Stereo.
Stereo earphone. This program is being broadcast in stereo. Don't blare the stereo.
Stimulate. Stimulate.
Stimulate people's enthusiasm. I'm trying to stimulate him to study harder. They stimulate me to make greater efforts.
Threaten. Threaten.
They threaten me with violence. The rebels threaten to seize civilian hostages. Threaten life.
Venture. Venture.
A rewarding business venture. May I venture to suggest a change? Don't venture on the sea in that little boat.
Venue. Venue.
The venue for the World Cup remains undecided. The venue was under investigation by the police. The fans crowded into the competition venue.
Verge. Verge.
They verge towards a quarrel. The economy is on the verge of collapse. She was on the verge of tears.
Analyze.
They asked an expert to analyze the problem. The doctor will analyze the blood sample. Scientists analyze samples of leaves.
Analysis. Analysis.
We must make a close analysis of the case. Data analysis. Logical analysis.
Ancestor. Ancestor.
Remote ancestor. This machine is the ancestor of the modern computer. The three species evolved from a single ancestor.
Blueprint. Blueprint.
We have a perfect blueprint about your life. To blueprint the building. Here's the blueprint of my design.
Compound. Compound.
The embassy compound. Chemical compound. I compound various ingredients into a drug.
Comprehension. Comprehension.
Reading comprehension. You must have good comprehension when learning languages. Develop comprehension.
Crisis. Crisis.
The economic crisis made people hopeless. Political crisis. Keep a cool head during the crisis.
Critic. Critic.
A famous critic reviewed the play. Literary critic. The critic disparaged her latest novel.
Dialect. Dialect.
The dialect is spoken principally in the rural areas. They were speaking in dialect. It was difficult for him to understand the local dialect.
Error. Error.
You are in error about the time. He overlooked a spelling error on the first page. He made an error in his calculation.
Essay. Essay.
The essay is too wordy. He is checking every word of the essay. A thoughtful essay.
Essence. Essence.
We should penetrate the appearance to see the essence. Distill the essence of natural plants. The essence of language is communication.
Fitness. Fitness.
Her fitness for the job cannot be questioned. Fitness Center. A magazine on health and fitness.
Glossary. Glossary.
There is a glossary at the end of the textbook. You can find its special expression in the glossary. There are explanations of words in the glossary.
Hijack.
They plan to hijack a plane. The hijack was organized by a group of opponents to the government. Every minute during the hijack seemed like a week.
Infrastructure. Infrastructure.
Infrastructure works have been completed. Communication infrastructure. Social infrastructure.
Ingredient. Ingredient.
Salt is an important ingredient for cooking. What is the active ingredient in the medicine? Investors now view it as a necessary ingredient to a sustained boom.
Likewise. Likewise.
I told him to watch me and do likewise. They went on foot and I did likewise. His second marriage was likewise unhappy.
Mission. Mission.
They assign a very difficult mission to us. Diplomatic mission. His mission is to help poor people.
Mobile. Mobile.
He is an actor with a very mobile face. Mobile phone. He converted his truck into a mobile snack bar.
Nuisance. Nuisance.
Don't make yourself a nuisance to others. Having to stand in line was a nuisance. It is a nuisance to take classes every day.
Numerous. Numerous.
There are numerous people on the square. Those birds have become more numerous lately. Numerous books.
Prominent. Prominent.
A single tree in a field is prominent. He is a prominent doctor. He has a prominent nose.
Promising. Promising.
The results of the experiments are very promising. He was a promising writer. He patted his chest, promising he would come.
Promote. Promote.
Promote world peace. An advertiser wants to promote his products. The boss will promote you for your successful work.
Propel. Propel.
Dreams propel people to work hard. Rocket is used to propel a spaceship toward space. To propel the process.
Recital. Recital.
We went to a piano recital last night. A recital of one's experiences. A poetry recital.
Reckon. Reckon.
We have to reckon with many problems. I reckon so. We'll have to reckon the cost.
Recognize. Recognize.
Can you recognize her from this picture? I recognize your right to ask that question. I recognize that I have made a mistake.
Stir. Stir.
These stories stir her sympathy. Stir up hatred. Stir sugar into coffee.
Storage. Storage.
Data storage. The fish should be kept in cold storage. The cave can be used for storage.
Story. Story.
Look at that 16-story building. He works on the 10th story of the office building. A house of 2 stories.
Straightforward. Straightforward.
I'm quite a straightforward man. Their responsibility is straightforward. The explanation was straightforward.
Timely. Timely.
I really appreciate your timely help. Timely completion. Your timely warning saved our lives.
Tiny. Tiny.
The baby put his tiny hand in mine. This tiny woman has a big appetite. She keeps a tiny cat.
Tip. Tip.
I gave a tip to the porter. The tip of a finger. Tip the table.
Versatile. Versatile.
Nylon is a versatile material. He's a very versatile performer. This little knife is a versatile tool.
Version. Version.
We need an English version of this book. The new version of this dictionary is not in use yet. We have a paperback and a hardback version.
Versus. Versus.
Copyrights are relevant versus patents. It is France versus Brazil in the final. Income versus savings.
Via. Via.
We flew to New York via Hong Kong. I usually contact my friends via the internet. I sent a message to Mary via her friend.
Ancient. Ancient.
In ancient times. He found a piece of fossil of an ancient bird. Ancient civilization.
Announcement. Announcement.
There is an announcement of their engagement. He waited for the announcement of the result. There has been no formal announcement by the government.
Boast. Boast.
Nobody should boast of his own learning. She likes to boast about her son's talent. I don't want to boast, but I can actually speak 6 languages.
Comprise. Comprise.
A year comprises 12 months. The jury comprises people from all walks of life. The task force is comprised of congressional leaders, cabinet heads, and administration officials.
Compute. Compute.
I compute my losses at 500 yuan. Ask the waiter to compute the bill. He failed to compute the interest.
Conceal. Conceal.
Conceal the fact. They conceal her husband's death from her. She couldn't conceal her excitement.
differ, differ.
We differ about moral standards. My brother and I differ in many ways. Nylon and silk differ.
Digest. Digest.
Students need time to digest new knowledge. Readers digest. The function of the stomach is to digest food. Dignity. Dignity. Behave yourself with dignity. I will treat customers with dignity and respect. The sense of human dignity.
Establish. Establish.
To establish the truth of a story. To establish one's reputation. To establish diplomatic relations.
Estate. Estate.
He has a beautiful estate near London. He owns a large estate. Administer estate.
Fix. Fix.
We are going to fix the broken machine. Let us fix the rent. To fix a picture on the wall.
Flame. Flame.
Flame swept through the forest. To flame with excitement. The candle flame flickered.
Hike.
To hike the wage. Let's go for a hike. The hike in price has brought dissatisfaction of many consumers.
Inhabit. Inhabit.
Many animals inhabit the forest. They inhabit the island. Many seabirds inhabit the coral island.
Inhabitant. Inhabitant.
Every inhabitant of the island is friendly. Every inhabitant has an obligation to pay taxes. An inhabitant of the town.
Limitation. Limitation.
The government has imposed limitations on imports. The only limitation is your own mind. It has limitations to draw money from ATM.
Linguist. Linguist.
He was an accomplished linguist. The linguist is fluent in the queer dialect. The linguist goes to study tribal language in the field.
Mock. Mock.
They mock at my fears. He failed in the mock. He screamed in mock horror.
Mode. Mode.
A mode of expression. It is a bad mode of holding a pen. Are miniskirts the modern mode?
Moderate. Moderate.
She was chosen to moderate the convention. Moderate exercise will be of benefit to you. He holds moderate opinions.
Nurture. Nurture.
Everyone shall have a good nurture. To nurture a student's talent. We should nurture the plant.
Nutrition. Nutrition.
A balanced diet provides nutrition for your body. Adequate nutrition. This is a book on nutrition.
Property.
Private property. All elastic materials possess this property to a certain degree. The property was returned to the original owner.
Proportion. Proportion.
Proper proportion. A large proportion of time is spent on study. The painting lacks proportion.
Proposal. Proposal.
She accepted his proposal of marriage. To present a proposal. The peace proposal was rejected.
Propose. Propose.
Propose marriage to a girl. Will you please propose me for your club? I propose an early start tomorrow morning.
Recollect. Recollect.
I don't recollect how to sail a boat. I don't recollect having seen her before. He can still recollect her looking.
Recommend. Recommend.
Who would you recommend for the chairmanship? I recommend it as a useful reference. Can you recommend some new books for me?
Recover. Recover.
It took a long time for him to recover from a bad cold. To recover his money, he gambled again. I sincerely hope you will soon recover.
Recreation. Recreation.
Some films combine education with recreation. Facilities for recreation. Football is the boys' usual recreation after school.
Strategy. Strategy.
An expert in military strategy. It was a good strategy to defeat the enemy. We will discuss our sales strategy this year.
Strengthen. Strengthen.
Strengthen national defense. We must strengthen our unity in the face of powerful enemies. Strengthen environmental protection.
Stress. Stress.
To stress the importance. The stress from workplace. The stress falls on the last syllable.
Stretch. Stretch.
This company's budgets are already stretched to breaking point. I stretch across the table for the butter. There is a stretch of woodland beside the sea.
Strict. Strict.
Our teacher is strict. A strict coach. Strict parents.
Toast. Toast.
A piece of toast. I toast your health. They toast their feet in front of the fire.
Toil. Toil.
They toil up the hill. We were quite exhausted with the toil. Workers toil long hours.
Tolerance. Tolerance.
My tolerance of your impoliteness is limited. She had no tolerance for jokes of any kind. We should treat others with the heart of tolerance.
Victim. Victim.
She was the victim of an accident. A victim of racial prejudice. He was the victim of a murder.
Victory. Victory.
The army won a victory. We are certain of victory. No victory comes without price.
Vigor. Vigor.
He is a young boy with plenty of vigor. The children are full of vigor. To lose vigor.
Annoy. Annoy.
Don't let anybody annoy me when I am talking to her. These flies annoy me a lot. I did not mean to annoy you.
Annual. Annual.
Annual salary. They make an annual visit to Hawaii. Annual report.
Bold. Bold.
The room was decorated in bold colors. It is very bold of them to venture to do so. A bold, impudent child.
Conceive. Conceive.
She was unable to conceive. Conceive a plan. Conceive an idea.
Concentrate. Concentrate.
Concentrate on what I say. Juice concentrate. I can't concentrate because of the noise.
Concept. Concept.
He can't grasp the concept of math. The concept of social class. Modern concept.
Concern. Concern.
These books concern learning languages. Don't concern about me. His concern for the poor is only a pose.
Diligent. Diligent.
A diligent person values his time. No one can be more diligent than him. She is smart and diligent.
Dimension. Dimension.
Height is an external dimension. A line has one dimension and a square has two. It is becoming less clear, however, that such a theory would be a simplification, given the dimensions and universes that it might entail.
Esteem. Esteem.
Lack of self-esteem. I hold you in high esteem. I esteem it an honor to visit your university.
Estimate. Estimate.
To estimate the cost. Can you estimate the worth of the used car? My estimate of his abilities was wrong.
Flash. Flash.
In a flash, the truth came to him. The train passed me as quickly as a flash. Headlights flash on the road.
Flatter. Flatter.
We need a flatter land to plant trees. He tried to flatter his boss. Don't try to flatter me.
Glue. Glue.
This glue doesn't stick very well. Please glue these sheets of paper together. He joined the two pieces of wood together with glue.
Goal. Goal.
Work hard and you will achieve your goal. Kick a goal. My goal is to become a translator.
Hinder. Hinder.
Don't hinder him in his work. Heavy snow will hinder the construction project. I won't hinder you since you are busy.
Hint. Hint.
Don't give me any hint. There was a hint of accusation in her voice. He gave me a hint that I was being cheated.
Inherit. Inherit.
The eldest son will inherit the title. We inherit from our parents many of our physical characteristics. Inherit a fortune.
Initial. Initial.
To initial an official document. His initial reaction was one of shock. Initial letter of a word.
Link. Link.
Is there a link between smoking and lung disease? These roads link all the new towns. He detached a link from a chain.
Literacy.
Literacy is the ability to read and write. Mass literacy was only possible after the invention of printing. There is a crisis of literacy in this country.
Modest. Modest.
There has been a modest decrease in house prices. To learn to be modest instead of being cocky. I bought the house at a modest price.
Modify. Modify.
Adjectives modify nouns. Modify a contract. We have to modify our plan.
Module. Module.
Every module performs a particular function. They will send an unmanned module to the space station. The module of a building.
Oath. Oath.
Repeat the oath after me. He let out a foul oath. To take an oath.
Obedient. Obedient.
Be obedient to the superior. An obedient servant. His dog is very obedient.
Prospect. Prospect.
What do you think about the marketing prospect? A rich harvest is in prospect.
Prosper. Prosper.
The street continues to prosper. The company began to prosper. Nothing will prosper in his hands.
Protein. Protein.
Eggs have an abundant protein content. A lack of protein in the diet. Growth, which rarely continues beyond the age of 20, demands calories and nutrient. Notably, protein. To feed expanding tissue.
Recycle. Recycle.
We should recycle the used things. We must recycle the cardboard boxes. To recycle waste paper.
Redundant. Redundant.
Redundant labor. Half the workforce was redundant. Skill has been made redundant by machines.
Reference. Reference.
This book is for reference only. Avoid any reference to his illness. Historical reference.
Strike. Strike.
Bus drivers decided to go on strike. Strike while the iron is hot. Why did you strike him?
Striking. Striking.
Striking differences. The workers were striking because they wanted more money. She always wears striking clothes.
Strip. Strip.
He shouldn't strip his daughter of the right to be educated. I strip myself for a shower. A strip of adhesive tape.
Strive. Strive.
You should strive for self-improvement. I strive for recognition as an artist. Strive to do your best.
Torch. Torch.
The torch flared in the darkness. He turned on the torch to look for his keys. The kids were shining a torch into the black hole.
Total. Total.
I want total silence. Your debts total £1,000. The total cost will be $126.
Tough. Tough.
As tough as leather. The law is tough on offenders. Conditions are rather tough here.
Violate. Violate.
Violate one's privacy. Don't violate the rules. Don't violate others' copyright.
Virtual. Virtual.
Virtual reality. This reply is a virtual acceptance of our offer. A virtual state of war exists between the two countries.
Virtually. Virtually.
Virtually impossible. He was virtually a prisoner. Some attributed virtually every important cultural achievement to the inventions of a few, especially gifted peoples.
Anticipate. Anticipate.
We didn't anticipate such a thing would happen. We anticipate hearing from you again. It's impossible to anticipate when it will happen.
Antique. Antique.
The antique furniture was made in 1700. The so-called antique is a fake. She wore an antique gown to the costume party.
Bond. Bond.
Each party should not break the bond. These two different materials won't bond together. He refused to pay the bond for the suspect.
Concise. Concise.
I gave a concise answer about this. Concise description. His letter was concise.
Conclude. Conclude.
Policeman concluded from the footprints that the murderer didn't go far. Conclude from the report. I conclude the speech with a poem.
Conclusion. Conclusion.
Come to the conclusion. The conclusion of the book is disappointing. In conclusion, I would like to thank all of you.
Diminish. Diminish.
Time will not diminish our friendship. We should try to diminish the cost of production. The people wanted to diminish the power of the king.
Diploma. Diploma.
He obtained a diploma in architecture. He had a high school diploma. The diploma is very important to get the job.
Disable. Disable.
Old age will disable him for hard labor. The accident may disable him for work. I disable myself from walking by a fall.
Ethic. Ethic.
Professional ethic. A strict work ethic. Part of the problem is that the justices are not bound by an ethics code.
Evaluate. Evaluate.
Evaluate an employee's ability. How would you evaluate your performance? Don't evaluate a person on the basis of appearance.
Flavor. Flavor.
Local flavor. Exciting adventures flavor an explorer's life. Use the sauce to flavor the meat.
Flaw. Flaw.
Fatal flaw. The scar would flaw her beauty. Her beauty is without flaw.
Historian. Historian.
A historian specializes in the study of history. A good historian must have an academic mind. But recently, many historians have begun to focus on the role slavery played in the lives of the founding generation.
Historic. Historic.
This is a historic occasion. Historic site. This battle is of historic meaning.
Initiate. Initiate.
We should initiate a new social custom. He wanted to initiate his son into fishing. I shall initiate you into our business methods.
Injection. Injection.
The doctor gave her an injection to reduce the pain. The injection site can be the arm or the thigh. I'll have to give you an injection.
Injury. Injury.
Fatal injury. He escaped from the train wreck without injury. He made his mind that he wouldn't do her an injury.
Literal. Literal.
A literal translation. What is the literal meaning of the word? A literal description.
Literally. Literally.
To translate literally. The children were literally starving. This idiom cannot be translated literally.
Moist. Moist.
Strawberries grow best in a cool, moist climate. The story was so sad that in the end my eyes were moist with tears. Winds from the sea are usually moist.
Monitor. Monitor.
Our monitor is easy to approach. This instrument can monitor the patient's heartbeats. The doctor is connecting a monitor to the patient.
Obesity. Obesity.
A diet high in fat may lead to obesity. Obesity is a danger to health. Obesity is a problem for many people in Western countries.
Object. Object.
A visible object. I object to the plan. She became an object of worship.
Objection. Objection.
He took objection to what I said. None of them raised any objection. I have no objection to their plan.
Protest. Protest.
We strongly protest against your words. To protest one's innocence. I protest against the decision. Proverb. Proverb. The proverb tells about life. The proverb guides me how to live. A proverb contains wisdom.
Refine. Refine.
They refine the gold out of the ore. We have to refine on our methods of advertising. Their daily work is to refine crude oil.
Reflect. Reflect.
His actions reflect his thoughts. A bright surface will reflect sunlight. I bet he will reflect on his decision soon.
Reform. Reform.
Reform a criminal. We are going to reform this law. She is the opponent of tax reform.
Refreshing. Refreshing.
A cold shower is very refreshing. Lemon tea is refreshing. I had a refreshing drink.
Stroke. Stroke.
She gave the cat a stroke. She swam with a graceless stroke. A stroke of lightning.
Structure. Structure.
You need to structure your arguments more carefully. Can you analyze the structure of the sentences for me? The structure of languages.
Studio. Studio.
A painter's studio. The film studio is transferring to Hollywood. Photo studio.
Stuff. Stuff.
What stuff are the plates made of? Don't stuff the sack too full. Stuff a Christmas stocking.
Towel. Towel.
Wring a towel. I dry my hands and face with the towel. She cleaned her face with a towel.
Toxic. Toxic.
Don't touch the toxic. The toxic chemical. Many pesticides are highly toxic.
Trace. Trace.
Trace a deer. His fear of dogs can be traced back to a childhood experience. Vanish without trace.
Track. Track.
A track runs across the field to his house. I quickly lose track of her in the crowd. Track a deer.
Virtue. Virtue.
Virtue will prevail against evil. Honesty is a virtue. He has the virtue of being a good listener.
Visa. Visa.
Entry visa. Exit visa. Our application for visa was refused.
Anxiety. Anxiety.
Anxiety for knowledge. Anxiety aged her overnight. What's the origin of your anxiety?
Anyway.
I am coming anyway, no matter what you say. Get the job done anyway. I shall go and see him anyway.
Apologize. Apologize.
I must apologize for calling so late. They ought to apologize. Apologize to her for your rude behavior.
Bonus. Bonus.
The staff got a Christmas bonus. The firm repaid her hard work with a bonus. He received a box of cookies as a bonus.
Conduct. Conduct.
He has to learn how to conduct business. His moral conduct was praised by people. Most metals conduct electricity.
Conference. Conference.
Academic conference. The hotel can be used for the conference. He is in conference with his lawyer.
Confidence.
Lose confidence. He has won her confidence and she trusts him. She has confidence in her students.
Disaster. Disaster.
We should learn the lessons from this disaster. Wars only brought people disaster. They had led the country into economic disaster.
Discipline. Discipline.
To discipline oneself. I discipline the new soldiers. Applied linguistics is a new and independent discipline.
Even. Even.
The floor is not even. Even number. The first half of the match was fairly even.
Eventually. Eventually.
Eventually the fire was under control. She eventually returned my book. It was a long journey, but we eventually arrived.
Flee. Flee.
The frightened people flee from the fire. The enemy soldiers flee in all directions. Flee the scene of an accident.
Flexible. Flexible.
Flexible body. A flexible schedule. We need a foreign policy that is more flexible.
Gossip. Gossip.
Never gossip about your boss. I loathe people who spread gossip. She is a gossip and often speaks evil of others.
Govern.
You should govern your temper. Govern a country. You can't completely govern one's thoughts at all times.
Holistic. Holistic.
Holistic assessment. He is a man with a holistic point of view. Holistic ecology.
Innocent. Innocent.
A child's innocent face. He was innocent of the crime. Innocent victims of a bomb blast.
Innovate. Innovate.
We must innovate in order to make progress. It is necessary to innovate military theories. The priest was determined to innovate religious forms.
Input. Input.
The input was larger than the output. Use a keyboard to input the data. There are several errors in the input.
Monopoly. Monopoly.
Monopoly price. Liberty and monopoly cannot live together. Monopoly enterprise.
Monster. Monster.
The potato is a real monster. I saw a horrible monster in the forest. A sea monster.
Mood. Mood.
The whole town is in a festive mood. In a grey mood. Learn to change your somber mood.
Objective. Objective.
My objective is learning to swim. He tried to take an objective view of the situation. Objective law.
Oblige. Oblige.
Would be happy to oblige. The laws oblige parents to send their children to school. Can you oblige me by closing the door?
Provoke. Provoke.
To provoke laughter. If you provoke the dog, it may bite you. To provoke a fight.
Psychology. Psychology.
He has obtained a degree in psychology. Criminal psychology. I am always interested in psychology.
Pulse. Pulse.
The patient has a weak pulse. The doctor felt her pulse on her wrist. His pulse sped up.
Refreshment. Refreshment.
The sight was a refreshment to him. May I offer you some refreshment? A hot bath is a great refreshment after a day's work.
Refund. Refund.
We will refund your money if you are not satisfied. We want a refund of the full amount. The customer loudly demanded a refund.
Regarding. Regarding.
I know nothing regarding the future. Regarding money, that's no problem. She is regarding him curiously.
Subjective. Subjective.
This is a subjective judgment of her abilities. Everyone's opinion is subjective. He took a subjective view of the problem.
Submit. Submit.
They didn't submit to the enemy. Please fill in and submit the form. Submit the report.
Subscribe. Subscribe.
I often subscribe to the Red Cross. He did not subscribe to my proposal. I subscribe to the magazine.
Subsequent. Subsequent.
Subsequent events confirmed our doubts. The story will be continued in subsequent issues of the magazine. Subsequent entrepreneurs work on a richer landscape, and a virtuous cycle sets in.
Subsidize. Subsidize.
The countries subsidize their troops. Should the government subsidize the project? Should the state subsidize them?
Tradition. Tradition.
Break the tradition. Religious tradition. By tradition, women get married in long white dresses.
Tragedy. Tragedy.
It's a tragedy that one lacks confidence in himself. Father's sudden death was a tragedy to his family. It was a tragedy that she died so young.
Tragic. Tragic.
Hamlet is a tragic hero. A tragic accident. King Lear is a tragic figure.
visible, visible.
A visible object. This object serves no visible purpose. Smaller cells are easily visible under a light microscope.
Vision, vision.
This travel broadened my vision and knowledge. People wear glasses to improve their vision. She has good vision.
Visual, visual.
His designs have a strong visual appeal. Visual field. Visual recognition is believed to be people's intuitive response.
Apparent, apparent.
His apparent honesty deceived me. There is no apparent change in this garden. Apparent cause.
appeal, appeal.
Reject an appeal. The police appealed to the crowd not to panic. He made an appeal to his father to forgive him.
Booking, booking.
Early booking is advisable. We made a booking of a table for 5. We took a block booking of these products due to their good quality.
Confine, confine.
It is cruel to confine a bird in a cage. Confine the thief. Confine the murderer's activities.
Confirm.
He looked around to confirm that he was alone. Confirm a treaty. Confirm the words.
Conflict, conflict.
Your interests conflict with mine. John comes into conflict with his boss. Resolve a conflict.
Discount, discount.
However, traders tended to discount the rumor. We shouldn't discount the effect of AIDS. These goods will be sold at a discount.
Evidence, evidence.
Concrete evidence. False evidence. They have the evidence to charge him.
Evident, evident.
It's evident that you are tired. This fact is too evident to require proof. It's evident that the plan is impractical.
Float, float.
The logs float down the river. Wood can float on water. There is not enough water to float the ship.
Grab, grab.
Grab his pistol. It is rude to grab a seat. They grab the right to use the port.
Holy, holy.
A holy person is required to read the Bible. He is a holy Buddhist. He lives a holy life.
Homestay, homestay.
Are you getting along well with your homestay family? My homestay family were very kind to me. All international students live with homestay families.
Inquire, inquire.
I'll inquire about the flights. The police will inquire into the causes of this riot. Why don't you inquire by telephone?
Inquiry, inquiry.
They make a quick response to my inquiry. They began an inquiry into the causes of the accident. An inquiry is now in progress.
Insane, insane.
He must be insane to drive his car so fast. Insane jealousy. Grief drove her insane.
Literature, literature.
In his early days, he abandoned medicine for literature. The novel is an important form of literature. I can't understand classical literature.
Monument, monument.
These recordings are a monument to his talent as a pianist. There is a massive monument in the square. The monument is in honor of a scientist.
Morality, morality.
Compassion is the basis of all morality. He is a person of strict morality. Guard morality.
Motivation, motivation.
They lack the motivation to study. His working motivation is making money. Strong motivation.
Observation, observation.
This matter has come under the mayor's observation. A man of keen observation. A sound observation.
Observe. Observe.
They began to observe the behavior of wild animals. All citizens should observe the traffic rules. We can observe our kids and learn more about them.
Obsess. Obsess.
The job seems to obsess him. She began to obsess about her weight. Scandals obsess the official.
Obtain. Obtain.
He failed to obtain a scholarship. Obtain good results. Obtain one's permission.
Punctual. Punctual.
She promised she would be punctual. He is always punctual for appointments. He likes his guests to be punctual.
Purity. Purity.
Regardless. Regardless.
I shall go regardless of the weather. He is regardless of the result. Regardless of danger, he climbed the tower.
Region. Region.
Food and fuel were scarce in this region. It is unusual to see snow in this region. The warm region is crowded with birds.
Register. Register.
Each class has a register of 50 students. You must register if you want to vote. Register for the online job search.
Regular. Regular.
The regular army. I want a Coke and regular fries. Do you take regular exercise?
Regulate. Regulate.
Regulate the traffic. Regulate the economy. Please regulate this watch so that it keeps time accurately.
Subsidy. Subsidy.
Farmers are against the farm subsidy cuts. She can get the unemployment subsidy. Government subsidy.
Substance. Substance.
There is not anything of real substance in their book. The substance of his discussions doesn't really matter. Mineral substance.
Substitute. Substitute.
There's no substitute for parents. I need someone to substitute for me at the meeting. Water is not a proper substitute for wine.
Subtitle. Subtitle.
The book subtitle is the story of success. Subtitle these movies. Subtitle the book.
Subtract. Subtract.
If you subtract 3 from 5, you get 2. You have to subtract 25% tax from the sum you receive. Please subtract a quarter of the money for your own use.
Trait. Trait.
They exhibit a new trait. Character trait. What's the writing trait of the text?
Tram. Tram.
Tram rail. Shall we tram home? A tram was just arriving at the hill foot.
Vital.
Vital point. She's a very vital sort of person. We must ensure that vital food supplies are maintained.
Vivid. Vivid.
Vivid description. The painter paints a vivid picture of his a vivid picture.
Vocational. Vocational.
Vocational education should be strengthened. He attended a vocational school. Vocational training.
Volcano. Volcano.
The volcano is in eruption. An active volcano may explode at any time. It is risky to explore an active volcano.
Appearance. Appearance.
Youthful appearance. Don't judge a person by appearance. His appearance caused a commotion.
Appetite. Appetite.
A walk before dinner will arouse your appetite. He has an amazing appetite for hard work. To lose one's appetite.
Boom. Boom.
A boom in export. The country is having a great boom in industry. The baby boom swelled the population.
Boost. Boost.
This will be a great boost to the economy. We need to boost our spirits. A big boost in salary.
Conform. Conform.
A coat must conform to the figure of the wearer. Students are required to conform to the rules. States ought to conform to the federal court in reforming the jury system.
Confront. Confront.
You should confront your boss. You must confront your problems. Confront danger.
Confuse. Confuse.
I often confuse you and your twin brother. Confuse right with wrong. We tried to confuse the enemy.
Discourage. Discourage.
Discourage racial prejudice. Don't let one failure discourage you. To discourage smoking among teenagers.
Discriminate. Discriminate.
Laws don't discriminate against anyone. Discriminate between facts and personal opinions. Although the Supreme Court of the U.S. had prohibited intentional racial discrimination, discriminate in jury selection.
Evolve. Evolve.
To evolve step by step. The dolphin has evolved a highly developed jaw. Buds evolve into flowers.
Exceed. Exceed.
It's very dangerous to exceed the speed limit. To exceed one's powers. The cost will not exceed $50.
Excess. Excess.
You have to pay for excess luggage on a plane. Drink to excess. An excess of fat can lead to heart disease.
Flourish. Flourish.
To flourish flags. Our business seemed to flourish. Plants will flourish in the rich deep soils.
Flu. Flu.
We are all taking medicine against the flu. Be sick with the flu. Officials reported there was significant flu activity in almost every state.
Graceful. Graceful.
Graceful in manner. Her apology was so graceful that we forgave her. The actress exited in a graceful way.
Gracious. Gracious.
He is gracious to his inferiors. The gracious king pardoned him. She was a very gracious lady.
Hopefully. Hopefully.
Hopefully, we'll arrive before dark. Hopefully, our football team will win. Hopefully, I can open a company one day.
Horizon. Horizon.
The sun rose above the horizon. I could see a ship on the horizon. A surge of innovation in techniques is on the horizon.
Insecure. Insecure.
He was financially insecure. I feel insecure on this high ladder. He's very insecure about his appearance.
Insecurity. Insecure.
To assuage one's insecurity. School dropouts will have to cope with a life of cash-strapped insecurity. To make up for profound insecurities.
Insert. Insert.
Please insert coins into the slot. Insert a letter in an envelope. Insert the memory card into the camera.
Litter. Litter.
Our cat had a litter of 4. The litter is gently deposited on the floor. You shouldn't litter things around.
Motion. Motion.
Parts of the film were shown in slow motion. The motion was rejected. The object is in motion.
Motivate. Motivate.
How do you motivate a team to succeed? Exams motivate us to study hard. A good teacher is one who can motivate his students.
Obstacle. Obstacle.
Terrorism is the chief obstacle to world peace. Lack of confidence is an obstacle of success. Parents' opposition is an obstacle to her marriage.
Obstruct. Obstruct.
Don't obstruct the lens with your fingers. To obstruct the traffic. To obstruct a plan.
Pursue. Pursue.
Everyone has the freedom to pursue their dreams. He began to pursue a comfortable life. The hounds pursue the fox.
Pursuit. Pursuit.
We work hard in pursuit of happy life. The pursuit of knowledge is a lifelong experience. His life is spent in the pursuit of pleasure.
Rehearsal. Rehearsal.
The play is in rehearsal now. Is there a rehearsal for the concert? The band began their rehearsal.
Reinforce. Reinforce.
We must reinforce the troops at the front. The lawyer will reinforce the argument with fact. Reinforce an army.
Reject. Reject.
Reject an appeal. Attire that is a reject. Reject a request.
Suburb. Suburb.
They proposed setting up a school in the suburb. The factory is located a residential suburb.
Successor. Successor.
He is a reliable successor. The vice president was the president's successor. He has been named as the successor.
Suck. Suck.
Don't suck your dirty thumb. Suck a baby bottle. Suck lemonade through a straw.
Sufficient. Sufficient.
Sufficient data has been collected for the building project. Have you had sufficient sleep? Sufficient money.
Suicide.
Commit suicide. He pulled a would-be suicide out of a river. The death was adjudged a suicide by sleeping pills.
Transaction. Transaction.
A business transaction. How much did you lose on the transaction? The transaction between them was dismissed.
Transcribe. Transcribe.
He decided to transcribe the work for piano. It's my duty to transcribe the telephone conversation. I transcribe the notes into an exercise book.
Transcript. Transcript.
I have a transcript of your school records. A transcript of a novel. He does not want his transcript to be seen.
Transfer. Transfer.
Transfer to another post. She got a transfer at the relay station. Our company will have a transfer to London.
Volume.
He turned up the volume on the television. The volume of this container is 1,000 cubic meters. The liquid was 5 liters in volume.
Voluntary. Voluntary.
In his spare time, he engages in voluntary work. She is a voluntary worker at the hospital. She was a voluntary helper.
Applaud. Applaud.
I applaud your decision. Let's applaud the actors. I applaud your courage.
Application. Application.
Application for employment. Please write your name in the application form. Wide application.
Apply. Apply.
The rules apply equally here. Apply theory to practice. Apply for copyright.
Booth. Booth.
A ticket booth. Would you please watch over my booth? They sat in a corner booth.
Border. Border.
A town on the border. The enemy armies clashed near the border. The smugglers were in flight for the border.
Congratulate. Congratulate.
We congratulate him on his birthday. I congratulate myself on my narrow escape. Congratulate warmly.
Congratulation. Congratulation.
I sent her a gift as my congratulation. The letter arrived in congratulation of my graduation. Emails of congratulation.
Congress. Congress.
This matter will be discussed in Congress tomorrow. The Congress has approved the new publication laws. Medical Congress.
Conquer.
Conquer bad habits. If we want light, we must conquer darkness. Conquer a city.
Dismay. Dismay.
To my dismay, he made the same mistakes again. The bad news will dismay them a lot. To their dismay, the door was locked.
Dismiss. Dismiss.
Dismiss the appeal. We should dismiss all thoughts of revenge. Dismiss the employees.
Exclude. Exclude.
The price will exclude accommodation. They exclude the possibility of murder. They exclude me from attending their club. Excursion. Excursion. We went on an excursion to the city. The whole excursion took 10 hours. Take an excursion by train.
Fluctuate. Fluctuate.
Prices fluctuate from year to year. Fruit prices fluctuate with the seasons. Stock prices fluctuate wildly.
Flush. Flush.
She shows a flush of joy at his coming. The river is flush with its banks. To flush a toilet.
Grade. Grade.
How does a teacher grade a student? He's in the first grade as a musician. She's a student in the 4th grade.
Gradual. Gradual.
There is a gradual improvement in his work. Losing weight is a slow and gradual process. Age brought a gradual decrease of his strength and energy.
Horrible. Horrible.
The sight of the battlefield was horrible. Everything is in a horrible mess. His death was a horrible blow to me.
Insight. Insight.
Good teachers have insight into children's emotions. The novelist has a subtle insight into human nature. His deep insight on science impressed us.
Insist. Insist.
We insist that you accept these gifts. I insist on your being there. The doubters insisted that we didn't know for sure.
Inspect. Inspect.
Customs officers inspect our baggage. Inspect the passport. Inspect the machine.
Interact. Interact.
Teachers should interact more with students. Partners must interact with each other's ideas. The two chemicals interact with each other.
Interdependent. Interdependent.
We live in an increasingly interdependent world. Language and culture are interdependent. The rights and obligations are interdependent, indivisible.
Lively. Lively.
Step lively. He may be 80, but he is still lively. She formed a lively dog out of the clay.
Load. Load.
They load the ship with coal. The load is too heavy. We can't load any more people onto this bus.
Motive. Motive.
Greed was his motive for stealing.
Motto. Motto.
My motto is never lose hope. What is your life motto? Our motto is plan for the worst and hope for the best.
Mount. Mount.
Their debts continue to mount up. They mount an astronomical telescope on the roof. They mount the horse and ride off.
Obvious. Obvious.
You shouldn't tell such obvious lies. It was obvious that he was lying. It's obvious that she loves him.
Occupy. Occupy.
These people occupy an inferior position in local society. We do not seek to occupy other nations. Your family life could occupy most of your time.
Occur. Occur.
I don't want such a thing to occur again. Misprints occur on every page. If a relevant and important idea occurs to you now, work it into the draft.
relate, relate.
To relate a story. Some adults can't relate to children. I can't relate his actions to his words.
Relative.
A distant relative. That motion is absolute while stagnation is relative is a dialectical materialism theory. The fact relative to this question.
Release. Release.
Don't release this news to the public. Release of the hostages. After my examination I had a feeling of release.
Sum.
It is a considerable sum of money. Please sum up what you said just now. The expenses came to an enormous sum.
Summary. Summary.
I'm giving you a summary of facts. Please write me a summary of this report. He made a summary of what had to be done.
Summit. Summit.
She is now at the summit of her career. The Prime Minister is attending the summit. He attained the summit of his ambition.
Superficial. Superficial.
She is very superficial and lacks depth. He is too superficial to appreciate great literature like this. Superficial wound.
Transform. Transform.
Transform deserts into fertile lands. They wanted to transform his world outlook. We should try to transform heat into power.
Volunteer. Volunteer.
She works as a volunteer in the hospital. She was an Olympic volunteer. Many people volunteer to work on the farms.
Voyage. Voyage.
The ship hit heavy fog on its voyage. The return voyage. The voyage seemed endless.
Vulnerable. Vulnerable.
Vulnerable groups. Vulnerable point. His knee was vulnerable.
Appointment. Appointment.
Can I make an appointment to see the manager? Mr. Lee is to take up an appointment as the chairman of the company. The previous appointment was declared void by the board.
Appreciate. Appreciate.
Do you appreciate good wine? Very few people appreciate his works. I appreciate your help.
Bore. Bore.
He bore the pain without a word of complaint. Doing housework is a real bore. He used a drill to bore a hole in the door.
Conscious. Conscious.
The boss is conscious of the risks. He is hurt but still conscious. Conscious offense.
Consequence. Consequence.
Bear the consequence. It rained yesterday and, in consequence, the match was cancelled. A grave consequence.
Conservative. Conservative.
Conservative ideas. Old people are usually more conservative than young people. The conservative was opposed to women going out to work.
Display. Display.
A new kind of car was on display in the shop. Display cabinet. Display bronze statues.
Disposal. Disposal.
Disposal of radioactive waste. The disposal of rubbish is always a problem. We placed everything at his disposal.
Execute. Execute.
Execute a murderer. Execute a plan. He asked his nephew to execute his will.
Exert. Exert.
Teachers exert a lot of pressure on him. He likes to exert his authority. To exert pressure on the authorities concerned.
Focus. Focus.
The noise made it hard for me to focus on work. Camera with automatic focus. She was the focus of everyone's attention.
Fold. Fold.
Fold one's hands. Do not fold this card. Fold a sheet of paper.
Graduate. Graduate.
He will graduate from the school in May. The teacher is taking a graduate course in mathematics. A graduate in medicine.
Grand. Grand.
He will pay you 10 grand if you work for him. I had a grand day out at the seaside. Grand view of sunrise.
Host. Host.
Who will be the host for the show? He will host the reception tonight. He was our host at the party.
Hostel. Hostel.
We were fixed up for the night in a hostel. I lived in a hostel while I was a student. He's staying at a youth hostel.
Inspection. Inspection. Install. Install.
He will install an air conditioner in the house. He will install his brother as the head of the department. Install a heating system.
Instance. Instance.
Can you give an instance of the boy's ability? Under no instances will I compromise. Can you quote a recent instance?
Loan. Loan.
Short-term loan. I have the book on loan from the library. Can you loan me a ladder?
Multiple. Multiple.
10 is a multiple of 5. He is a person with multiple injuries. Words can have multiple meanings.
Multiply. Multiply.
He managed to multiply his profits. Rabbits multiply rapidly. Children learn to multiply in primary school.
Murmur. Murmur.
They paid without a murmur. The workers murmur at their treatment. She gave a little murmur.
Odd. Odd.
Don't kid him about his odd clothes. 3 is an odd number. I had an odd experience the other day.
Officious. Officious.
He is an officious leader. She liked them because they were not officious. His interference is officious.
Offset. Offset.
The gains offset the losses. He put up his price as an offset of the cost. 0 offset.
Pyramid. Pyramid.
On a plate in front of him was piled a pyramid of biscuits. We set off to see the pyramids. Hundreds of people built the pyramid.
Relevant. Relevant.
His remarks are not relevant to our discussion. Have you heard of the relevant report? These materials are relevant to the case.
Reliable. Reliable.
It's not reliable to judge a man only by his looks. The news comes from a reliable source. I don't think he is a reliable man.
Religious. Religious.
His religious belief doesn't allow him to eat meat. They hold a religious ceremony. A religious belief.
Superior. Superior.
His effort is ignored by his superior. Superior officer. The test showed he was a superior player.
Supervise. Supervise.
To supervise the market. How many people did you supervise? Supervise the work.
Supplement. Supplement.
The company gives him a supplement to pension. This is a supplement to the report. She gives private lessons to supplement her income.
Supplementary. Supplementary.
Take supplementary vitamins. This reader is supplementary to the textbook. This journal has a supplementary issue this week.
Suppose. Suppose.
I suppose it will rain. I suppose he is about 40. Suppose we win the lottery.
Transit. Transit.
A transit lounge at the airport. His luggage was lost in transit. The canal can transit a total of 50 ships daily.
Translate. Translate.
Translate ideas into actions. Can you translate the text? Can you translate this letter from German into English?
Transmit. Transmit.
Insects can transmit diseases. Parents transmit some of their characteristics to their children. The ball will transmit infrared light.
Transparent. Transparent.
Transparent water. Glass is a transparent material. So does the idea that decisions made by AI systems should be explainable, transparent, and fair.
Wander. Wander.
They have nothing to do but wander about in the streets. He likes to wander over the countryside. He began to wander through the street.
Wardrobe. Wardrobe.
All the shirts hang together in the same wardrobe. She stuffed her clothes in the wardrobe. The wardrobe takes up too much space.
Weave. Weave.
Weave a story. She is ready to weave the flowers into a wreath. Spiders weave webs.
Approach. Approach.
I advise taking a different approach. He had no courage to approach her. The approach of spring.
Appropriate. Appropriate.
To appropriate an idea. The city will appropriate funds for the new airport. To appropriate a land.
Bother. Bother.
I am sorry to bother you. I'm busy and don't bother me. Don't bother about it.
Consist. Consist.
Theory should consist with practice. The committee consists of 5 members. The report does not consist with the fact.
Constant. Constant.
The speed of light is an important constant. Constant practice. Her constant nagging drives me crazy.
Constitute. Constitute.
They constitute a temporary committee. This defeat constitutes a setback for the Democrats. Wars constitute a threat to peace.
Dispute. Dispute.
Long and bitter dispute. It is ridiculous to dispute about such things. The dispute was settled last week.
Disregard. Disregard.
Some suppliers disregard workers' health. He shows disregard for other people's feelings. We cannot disregard his laziness.
Dissertation. Dissertation.
She sought his advice for her PhD dissertation. She is writing her dissertation. Defense of dissertation.
Exhale. Exhale.
We exhale carbon dioxide. The flowers exhale fragrance. Inhale and then exhale.
Exhaust.
This sport will exhaust these boys. They had to exhaust the water of the well. Smoke and exhaust are pollutants.
Forecast. Forecast.
Forecast the future. The weather forecast says it will be sunny tomorrow. They forecast the election results.
Forbid. Forbid.
Forbid smoking on trains. They forbid any ships to enter the water. Because current federal law already forbids the use of federal funds to create embryos, the earliest stage of human offspring before birth, for research or to knowingly endanger an embryo's life, NBAC will remain silent on embryo research.
Forgive. Forgive.
I hope you'll forgive me. Please forgive me for being impolite. Forgive others, and you will be forgiven.
Graphic. Graphic.
A graphic description. I kept a graphic record of attendance. Please help me to make a graphic.
Hostile. Hostile.
Hostile army. I don't know why she is hostile to me. The local people are hostile to outsiders.
Instinct. Instinct.
Birds learn to fly by instinct. Trust your instinct. We sometimes act on instinct.
Institute. Institute.
To institute a regulation. The police institute a new investigation. An institute of education.
Instruct. Instruct.
Teachers instruct students not only in words but in deeds. Please instruct me how to do my work. I can't think of a single search I have done where a board has not instructed me to look at sitting CEOs first.
Locality. Locality.
It was the locality of the crime. She has a good sense of locality. Locality protection.
Locate. Locate.
The general tried to locate the army site. To locate the source of error. Where are you going to locate your home?
Mushroom. Mushroom.
The new media industry has mushroomed over the past decade. Don't eat the poisonous mushroom. I like mushroom soup.
Myriad. Myriad.
The myriad fish in the ocean. Myriad stars are twinkling in the sky. Designs are available in a myriad of colors.
Offspring. Offspring.
The offspring of the plant. Tom is her only offspring. To reproduce offspring.
Omit. Omit.
Don't omit locking the door. Don't omit his name from the list. Tell me what happened and don't omit any details.
Ongoing. Ongoing.
He interrupted the ongoing discussion. The police investigation is ongoing. An ongoing match.
Relief. Relief.
The pills gave her some relief. To contribute money towards the relief fund. Sigh in relief.
Reluctant. Reluctant.
He was very reluctant to admit his mistake. He is reluctant to be photographed. The child was reluctant to leave her mother.
Sack. Sack.
The invaders sacked the city. He bought a sack of potatoes. The poor guy got the sack yesterday.
Sacred. Sacred.
Sacred art. Sacred promise. The cow is a sacred animal in India.
Sacrifice. Sacrifice.
They offered a sacrifice to propitiate the god. Self-sacrifice of soldiers. He gave his life as a sacrifice for his country.
Safeguard. Safeguard.
Warm clothes help to safeguard against catching cold. We must safeguard our national interests. Many people took second jobs as a safeguard against unemployment.
Salty. Salty.
This meat is too salty for me. Salty in taste. The soup is too salty.
Supreme. Supreme.
A problem of supreme importance. The general has the supreme power in the army. He made the supreme sacrifice for his country.
Surge. Surge.
Oil was the main cause of the price. Waves surge waves. The great surge.
Surgery. Surgery.
The nurse is preparing for the surgery. Perform surgery. He requires surgery on his left knee.
Surpass.
To surpass expectations. Can machines surpass humans in intelligence? I want to surpass your achievements.
Transplant. Transplant.
Some seedlings do not transplant well. The transplant was rejected by the body. The doctor operated a successful heart transplant.
Transport. Transport.
We hired a van for transport. Public transport. A helicopter was used to transport the wounded.
Trap. Trap.
The police set a trap for the thieves. They trap the enemy into a difficult situation. Hunters trap the bear.
Treasure. Treasure.
Priceless treasure. His treasure was a box of gold coins. We should treasure our fraternity.
Approve. Approve.
Please verify and approve the document. I don't approve of smoking. No teacher can approve of cheating in exams.
Approximate. Approximate.
We approximate the distance as 3 miles. An approximate figure. The approximate number of students in the school is 300.
Archaeology. Archaeology.
Archaeology is a study of history. He showed interest in archaeology. The TMT site was chosen to minimize the telescope's visibility around the island and to avoid archaeological and environmental impact. Archaeology.
Boundary. Boundary.
Boundary of the country. They marked the boundary of the football field. We crossed the state boundary at midnight.
Constrain. Constrain.
She tried to constrain herself from a cough. Every country has laws that constrain political freedom. The police tried to constrain the crowd from violence.
Construct. Construct.
You must learn how to construct a logical argument. They are planning to construct a new supermarket. Construct a whole unit.
Consult. Consult.
Consult a lawyer. I wish to consult you on a few questions. Consult a map.
Consume. Consume.
The happy memories consume him. To consume away a building. These families typically consume much less than their income.
Distinct. Distinct.
There is a distinct improvement in your English. Her voice is very distinct. The party split into 2 distinct groups. Exhibit. They exhibit great courage. There are many machines on exhibit. The space exhibit.
Exhibition. Exhibition.
An exhibition of paintings. The exhibition is open on weekends. Give an exhibition.
Format. Format.
Please format this disk before entering data. The format of the meeting was such that everyone could ask a question. Format this letter so it can be printed out.
Grant. Grant.
I grant that your explanation is reasonable. To grant rights. The students lived on a grant from the government.
Instrument. Instrument.
The king signed the instrument of abdication. Language is an instrument for communication. To learn a music instrument.
Insufficient. Insufficient.
The food was insufficient. The evidence is insufficient. There is insufficient light here.
Insulate. Insulate.
Rubber is used to insulate electric wires. Living in the countryside can insulate us from the city life. Insulate the patient's body from the cold ground.
Interfere. Interfere.
Don't interfere with him. You have no right to interfere between us. The UN cannot interfere in the internal affairs of any country.
Interior. Interior.
There is water in the interior of the cave. She specialized in interior design. Those products are for interior markets.
Lump. Lump.
I have got a lump on the forehead. To lump along the road with a heavy bag. The milk powder will lump under humidity.
Luxurious. Luxurious.
The millionaire leads a luxurious life. He lived in luxurious surroundings. A luxurious hotel.
Mysterious. Mysterious.
We must pay special attention to the mysterious stranger. He was very mysterious in his manner. Love is mysterious, but I do believe in it.
Myth. Myth.
Greek myth. The story is a pure myth. Pandora's box is just a myth.
Mythology. Mythology.
Greek mythology. It is a mythology about the king. He studies Roman mythology.
Operate. Operate.
Operate on a patient. To operate a machine. Operate a business.
Operation. Operation.
The operation of this machine is simple. The surgeon has performed the operation. I am skillful with computer operation.
Opponent. Opponent.
Beat the opponent. His opponent challenged him to fight. She is the opponent of tax reform.
Rely. Rely.
We must rely on ourselves. You may rely on me. You cannot rely on his assistance.
Remarkable. Remarkable.
She made remarkable progress in study. A remarkable event. The child is remarkable for his cleverness.
Remedy. Remedy.
The mistake is beyond remedy. Aspirin may remedy a headache. They tried to find and remedy faults.
Sample. Sample.
His job is to sample products for defects. The doctor will analyze the blood sample. I'll send you some sample menus.
Sanction. Sanction.
The robber deserves legal sanction. Our proposal is given official sanction. We need the sanction of the law to hunt in this place.
Sanitary. Sanitary.
Improve the sanitary conditions. Where is the sanitary? His kitchen didn't look very sanitary.
Scale. Scale.
The soldiers scale the wall of the fortress by turret. This map is drawn to a scale of 1 inch to 50 miles. We will scale up production to meet demand.
Scan. Scan.
I scan my pocket for change. I scan the newspaper before leaving. Could you teach me how to scan an image?
Scar. Scar.
He had a scar on his forehead. Don't scar the wooden table. Her sad childhood would scar her forever.
Surplus. Surplus.
We are giving away all our surplus apples. Their trade surplus will continue to grow. Mexico has a large surplus of oil.
Surrender. Surrender.
Refuse to surrender. They surrender to the enemy. It was shameful of them to surrender.
Survey. Survey.
The surveyor made a survey of the land. They surveyed the damage caused by the storm. Typically, they survey and sample large areas of terrain.
Treatment. Treatment.
He is undergoing mental treatment. Treatment of problems. His treatment of the animal was cruel.
Treaty. Treaty.
Break a treaty. There's an unfair clause in the treaty. Treaty between two countries.
Tremble. Tremble.
Tremble with fear. I tremble to think of the consequences. Leaves tremble in the breeze.
Arise. Arise.
I arise early in the morning. The question did not arise. Accidents often arise from carelessness.
Arouse. Arouse.
It took her some time to arouse her husband. A walk before dinner will arouse your appetite. It may arouse her interest in these subjects.
Bow. Bow.
Bow and arrow. She tied the ribbon into a bow. Bow to the Queen.
Consumer. Consumer.
We should adopt the consumer suggestion. Consumer Advice and Protection Center. Feedback from the consumer.
Consumption. Consumption.
The government encourages individual consumption. Internet shopping is a new way of consumption. Consumption of oil.
Contact. Contact.
Contact the police at once. Establish contact. The two wires were in contact.
Contain. Contain.
To contain businesses' blind competition. The hall can contain 200 people. Pig iron may contain 4% carbon.
Distinguish. Distinguish.
Distinguish between right and wrong. It's important to distinguish fact from fiction. Speeches distinguish human beings from animals.
Distort. Distort.
They distort the words of the witness. The media would distort reality. A painter may distort shapes.
Existence. Existence.
The elephant is the largest land animal in existence. He proved the existence of parallel lines. He doesn't believe in the existence of the ghost.
Exit. Exit.
He makes his exit. If I fail, I will exit the company. The exit of the theatre.
Formula. Formula.
There is no sure formula for success. They have changed the formula of the washing powder. Formula for the drink.
Grasp. Grasp.
I could not grasp her meaning. Grasp the opportunity. The bag was wrenched from her grasp.
Grateful. Grateful.
I can't express how grateful I am. I am grateful to you for helping me. They sent us a grateful letter.
Hug. Hug.
The boats hugged the coast. It's common to hug when people meet in the US. He greeted her with a loving hug.
Insurance. Insurance.
Social insurance. Medical insurance. Have you paid the insurance for your jewelry?
Intake. Intake.
The intake of oxygen. Reduce your salt intake. The intake of alcohol.
Integral. Integral.
Is this differential calculus or integral calculus? The kitchen is an integral part of a house. Practical experience is integral to the course.
Location. Location.
Central location. We will meet at a given time and location. It is a suitable location for a new school.
Opt. Opt.
I opt to tell nothing to anyone. They opt for more holiday instead of more pay. Few opt to pay for it.
Optimistic. Optimistic.
We are still optimistic, whatever the result. She is very optimistic about her career development. He has an optimistic attitude toward life.
Pace. Pace.
To accelerate the pace. I quicken my pace a little. You have to hasten your pace.
Pacific. Pacific.
They have pacific intentions. He developed a pacific disposition in his childhood. Pacific policy.
Packed. Packed.
Milk is packed with protein. The streets were packed with people. A packed schedule.
Remind. Remind.
These words remind her of college days. Please remind me of the time in case I forget. Remind me to write to mother.
Remote. Remote.
Remote ancestor. Remote village. It works by remote control.
Remove. Remove.
To remove your hat. I am going to remove to a new house. Remove my name from your list.
Render. Render.
Render the following into Chinese. I can't render my thought accurately. Certain mistakes will render a contract void.
Scarce. Scarce.
That bird has become scarce. The food was scarce during the war. Firewood is scarce in many parts of the world.
Scarcely. Scarcely.
I had scarcely come in when the phone rang. I could scarcely recognize him. There is scarcely enough food.
Scatter. Scatter.
Don't scatter your energy. Don't scatter garbage all over the place. Small villages scatter at the foot of the mountain.
Scenario. Scenario.
Try to imagine the possible scenario. In the worst-case scenario, you could be homeless. A flat scenario.
Scene. Scene.
The scene of the crime. Keep away from the scene of the accident. We found a beautiful scene on the hill.
Survival. Survival.
We need food and water for survival. Survival equipment. Survival of the fittest.
Survive. Survive.
Survive the war. She was the only one to survive the crash. We cannot survive for long without food and drink.
Suspect. Suspect.
I suspect he was lying. The suspect confessed to the crime. A suspect package.
Suspend. Suspend.
The boss decided to suspend his duty. To suspend a jail sentence. Suspend a rope from a tree.
Tremendous. Tremendous.
She works with tremendous vigor. There is a tremendous difference between them. The response to our appeal was tremendous.
Trend. Trend.
The trend of prices is still upward. Economic trend. The prices of houses trend upwards.
Trial. Trial.
He is employed for 2 weeks on trial. The court gave a fair trial to the case. He is on trial for murder.
Wait. Wait.
An idea of weight. The parcels weight her down. The loss of the money has been a weight on my mind.
Welfare. Welfare.
Welfare hotel. He has the welfare of the poor at heart. My main concern is the welfare of the children.
Artificial. Artificial.
This dress is made of artificial fibers. Artificial limb. Artificial flowers.
Aspect. Aspect.
In this aspect. His brother is a man with a serious aspect. Problems of the environmental aspect.
Brag. Brag.
That's nothing to brag about. It's a brag horse. He used to brag that he would make lots of money.
Contemporary. Contemporary.
Contemporary art. John is my contemporary. We are both 52. Were you contemporary with that musician?
Contest. Contest.
He won the first prize in the speech contest. To contest an election. To contest a statement.
Context. Context.
Don't quote my words out of context. Can you tell the meaning of this word from its context? Rely mainly on the context to help you.
Contract. Contract.
To contract AIDS from a blood transfusion. Heat will contract the woolen clothes. To sign a contract.
Distract. Distract.
Don't distract me from studying. Don't let TV distract your attention. Distracts children's attention.
Distress. Distress.
Close friend's death can distress a person greatly. Everyone should help people in distress. Her death was a great distress to all the family.
Distribute. Distribute.
Distribute grass seed over the lawn. We distribute handbills on the street every weekend. Distribute books to students.
Expand.
To expand on a problem. Metals expand with heat. To expand the business scope.
Expansion. Expansion.
Territorial expansion. This book is an expansion of the play he wrote before. Heat causes the expansion of gases.
Expert. Expert.
To her expert eyes, the painting was terrible. To be an expert in operating a computer. She is an expert in finance.
Formulate. Formulate.
I failed to formulate my new plan. He can't formulate his thoughts clearly. Formulate rules.
Gratitude. Gratitude.
She showed her gratitude to her friends. I am full of gratitude for your help. Her eyes filled with tears of gratitude.
Humanity. Humanity.
We should treat animals with humanity. Humanity is a mixture of good and evil. Advances in science help all humanity.
Integrate. Integrate.
We must integrate theory with practice. I find it extremely hard to integrate myself into them. Little attempt was made to integrate the parts into a coherent whole.
Intellectual. Intellectual.
Optimism is an intellectual choice. He likes to set himself up as an intellectual. Chess is a highly intellectual game.
Intelligence. Intelligence.
A boy with little intelligence. The work of an engineer requires intelligence plus experience. Her work reflects her intelligence.
Logic. Logic.
Logic of thinking. Objective logic. I don't understand the logic of your words.
Option. Option.
He had no option but to agree. I don't have much option in the matter. Exercise the option.
Orbit. Orbit.
Observe the orbit of the moon. The spacecraft is in orbit around the moon. They put a satellite into orbit around the Earth.
Organ. Organ.
The liver is a vital organ of the human body. Advisory organ. The organ resounded through the church.
Organism. Organism.
Germs may invade the organism. Political organism. Organism is the basic study of biology.
Panel. Panel.
Control panel. The builders set the panel in carefully. I panel the wall with wood.
Panic. Panic.
Panic the horse. There was a panic when the building caught fire. I panic at the thought of the coming death.
Panorama. Panorama.
A vast panorama of the valley lay before us. I am reading a panorama of American history. A panorama of history.
Renew. Renew.
Renew the argument. It is impossible to renew one's youth. I need to renew my passport next year.
Renowned. Renowned.
He was renowned as a forward thinker. A renowned chemist. He is renowned as a portrait painter.
Rental. Rental.
You can pay the rental by the month. It's a rental car. The land leases at a monthly rental of $500.
Scent. Scent.
A scent of danger. Jasmine flowers scent the air. An expensive French scent.
Schedule. Schedule.
The principal has a very tight schedule. They push to schedule time to talk through issues. She is responsible for the tour schedule.
Scholarship. Scholarship.
I study to win a scholarship. He is a teacher of great scholarship. She won a scholarship to go to university.
Scientific. Scientific.
He is engaged in scientific researches. Scientific invention. Scientific study.
Suspicious. Suspicious.
He has a suspicious nature. I am suspicious of his intentions. Suspicious behavior.
Sustain. Sustain.
They had enough food to sustain life. He can't sustain the shock. The pillars sustain the roof.
Tricky. Tricky.
It's a very tricky problem. Parking can be tricky in the town center. The tricky fox cheated the lion.
Trifle. Trifle.
Never trifle with others' affections. They quarrel about a trifle. I have only a trifle of wine left.
Trigger. Trigger.
To trigger the outbreak of war. Stressful situations may trigger depression. A hair trigger reaction.
Whereas. Whereas.
Some praise him, whereas others condemn him. He had never done anything for his parents, whereas they had done everything for him. Whereas the Supreme Court has ruled that states do have some regulatory authority over nuclear power.
Whereby. Whereby.
He devised a plan whereby he might escape. There is no other way whereby we can cross the river. Whereby I saw that he was angry.
Assemble. Assemble.
The students assembled in the school garden. Some boys like to assemble model airplanes. Assemble your papers and put them in the file.
Assess. Assess.
They look at the house and assess its market value. We will assess the damages caused by the flood. He can quickly assess a person's character.
Branch. Branch.
The branch went dry this summer. This is a branch of the company. He chopped a branch off.
Brand. Brand.
To brand the cattle. Choose whichever brand you prefer. Brand image.
Contract.
To contract aids from a blood transfusion. Heat will contract the woolen clothes. To sign a contract.
Contrary. Contrary.
Contrary to expectation, he didn't win in the contest. Cruelty is the contrary of kindness. Contrary opinions.
Contrast. Contrast.
There is a great contrast between good and evil. Strong contrast. Black and white show a striking contrast.
Contribute.
Don't contribute after the closing date. This new discovery will contribute to all humanity. To contribute food for the poor. District. He lives in a poor district. The district has a mild climate. She doesn't live in this district.
Disturb. Disturb.
I am sorry to disturb you again. Don't disturb the sleeping child. Please do not disturb us when we are talking.
Expire. Expire.
The policy will expire at the end of the year. If we don't breathe, we'll expire. My visa is going to expire this week.
Explode. Explode.
Explode the gunpowder. An active volcano may explode at any time. Explode an atom bomb.
Explicit. Explicit.
Explicit directions. They gave explicit reasons for leaving. He gave me explicit directions on how to get there.
Fortnight. Fortnight.
A fortnight has 14 days. I see them about once a fortnight. The patient lived out another fortnight.
Forum. Forum.
The permanency of the Roman Forum. The Internet Forum. The forum of public opinions.
Grave. Grave.
He preserved his grave and dignified bearing. The sick man's condition is grave. Rob a grave.
Gravity. Gravity.
The earth is round because of gravity. We understand the gravity of the climate threat. Each graduate behaved with gravity.
Humble. Humble.
He is always humble to learn from others. She was discriminated against because of her humble occupation. She's very humble about her success.
Humidity. Humidity.
My laundry will not dry because of the humidity. The humidity is relatively low. It's the humidity that makes it so uncomfortable today.
Intend. Intend.
I intend to finish reading this book today. I hear they intend to marry. I intend to go to Beijing by plane.
Intense. Intense.
My work is so intense that I even have no time to take a rest. Intense competition. He's been under intense pressure.
Intention. Intention.
I began reading with the intention of finishing it. Have you heard of her intention to resign? You mistake my intentions, Miss Valentine.
Logo. Logo.
The hotel uses a small tree as its logo. I have a cap with the Olympic logo. Can we use your logo on our advertisements?
Longitude. Longitude.
The town is at longitude 24 degrees east. Our position is longitude 116 degrees east. The city is at longitude 21 degrees east.
Orient. Orient.
To orient oneself to new conditions. It is essential that the public sector orients itself more towards the consumer. If you get lost, try to use the sun to orient yourself.
Orientation. Orientation.
College freshmen receive 2 days of orientation. Marketing orientation. Sexual orientation. Originate. Originate. These ideas originate from practice. The plan was originated by them. Earthquakes originate far below the surface.
Paradise. Paradise.
Beijing is a paradise for shopping. Facebook, therefore, is a self-enhancer's paradise, where people can share only the most flattering photos, the cream of their wit, style, beauty, intellect and lifestyles. It wasn't the paradise they imagined.
Paradox. Paradox.
Death itself is a paradox, the end yet the beginning. The story contains many levels of paradox. More haste, less speed is a paradox.
Parallel. Parallel.
The trees stand in parallel with the road. The growth of the two towns was almost parallel. Your experience is parallel mine.
Repeal. Repeal.
He plans to repeal some radical policies. Many voted for the repeal of that law. American Supreme Court did repeal the gay marriage bans.
Replace. Replace.
Replace the book in the shelf. Nothing can replace a mother's love. Replace coal fires with gas. Replace coal fires with gas.
Replicate. Replicate.
Such a success would be difficult to replicate quickly. Virus can replicate in the blood. Molecules can replicate.
Represent. Represent.
She was chosen to represent us. The carvings represent a hunting scene. The red lines on the map represent railways.
Scope. Scope.
To cover a wide scope. He has no scope for his ability. The scope of work.
Scramble. Scramble.
They scramble for the best seats. A table was pushed over in the scramble. It was a long scramble to the top of the hill.
Swear. Swear.
The witness must swear before speaking. They swear at each other angrily. I swear I won't tell anyone your secret.
Sweep. Sweep.
This floor needs a good sweep. The boss sacked half of his employees at a sweep. This is a clean sweep for us this time.
Triple. Triple.
Output should triple by next year. I want a triple room. Your desk is triple as big as mine.
Triumph. Triumph.
Justice will triumph over evil. A smile of triumph lit up her face. Talking is triumphing over speaking.
Trivial. Trivial.
It's a trivial matter and not worth fighting about. Don't be angry over such trivial matters. Don't waste your time on these trivial things.
Assignment. Assignment.
His assignment was to follow the spy. The English assignment is a book report. He is the best man who can finish the assignment.
Assist. Assist.
Nurses can assist the doctor in performing the operation. I decided to assist my mother with the housework. Finding way to assist this growing homeless population has become increasingly difficult.
Associate. Associate.
I filed charges against my associate. Many people associate this brand with good quality. You can't regard him as a friend but a business associate.
Association. Association.
There is an association between Christmas and parties. What association do you have with the green color? He is an honorary member of the association.
Breed. Breed.
Many animals breed in the spring. That breed of dog is very noble. Mosquitoes breed in stagnant water.
Brief. Brief.
He drew up a brief for his speech. In brief, take no risks. I will brief you on the situation.
Convenient. Convenient.
It is not convenient for me to ring him up. We'll find a place convenient for lunch. Please come whenever it is convenient to you.
Convention. Convention.
The handshake is a social convention. Political convention. The countries all agreed to sign the convention.
Converse. Converse.
I can converse with anyone about anything. It is a pleasure to converse with her. I hold the converse opinion.
Convert. Convert.
Could you convert my dollars into pounds? To convert to Christianity. To convert water into ice.
Diverse. Diverse.
They are people from diverse cultures. A diverse society. Today's businesses are increasingly complex and diverse.
Divorce. Divorce.
He is unable to divorce fantasy from reality. She got a divorce from him last year. Will he divorce his wife?
Document. Document.
To document the case with abundant evidence. To document one's prison experiences. Public document.
Domestic. Domestic.
Domestic violence. To hire a domestic. His wife does all the domestic chores.
Exploit. Exploit.
Exploit markets. You must exploit all your spare time to learn English. Many countries exploit oil under the sea.
Fossil. Fossil.
This fossil may be over 2 million years old. My grandpa doesn't want to be an old fossil. The man is a fossil.
Foster. Foster.
To foster children. Concerts foster interest in music. Ignorance will foster superstition.
Found. Found.
Found a new city. They plan to found a college. I found him at home.
Foundation. Foundation.
The foundation of a university. The news report was completely without foundation. Profits go to his foundation.
Fraction. Fraction.
I can only pay a fraction of my bill. 1/4 is a proper fraction. She spends only a fraction of her earnings.
Greedy. Greedy.
She was greedy for power. He is a greedy capitalist. There is no peace when men are greedy.
Greet. Greet.
They greet each other with a hug. I greet him by waving a hand. I greet her with a smile.
Hygiene. Hygiene.
Public hygiene. Hygiene is a science of health. Be careful about personal hygiene.
Hypothesis.
The hypothesis has not been proven. Prove the hypothesis with experiments. A scientific hypothesis.
Intersection. Intersection.
The car stopped at the intersection. There is a stop sign at an intersection. Turn left at the next intersection.
Interview. Interview.
I am worried at the thought of interview. They interview the applicants. Contents of the interview.
Intimate.
Intimate relationships. An intimate letter. He is my intimate.
Otherwise. Otherwise.
He is noisy, but otherwise a nice boy. Seize the chance. Otherwise you'll regret it. We'll go early, otherwise we may not get a seat.
Outcome. Outcome.
The outcome was not what he expected. This book was the outcome of scientific work. Chance usually governs the outcome of the game.
Paralyze. Paralyze.
The strike will paralyze the factory. Strict regulations that paralyze economic activity. The virus would paralyze his legs.
Paraphrase. Paraphrase.
She gave us a paraphrase of that film. Can you paraphrase his argument? Can you paraphrase the last paragraph?
Participate. Participate.
He will not participate in the party. Participate in discussions. What kind of sports do you participate in?
Particle. Particle.
An atom is not the smallest indivisible particle of matter. Solid particle. Elementary particle physics.
Reproduce. Reproduce.
Birds reproduce by laying eggs. Reproduce a picture. The machine can reproduce a key in 2 minutes.
Reputation. Reputation.
This store has an excellent reputation for fair dealing. Ruin one's reputation. He has a reputation for being lazy.
Script. Script.
Script of a novelist. The script was delivered to the director. Movie script.
Swift. Swift.
A swift builds a nest. They were swift to respond to our questions. He gave them a swift glance.
Switch. Switch.
Switch on the light. Tired of teaching, he wants to switch his job. We had to make a switch in our arrangements.
Syllabus. Syllabus.
The new syllabus will be put into effect this year. The professor is passing out the course syllabus. Once the syllabus is formulated, it is authoritative, scientific and practicable.
Trunk. Trunk.
The branch separated from the trunk of the tree. The athlete has a powerful trunk. They are unpacking a trunk.
Trustworthy. Trustworthy.
Facts have shown us that he is trustworthy. A trustworthy person does not lie. An honest person is always trustworthy.
Tuition. Tuition.
She relies on her parents for tuition. Thank you for your tuition. Students can apply for individual tuition.
Assume. Assume.
I am not afraid to assume the responsibility. To assume a posture of angry defiance. Assume new duties. Assume new duties.
Assumption. Assumption.
This is a mere assumption, resting on no facts. His actions were based on a false assumption. His actions were based on a false assumption. The facts proved her assumption was wrong.
Astonishing. Astonishing.
This would be an astonishing reversal. You are capable of astonishing yourself. This is a truly astonishing development.
Astronaut. Astronaut.
Her dream is to become an astronaut. It would be exciting to be an astronaut. The rocket can send the astronauts into space.
Bruise. Bruise.
She had a bruise on her arm. Peaches bruise easily. Bruise one's knee.
Budget. Budget.
You can buy high-quality goods at budget prices there. If we budget carefully, we'll be able to afford a new house. It is essential to balance one's budget.
Crucial. Crucial.
Trust is crucial for friendship. The battle had reached a crucial stage. It's a crucial decision.
Crude. Crude.
The cottage has a very crude appearance. She was angered by his crude manners. Global crude consumption is now growing fast.
Crush. Crush.
Crush juice from grapes. Eggs are easy to crush. A windmill is used to crush grain into flour.
Crystal. Crystal.
Those wine glasses are made of crystal. It is a snow and ice crystal. A crystal vase.
Cube. Cube.
The cube of 5 is 125. Sugar cube. A cube is a three-dimensional object.
Dominate. Dominate.
He desires to dominate others. The strong usually dominate the weak. She refuses to let others speak and dominates every meeting.
Donate. Donate.
They donate to the Red Cross every year. To donate blood. To donate to charity.
Dormitory. Dormitory.
Every dormitory can contain 200 students. Most of the students of this college live in the dormitory. Every girl must sign in when she comes back to the dormitory.
Dose. Dose.
Time is a dose of good medicine. He took a fatal dose of drugs. He gave me a dose of medicine for my cold.
Downside. Downside.
The downside of this plan is high risk. Stocks were in a downside. There is a downside to this growth.
Explore.
Explore.
The deep sea is the last frontier left to explore. Explore for oil. The experts explore every part of the island.
Export. Export.
We export rice but import wheat. This company doesn't export goods. These cars are made for export.
Expose. Expose.
They expose the people's privacy. Don't expose yourself to the danger. To expose to the public.
Fragment. Fragment.
The clouds fragment and out comes the sun. Her hand was cut by a fragment of glass. I overheard a fragment of their conversation.
Fragrant. Fragrant.
Fragrant perfume. Those flowers are very fragrant. Fragrant wild roses bloom on the fringes of this 2-mile beach flanking Buzzards Bay, on the mainland west of Martha's Vineyard.
Freeze. Freeze.
The freeze caused many problems in the small town. The low temperature will freeze my flowers to death. The cold weather will freeze the lake.
Grief. Grief.
My words will relieve her grief. His behavior was a grief to his mother. Grief drove her insane.
Gross. Gross.
Gross domestic product, GDP. His gross words always annoy his classmates. Gross income.
Intrigue. Intrigue.
They intrigue against the government. The mysterious UFO events intrigue him. Political intrigue.
Intrinsic. Intrinsic.
Intrinsic goodness. The paintings have their intrinsic value. The character is intrinsic.
Outlet. Outlet.
Running is a good outlet for his energy. He needs an outlet for his anger. The outlet of a water pipe was blocked.
Outline. Outline.
He wrote down the outline of his lecture. He drew the outline of a house on the paper. A shadowy outline.
Particular. Particular.
She has a particular preference for art. He is very particular about his food. The story happened on that particular day.
Partner. Partner.
Dancing partner. Business partner. We hope that we can be your strategic partner.
Passion. Passion.
He could not control his passion. He had a passion for music. Basketball arouses a good deal of passion among its fans.
Request. Request.
She made a request for some water. I request him to come before 10. Reasonable request.
Require. Require.
These pets require a lot of care and attention. Require urgently. I require 2 children to help me.
Requirement. Requirement.
Fulfill the requirement. Patience is a basic requirement in teaching. We will try to meet your special requirement.
Sculpture. Sculpture.
He wanted to sculpture when he grew up. She studied sculpture at art school. Sculpture the rock.
Seal. Seal.
They tried to seal his lips with a bribe. A seal poked its head out of the water. To set seal to the paper.
Symbol. Symbol.
The dove is the symbol of peace. Chemical symbol. Music symbol.
Symbolize. Symbolize.
Easter eggs symbolize the renewal of life. They use cross to symbolize a church. What does the Statue of Liberty symbolize?
Sympathetic. Sympathetic.
We are sympathetic with the flood sufferers. The beggar received sympathetic treatment. She was very sympathetic when my mother died.
Tunnel. Tunnel.
The train went through a tunnel. The engineers had to tunnel through solid rocks. The kid dug a tunnel in the sand.
Tutor. Tutor.
My tutor is a knowledgeable scholar. To tutor a subject. I tutor a girl in the piano every Sunday.
Tutorial.
The tutorial is very easy to understand. Students can seek tutorial guidance. This tutorial is aimed at beginners.
Atmosphere. Atmosphere.
Romantic atmosphere. The atmosphere of the city is polluted. The atmosphere over dinner was warm and friendly.
Atom. Atom.
Scientists have unlocked the secret of the atom. An atom bomb. Split the atom.
Attach. Attach.
All blame must attach to myself. To attach photos to an email. Attach the label to your luggage.
Attack. Attack.
The army made a successful attack. The enemy planes attack our city. Withstand an attack. Bulk. Bulk. I have done the bulk of work. Great bulk does not always mean great weight. The shop bought drinks in bulk.
Cosmetic. Cosmetic.
She spent much money on cosmetic. These reforms are merely cosmetic. I want to have cosmetic surgery to fix my nose.
Cost effective. Cost effective.
Clean energy is cost-effective for enterprises. Cost-effective selection of facilities and equipment. It isn't cost-effective to build cars in such small quantities.
Costly. Costly.
The ring was very costly. It was a costly error. Costly jewelry. Costume. Costume. Costume play. To costume the dancers. The embroidery technique of this national costume is very exquisite.
Cozy. Cozy.
We spent a cozy evening by the fire. To live a cozy life. The room was cozy.
Counter. Counter.
He hit me, but I did not counter. He had to counter the fierce criticism. He placed the money on the counter.
Doze. Doze.
I had a quick doze on the train. He fell into a doze. I doze off during the class.
Draft. Draft.
They draft her to serve as their delegate. Draft a speech. Let's go over the draft once again.
Drama. Drama.
Classical drama. The drama builds steadily toward a climax. He has written a historical drama.
Dramatic. Dramatic.
She plays a very dramatic woman with flashing eyes. He enjoys the dramatic arts. The story was dramatic.
Extend. Extend.
Extend the territory. Extend credit to qualified purchasers. They plan to extend their research in this field.
Extension. Extension.
He asked for an extension of his visa. 3 months extension on the loan. They have built an extension to the hospital.
Extent. Extent.
The extent of forests. From the roof we were able to see the full extent of the park. He holds his beliefs very strongly, even to the extent of being imprisoned.
Frequent. Frequent.
Frequent failures did not frustrate him. Rains are frequent here in early summer. Frequent errors of judgment.
Friction. Friction.
The family friction. All can reduce friction. There is some friction among the family members.
Fridge. Fridge.
Put the milk into the fridge. Open the fridge. We have a fridge in our kitchen.
Guilty. Guilty.
The man was proved guilty of murder. I felt guilty after breaking my promise. The jury finds the prisoner guilty.
Gust. Gust.
A small gust of pleasure. A gust of wind blew my hat off. The winds gust again.
Introduce. Introduce.
To introduce investment. Permit me to introduce myself. Allow me to introduce Miss Mary to you.
Invade. Invade.
Don't invade the rights of others. Germs may invade the organism. When did the Romans invade Britain?
Invent. Invent.
He always tries to invent something new. I wish someone would invent clothing that can't be worn out. One of the easiest ways to segment a market is to magnify gender differences or invent them where they did not previously exist.
Long term. Long term.
A long-term investment. The long-term outlook for economic growth. Smoking may do you long-term damage.
Outlook. Outlook.
The outlook for the economy is bright. He has a positive outlook on life. The house has a pleasant outlook over the valley.
Outnumber. Outnumber.
Men outnumber women here. Men outnumber women in the paid workforce. The girls outnumber the boys 2 to 1.
Output. Output.
In the output of grain, China is second to none. A cold winter damaged industrial output. Literary output.
Passive. Passive.
In a passive position. She wasn't a passive bystander of her fate. This sentence is passive in form.
Pastime.
His favorite pastime is golf. Swimming is my favorite pastime. These days the net has already remade such everyday pastimes as buying books and sending mail.
Patent. Patent.
The company applied for a patent on its invention. Patent your invention. He got a patent for his invention.
Rescue. Rescue.
Rescue the hostages. He dived from the bridge to rescue the drowning child. Rescue the dying man.
Research. Research.
Carry on research. He needs to research about the market. Scientific research.
Resemble. Resemble.
The brothers resemble each other in taste. They resemble each other in size. His nails resemble the ivory keys of the spinet.
Section. Section.
She cut a large section from the cake. This section of the book is dull. I hope someone competent will join our section.
Sector. Sector.
Tourism is a growing market sector. Economic sector. Disc sector.
Secure. Secure.
Most Americans secure home mortgages through private banks. This bill will secure the rights of strikers. I don't feel secure when I am alone in the house.
Seek. Seek.
I will seek my doctor's advice. Seek after the truth. People are eager to seek peace.
Twilight. Twilight.
In the twilight of one's life. The ancient town looks more charming at twilight. Farmers walked home at twilight.
Twin. Twin.
Twin sisters. He is the younger twin of the two. I can't tell one twin from the other.
Attain. Attain.
I attain the position of minister. We must try hard to attain this standard. They are not likely to attain this aim.
Attempt. Attempt.
Never attempt to overtake. I attempt to break the world record. He studied hard in an attempt to pass the exam.
Attend. Attend.
Attend to your work and stop talking. Who will attend this baby? Who will attend the meeting?
Attitude. Attitude.
He has an optimistic attitude towards life. They sat around in easy attitude. What is your attitude towards abortion?
Attract. Attract.
Attract foreign investment. She wanted to attract him by her good manners. Flowers attract many bees.
Bump. Bump.
Cars bump along the mountain road. To bump into an old friend. I want to feel the bump on your head.
Crack. Crack.
The metal will not crack under heavy pressure. Crack into half. There's a crack in this cup.
Cradle. Cradle.
The cradle of civilization. Life is a battle from cradle to grave. To cradle the baby.
Craft. Craft.
The small craft skimmed the water. By craft he got all their money from them. The astronauts piloted their craft down to the lunar surface.
Create. Create.
Create an era. Create a miracle. An artist should create beautiful things.
Creature. Creature.
Snail is a plant-eating creature with a soft body. The crocodile is a strange-looking creature. Rather than dismissing ourselves as unchangeable creatures of habit.
Credit. Credit.
I didn't credit that absurd tale. No credit is given at this shop. He bought the furniture on credit.
Drift. Drift.
There is a slow drift into crisis. The boats drift down the river. There has been much wage drift recently.
Drill. Drill.
Let them drill in teams. A fire drill interrupted the lesson. To drill a hole in the wall.
Drip. Drip.
As water continues to drip, the icicle grows. A drip of water fell from the tap. Listen to the drip of the rain.
Dual. Dual.
She has dual nationality. Dual personality. Dual role.
Extinct. Extinct.
There is concern that the giant panda will soon become extinct. An extinct volcano. Some of the species of birds are extinct.
Extinguish. Extinguish.
They tried to extinguish the flames. Please extinguish your cigarettes. To extinguish a fire.
Frustrate. Frustrate.
We have the confidence to frustrate our enemy. The repeated failures really frustrate me. Policemen frustrate the bandits' attempt to rob the bank.
Frustrating. Frustrating.
The situation is frustrating for us. My job can be very frustrating sometimes. It's so frustrating that nobody listens to me.
Fuel. Fuel.
There is a severe shortage of fuel. The machine ran out of fuel. Burn up fuel.
Growth. Growth.
The population growth. Childhood is a period of rapid growth. The growth of production.
Guarantee. Guarantee.
I guarantee that he will come. Fluent English alone can't guarantee you a job. This watch has a 5-year guarantee.
Invest. Invest.
The country has planned to invest in the dam. They intended to invest hugely in new technology. It must invest to keep up with its surging traffic.
Investigate. Investigate.
The police decided to investigate further. The detective was sent to investigate the crime. Investigate into an affair.
Lotion. Lotion.
Hand lotion. The lotion helps protect your skin. Wipe the lotion onto your face.
Lottery. Lottery.
She won a fortune in a lottery. I actually won the lottery. One of her lottery tickets had won a great prize.
Outspoken. Outspoken.
Outspoken criticism. My boss is an outspoken critic of my ideas. She was outspoken about her wish to be married.
Outstanding. Outstanding.
He is an outstanding figure in politics. Outstanding ability. An outstanding performance.
Outweigh. Outweigh.
The advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. The benefit outweighs the risk. The merits of your plan outweigh the defects.
Patron. Patron.
I am a patron of this shop. The student wants to find a wealthy patron. A patron of the arts.
Pause. Pause.
There was a pause in the talk. After a pause, the audience broke into cheers. A speaker should pause when coming to the end of a sentence.
Reservation. Reservation.
They accepted the proposal without reservation. I've made you a dinner reservation for 7:30. I'd like to make a reservation.
Reserve. Reserve.
To reserve rooms at a hotel. She told me all about it without reserve. A forest reserve.
Segment. Segment.
The company dominates this segment of the market. Do you know how to segment an orange? Give me a segment of orange to taste.
Segregate. Segregate.
They segregate you from the rest of the community. Segregate people with infectious diseases. They tried to segregate the two lovers.
Seize. Seize.
I seize the gun from him. Seize an opportunity. I seize him by the arm.
Select. Select.
They select a diamond ring. Select the book you want. A select wine list.
Typical. Typical.
This painting is typical of his early work. A typical example. It is typical of him to forget.
Wholesome. Wholesome.
You should read some wholesome books. Wholesome entertainment. Wholesome food.
Wicked. Wicked.
A wicked boy. She looked at me as if I were the wicked stepmother. This wicked fellow needs to be locked up.
Widespread. Widespread.
English is a widespread language. Food shortages are widespread. A widespread disease.
Attribute. Attribute.
Kindness is his best attribute. Don't attribute all your mistakes to objective causes. Most experts attribute the drawing to Michelangelo.
Audience. Audience.
His long speech tired the audience. His speech won the applause of the audience. The audience was amused by the performance.
Authority. Authority.
To exceed one's authority. His opinion carries authority. Policemen have authority to arrest lawbreakers.
Bunch. Bunch.
I received a bunch of flowers yesterday. A bunch of girls were sitting on the grass. A bunch of keys.
Critical. Critical.
The patient's condition is critical. We must inherit in a critical way. These materials become flexible above critical temperature.
Cure. Cure.
To cure a cold. There's no certain cure for this illness. Prevention is better than cure.
Curious. Curious.
The boy was curious about everything he saw. He is a curious student. She is such a curious girl, always asking questions.
Curl. Curl.
I curl up in front of the fire with a book. The dying leaves curl up. A blow to the stomach made him curl up.
Current. Current.
The main current. This button switches the current on. The current is deep and strong up the stream.
Curse. Curse.
He muttered a curse at the unfair referee. The witch put a curse on her. He gave a curse when he hit his head.
Curve. Curve.
The population curve has slowed down. Curve in the road. Plot the temperature curve on the graph.
Cushion. Cushion.
To cushion bad effects. He lay on the sofa with a cushion under his head. To cushion a blow.
Cute. Cute.
Your baby is so cute. A cute dog. A cute boy.
Cycle. Cycle.
The seasons of the year make a cycle. I usually cycle home through the park. Complete a cycle.
Due. Due.
They headed due north. He got his due reward. Your English paper is due.
Dull. Dull.
This book is rather dull and makes me sleepy. He is rather dull in comparison with others. A dull, drizzly afternoon.
Dumb. Dumb.
It was dumb of you to say that. I was dumb with disbelief. Dumb mistake.
Dump. Dump.
There is a dump behind the house. Some people just dump their rubbish in the river. The market calm is largely due to the Federal Reserve Bank's unprecedented trillion money dump.
Durable. Durable.
This raincoat is made of very durable material. Durable friendship. Durable clothing.
Duration. Duration.
The duration of the movie is 110 minutes. I will stay here for the duration. We hope the war will be short duration.
Extra. Extra.
How did you spend the extra hour today? I said you had to be extra careful. She won't pay any extra.
Extract. Extract.
The bees extract honey from flowers. The following extract is taken from her new novel. To extract a tooth.
Fulfill. Fulfill.
Fulfill one's duty. Fulfill the requirement. This diet will fulfill your need in food.
Function. Function.
What is his function on the committee? Periodic function. The function of the ear is to listen.
furious, furious.
There was a furious knocking at the door. A furious temper. He'll be furious at being kept waiting.
Guardian, guardian.
Guardian of traditional values. The legal guardian. He is the guardian of his 3 children.
Guideline, guideline.
Follow the guideline. The guideline on price and incomes is made by the government. Our predecessors' ideology can serve as a guideline for our work.
Irrigation, irrigation.
The government decided to set up an irrigation project. Irrigation is important for farming. This is an irrigation project.
Lounge, lounge.
Departure lounge. I just lounge around the house. The cat likes to lounge on the porch.
Loyal, loyal.
They were all loyal supporters of the king. The soldiers are loyal to their country. He is loyal to his friends.
Overall, overall.
Overall, prices are still rising. We did an overall consideration of the matter. The shop assistant was wearing a white overall.
Overcome, overcome.
What challenges do you overcome? He decided to overcome his shortcoming. They can't overcome the enemy.
Pave, pave.
The bricks are used to pave the courtyard. Pave the road with stones. The workers pave a street there.
Payable, payable.
The fee is payable in cash. No fee is payable. Payable account.
Resign, resign.
She intended to resign her position in the company. Resign the position as a teacher. The scandal forced the minister to resign.
Resist, resist.
Resist diseases. They need to resist this pressure. They were unable to resist the invasion.
Semester, semester.
This semester will be my last one in this university. Semester report. His writing has improved greatly in this semester.
Seminar, seminar.
It seems that no one is willing to attend such a boring seminar. There is a seminar on business this evening. Teaching is by lectures and seminars.
Senior, senior.
He is senior to me by 3 years. College senior. He is my senior by 2 years.
Symptom, symptom.
The riot is a symptom of political instability. Poisoning symptom. Fever is a symptom of many illnesses.
Systematic,
He's very systematic in all he does. Systematic error. The systematic organization will result in better efficiency.
Wisdom, wisdom.
Words of wisdom. Among the chatter, there are these sentences of wisdom. He had acquired much wisdom during his long life.
Automatic, automatic.
This automatic machine sells coffee. Camera with automatic focus. Automatic washing machine.
Available. Available.
Do you have a room available? All available means have been employed. Available fund.
Average, average.
Meals average out at £5 per head. His income is below the average. His average income is £10 a week.
Aware, aware.
Were you aware that something was wrong? He pretended not to be aware of my presence. Were you aware of the risks at the time?
awkward, awkward.
He runs with an awkward movement. The heavy axe was awkward to use. After he spoke there was an awkward silence.
Burst. Burst.
The police burst through the door. I heard a burst of bombs. There was a burst of laughter.
Cooperate. Cooperate.
They cooperate in perfect harmony. If we all cooperate, we'll soon finish. I am so happy to cooperate with you.
Coordinate. Coordinate.
You must coordinate your words with actions. I need you to coordinate tomorrow's schedule. Coordinate plane.
Cope. Cope.
Cope with problems. I cannot cope with that stubborn boy. I cannot cope with so much work.
Core. Core.
This concept is at the core of her theory. He ate the plum and threw the core away. A rod with a hollow core.
Corporate. Corporate.
Corporate strategy. The success was due to corporate effort. He was a victim of the corporate layoffs.
Corporation. Corporation.
International corporation. It takes brains to manage a large corporation. Our corporation was formed in 1994.
Correspond. Correspond.
The reality does not always correspond to expectation. Correspond with a friend. The punishment shall correspond to the offense.
Dusk. Dusk.
He usually goes out for a walk at dusk. The dusk was gilded with fireflies. The lights go on at dusk.
Dusty. Dusty.
The books looked faded, dusty and unused. A dusty road. A dusty old car.
Duty. Duty.
8 are on duty today. I think it is my duty to serve the people. Fulfill one's duty.
Dwarf. Dwarf.
You are a giant of words and a dwarf of action. A dwarf on a giant's shoulders sees further. The kind dwarf asked the princess to have dinner with him.
Dwell. Dwell.
Some bats dwell in caves. Don't dwell on past failures. I'd rather not dwell on the past.
Dynasty. Dynasty.
Paper was invented in the Han Dynasty. The Qing dynasty ended in 1912. After 300 years the dynasty fell.
Extraordinary. Extraordinary.
His extraordinary skill was praised by all. Her talents are quite extraordinary. He married a girl of extraordinary beauty.
Extreme. Extreme.
He lives at the extreme edge of the forest. Extreme options. She found the book uninteresting to the extreme.
Furnish. Furnish.
The school doesn't furnish students with lunch. They use antiques to furnish their new house. We shall not be able to furnish additional copies.
Furniture. Furniture.
A piece of furniture. Buying new furniture may cost a lot. Intelligent furniture brings a lot of convenience to human beings.
Furthermore. Furthermore.
The house is small, and furthermore, it's too far from the town. I don't want to go there, and furthermore, I have no time. Furthermore, humans have the ability to modify the environment in which they live.
Futile. Futile.
Don't waste your time on such futile matters. Efforts to convince him were futile. It would be futile to argue with him.
Gym. Gym.
He played basketball in the gym. He often goes to the gym to strengthen his muscles. Progress I was making in the gym.
Investment. Investment.
They made an investment in industry. Attract foreign investment. A business cannot thrive without investment.
Involve. Involve.
Don't involve other people in your trouble. What kind of work does the position involve? Foreign tours involve a lot of expense.
Irregularity. Irregularity.
We had been used to the irregularity of her visits. She has irregularity in her heartbeat. The irregularity of the shape.
Luxury. Luxury.
The diamond was a luxury to her. She likes to buy herself luxuries from time to time. They live in luxury in a very big house.
Overestimate. Overestimate.
We overestimate our influence. The figure is an overestimate. Don't overestimate your abilities.
Overlap. Overlap.
There is a small overlap between the two circles. These two papers overlap in content. A fish's scales overlap each other.
Overlook. Overlook.
Overlook one problem. The role of talent tends to be overlooked. A kind of overlooked inequality.
Peak. Peak.
Sales have reached a new peak. He's at the peak of his career. The peak viewing slot.
Peculiar. Peculiar.
Her attention was attracted by his peculiar attire. Language is peculiar to mankind. This style of cooking is peculiar.
Resolution. Resolution.
You must stand to your resolution. His resolution swayed after the first failure. Pass a resolution.
Resolve. Resolve.
His resolve began to waver. To resolve a conflict. It has taken forever to resolve these problems.
Sensible. Sensible.
It was sensible of you to bring the umbrella. Are you sensible of the dangers? That seems to be a sensible idea.
Sensitive. Sensitive.
He is a sensitive friend of mine. We'd better keep off the sensitive topic. This instrument is highly sensitive.
Withdraw. Withdraw.
We expect the army to withdraw. Withdraw money. He has decided to withdraw from the competition.
Witness. Witness.
The tests witness to the quality of this new car. Witness of the accident. The witness lied to the court.
Workload. Workload.
The heavy workload forced me to cancel the camping trip. She finally collapsed under the heavy workload. My workload is too heavy.
Abbreviation.
TV is an abbreviation for television. Jan is the abbreviation for January. GI is just a military abbreviation meaning government issue, and it was on all of the articles handed out to soldiers.
Aboriginal. Aboriginal.
Aboriginal forest. The Aboriginal fight for the land. Aboriginal inhabitant.
Abstraction. Abstraction.
The teacher noticed her abstraction. A painting of abstraction. There is an air of abstraction in her face.
Backbone. Backbone.
He showed backbone when facing hardships. They are the backbone of the party. He has no backbone.
Background. Background.
He has no background for the job. He has a strong political background. Background music.
Calorie. Calorie.
The calorie content in this ice cream is very high. High calorie food. Calorie is a unit of heat.
Caliber. Caliber.
A large caliber gun. He is a person of high caliber. The caliber of teaching was very high.
Campaign.
An anti-smoking campaign. To campaign for law reform. A marketing campaign.
Capability. Capability.
Military capability. He had no capability to deal with the matter. He has capability as a composer.
Capricious. Capricious.
A spoiled child is often capricious. The climate on grassland is capricious. A capricious wind.
Dairy. Dairy.
Dairy product. Dairy cattle. We bought milk at the dairy.
Dazzling. Dazzling.
A dazzling lightning lit up the sky. The colorful lights are dazzling. Diamonds have dazzling sparkle.
Decay. Decay.
A civilization that had begun to decay. My teeth started to decay. The vegetables have begun to decay.
Eccentric. Eccentric.
Eccentric behavior. The old lady is a bit of an eccentric. Eccentric wheel.
Echo. Echo.
An echo among the hills. Hear an echo. The echo was returned by the canyon wall.
Edge. Edge.
They have lost the edge. The edge of the cliff. To edge one's way through a crowd.
Fabricate. Fabricate.
To fabricate evidence. We use steel to fabricate the tools. To fabricate a document.
Gauge. Gauge.
To gauge a person's ability. The petrol gauge. The tests will give parents a gauge of how their children are doing now.
Hail. Hail.
Millions of people hail the astronauts. A hail of criticism. It will hail tomorrow.
Ideology.
A man's ideology is reflected in his behavior. Capitalist ideology. Consensus came at the cost of ideology.
Identity. Identity.
Identity of interests is the bond that unites them. Identity card. To foist a common national identity on new citizens.
Idiosyncratic.
His speech is idiosyncratic. His teaching methods are idiosyncratic but successful. An idiosyncratic personality.
Jeopardize. Jeopardize.
Overworking can jeopardize your health. To jeopardize one's life. Disputes may jeopardize the talks.
Kin. Kin.
He was kin to me. All our kin came to the family reunion. What kin is he to you?
Laborious. Laborious.
Being a teacher is very laborious. Keeping the garden tidy can be a laborious task. His books are written in a laborious style.
Magnitude. Magnitude.
I had not realized the magnitude of the problem. The magnitude of the universe. The earthquake has a magnitude of 7.1.
Mainstream. Mainstream.
How did these ideas become mainstream? The show wanted to attract a mainstream audience. The economic mainstream.
Narrative. Narrative.
I like narrative literature most. Narrative makes up most of the book. Narrative skills.
Obligation. Obligation.
Fulfill an obligation. Undertake an obligation. I'm under no obligation to do it.
Pacify. Pacify.
It is difficult to pacify the rebels. To pacify anger. To pacify the critics.
Painstaking. Painstaking.
Mastering of a language requires painstaking effort. She is not very clever, but she is painstaking. Painstaking practice.
Parade.
Have a parade. The strikers parade through the city center. The general inspected the parade.
Qualification.
They had every qualification for success. The qualification for membership. Yet the result may be worse qualification because they get less individual attention as well as less confidence in speaking publicly.
Radiator. Radiator.
He warmed his hands at a radiator. This car has a fan-cooled radiator. The radiator gives out a lot of heat.
Rafting. Rafting.
Water sports such as boating, fishing, and rafting. As with hiking, you should think about your safety in rafting. People in this area have been rafting for centuries.
Salvage. Salvage.
Officials tried to salvage the situation. They are trying to salvage the wrecked ship. Salvage of the wreck is very difficult.
Sanitation. Sanitation.
Sanitation is necessary to keep away illness. They work in conditions of bad sanitation. Poor sanitation.
Ubiquitous. Ubiquitous.
He could see the ubiquitous cameras. Sugar is ubiquitous in the diet. The struggle between opposites is ubiquitous.
Abound.
Natural resources abound in our country. Tropical plants abound in the jungle. Streams abound with fish.
Accelerate. Accelerate.
To accelerate economic growth. Accelerate abruptly. Accelerate the pace.
Accessible. Accessible.
An accessible manager. The phone is accessible. This island is accessible only by boat.
Accessory. Accessory.
An accessory of mobile phone. The only accessory inside the box is a charger. She was charged as an accessory to murder.
Backlash. Backlash.
There is not yet a backlash against the policy. The political backlash would be fierce. The government is facing an angry backlash from voters over the new tax.
Badge.
School badge. The boy pins a badge on his jacket. The car's front badge is much loved by thieves.
Carefree. Carefree.
We all felt carefree after the exams. The carefree childhood became a thing of the past. She wanted a carefree holiday.
Carnivore. Carnivore.
Pitcher plant is a carnivore. The dinosaur was a carnivore. This is a meaty meal that carnivore loves.
Casualty. Casualty.
The driver was rushed to casualty after the car accident. A precise casualty count isn't available. Casualty figures.
Catastrophe. Catastrophe.
The flood was a terrible catastrophe. Environmental catastrophe. Catastrophe insurance.
Dedicated. Dedicated.
The dedicated cycle routes. He dedicated his life to science. She's very dedicated to her work.
Dedication. Dedication.
Such dedication is admirable. The book's dedication reads, to mother. Dedication to liberty.
Deductive. Deductive.
I used my deductive powers. Deductive logic. Sherlock's deductive reasoning.
Deem. Deem.
I deem that it is time to act. Do you deem this plan sensible? Their learned contents were once deemed suitable for publication in general circulation dailies.
Edible. Edible.
The rotten apple is not edible. An edible mushroom. The food at the hotel was barely edible.
Edification. Edification.
Good works give us edification. I will never forget the edification from my teachers. Our kids should grow up in the edification of Confucianism.
Efficiency. Efficiency.
Raise efficiency. We must improve our efficiency as soon as possible. Improvements in efficiency at the factory.
Facade. Facade.
That is the facade of the palace. Her honesty was all a facade. His fine clothes are a mere facade.
Generalization. Generalization.
It is unwise to be hasty in generalization. To make a generalization. This is only a simple generalization. Hallmark. Hallmark. Hallmark of the gold's purity. Sharp dialogue was the show's hallmark. Clear expression is the hallmark of good writing.
Illiteracy. Illiteracy.
To eliminate illiteracy. Illiteracy has been wiped out in our village. Those illiteracy workers met.
Imagery. Imagery.
The nature imagery of the ballad. This movie is full of striking imagery. Imagery of war.
Immerse. Immerse.
I immerse myself in my career. I immersed my clothes in water. To immerse one's head in the water.
Jury. Jury.
The jury are about to announce the winners. An unbiased jury. The jury is unable to reach a unanimous decision.
Kindle. Kindle.
Her eyes kindle with excitement. These poems help kindle the imagination. The wood was wet and wouldn't kindle easily.
Lament. Lament.
People lament the passing of the good days. To lament a death. We lament over our bad luck.
Landfill. Landfill.
The rubbish rotted in the landfill. The environmental costs of landfill. There are 3 basic processing methods for plastics packaging waste: landfill, incineration, and recovery and reuse.
Maintenance. Maintenance.
He had to work hard for the maintenance of his family. The machinery requires constant maintenance. He took a course to learn about car maintenance.
Navigation. Navigation.
Navigation on a sea. The compass is an instrument of navigation. Radar navigation.
Oblivious. Oblivious.
I was oblivious to my surroundings. He was oblivious of his promise. She was oblivious to pain.
Paradigm. Paradigm.
A new paradigm of production. There's no paradigm to follow in this new industry. He had become the paradigm of the successful man.
Paradoxical. Paradoxical.
This ambiguity may seem paradoxical. So it seems paradoxical to talk about habits in the same context as creativity and innovation. His argument is that the unusual history of these people has subjected them to unique evolutionary pressures that have resulted in this paradoxical state of affairs.
Rationale. Rationale.
The rationale for the present study is evident. The plan was criticized for its lack of rationale. What is the rationale behind these exams?
Rationality. Rationality.
Emotions aren't the opposite of rationality. Economic rationality of a project. Out of consideration of economic rationality, high technology is not needed.
Savage. Savage.
The critic's savage Tom's play. A savage temper. To savage a political rival. Scaffold. Scaffold. Workers are working on the scaffold. The criminal was hanged on the scaffold. The prisoner was sent to the scaffold.
Unanimous.
The jury are unable to reach a unanimous decision. The discussion led to unanimous approval of the plan. He was elected with unanimous approval.
Vacancy. Vacancy.
There is a vacancy on the 10th floor. Reading helps to fill a vacancy in our knowledge. Fill a job vacancy.
Acclaim. Acclaim.
To acclaim the new king. The novel received great acclaim. He acknowledged the acclaim of the crowd.
Acquisition. Acquisition.
This painting is her latest acquisition. The acquisition of knowledge. The acquisition of wealth is his only purpose.
Acupuncture. Acupuncture.
It is said that acupuncture is painless. The acupuncture treatment cured him. To acupuncture the patient.
Baffle. Baffle.
These questions baffle me. He tried hard to baffle our plan. A baffle is arranged in the water box.
Ballot. Ballot.
I cast a ballot for him. We should put it to a ballot. We decided to hold a ballot.
Cater. Cater.
It is difficult to cater to everyone's wish. We have to cater to demand. Who will be catering the wedding?
Cathedral. Cathedral.
The cathedral is sacred. The bells of a cathedral began to toll. The cathedral is made of stone.
Cautious. Cautious.
Be cautious when crossing the road. He was cautious when he was driving a car. An analyst needs to be cautious.
Celebrity. Celebrity.
Everyone wanted to be a celebrity. A social celebrity. A celebrity appeared on the TV show.
Cellular. Cellular.
Cellular structure. Cellular network. These compounds reduce cellular damage.
Default. Default.
We cannot default on our commitments. The corporation was charged with default on its contract. She said she had to default on that loan.
Deficiency. Deficiency.
I have a slight calcium deficiency. Diligence can make up for deficiency. Vitamin deficiency.
Deforestation. Deforestation.
Humans' deforestation brings on sandstorm. The quickest solution to deforestation would be to simply stop cutting down trees. Last year marked the third year in a row that Indonesia's bleak rate of deforestation has slowed in pace. One reason for the turnaround may be the country's anti-poverty program.
Degenerate. Degenerate.
Luxury made him a degenerate. They are a group of degenerate computer hackers. A degenerate form of an ancient folk art.
Ejection. Ejection.
I was frightened by the sudden ejection of water. The ejection of a bullet. The ejection seat.
Facet. Facet.
The caste system shapes nearly every facet of Indian life. Now let's look at another facet of the problem. No single theory can embrace and explain every facet of human behavior.
Factual. Factual.
There is no factual basis of this theory. A factual report. Factual evidence.
Haphazard. Haphazard.
Just put the book in haphazard on the shelf. He started his journey in haphazard. The town grew in a haphazard way.
Harass. Harass.
To harass the witness. We took turns to harass them. Don't harass the life out of me.
Impair. Impair.
Tiredness can impair your ability to drive. Loud noise can impair your hearing. Fear will impair our ability to move forward.
Impart. Impart.
A teacher's aim is to impart knowledge. To impart some advice. I have nothing important to impart.
Impede. Impede.
Nothing can impede his progress. The muddy roads impede our journey. Don't impede me to do the job well.
Justification. Justification.
There is no justification for his absence. What can be said in justification of his behavior? There was no justification for what I was doing.
Kiosk. Kiosk.
He phoned me from a kiosk. I bought cigarettes at the kiosk. I bought a magazine at the kiosk.
Landmark. Landmark.
The bridge is a landmark in the history of architecture. The landmark can help you judge your position. A landmark decision that set a legal precedent.
Makeshift. Makeshift.
We put together a makeshift tent. Use an empty box as a makeshift for a table. They made a makeshift table from boxes.
Necessitate. Necessitate.
Lack of money will necessitate a change of plan. His crimes necessitate punishment. Your broken legs necessitate an operation.
Obsessive. Obsessive.
He has an obsessive need to win. Some people are obsessive about cleanliness. She's obsessive about punctuality.
Paramount. Paramount.
This duty is paramount to all the others. This matter is of paramount importance. These constitutions are paramount.
Partial. Partial.
Don't be partial to your own child. Partial nationalization. His partial attitude brings a lot of criticism.
Participant. Participant.
She is an active participant in this activity. Man himself is a participant in this environment. She was a participant in these campaigns.
Qualitative. Qualitative.
This will cause qualitative changes. We can draw a few qualitative conclusions. Qualitative methods are used in this study.
Quantitative. Quantitative.
Quantitative change. The quantitative analysis. Quantitative difference.
Reaction. Reaction.
Could I ask for your reaction to this policy? Their reaction to the joke is to laugh. My immediate reaction was one of shock.
Readily. Readily.
The audience reacted readily to his speech. He readily agreed to help us. I didn't readily make friends.
Scenery. Scenery.
I've never seen such beautiful scenery. The West Lake is famous for its scenery. The scenery in the mountains is very beautiful.
Scheme. Scheme.
To carry out a scheme. They were scheming to overthrow the government. Their scheme was exposed.
Scratch. Scratch.
Scratch yourself if you itch. She reaches out to scratch her nose. Start from scratch.
Acute. Acute.
He suffers from acute depression. There is an acute shortage of water. Acute sense of smell.
Adaptation. Adaptation.
The play is an adaptation of a novel. He made a good adaptation to his new school. Which is your favorite adaptation of the book?
Addicted. Addicted.
He was addicted to cocaine. Be addicted to smoking. She was addicted to rock music.
Adhere. Adhere.
We should adhere to our opinions. To adhere to the wall. The two surfaces adhere to each other.
Bandwagon. Bandwagon.
There is a bandwagon pulling out. The reform bandwagon swept across the country. Many people climb on the bandwagon.
Banish. Banish.
They tried to banish him from politics. Banish gloom from your thought. You can banish that idea from your mind.
Celsius. Celsius.
It's 2 degrees Celsius higher than yesterday. It's about 27 degrees Celsius this afternoon. The water becomes ice at Celsius 0.
Censor. Censor.
2 scenes were cut by the censor. Film censor. This report needs to be carefully censored.
Census. Census.
Census chart. A census of population is taken every 10 years. The census revealed a birth rate in decline.
Certify. Certify.
I cite examples to certify my statement. I certify that he has received your money. I certify on my honor that she is innocent.
Degradation. Degradation.
There is some environmental degradation left from the war that is being worked on. They were sickened by the scenes of misery and degradation they found. The degradation of language.
Delectable. Delectable.
Delectable wine. I felt a delectable sense of freedom. It was a delectable news.
Deliberate. Deliberate.
Take a deliberate action. I deliberate whether or not to accept his offer. And the best way to learn how to encode information meaningfully, Erickson determined, was a process known as deliberate practice.
Delighted. Delighted.
He was delighted with the present. I was delighted to be invited to her party. We were delighted to read your novel.
Elegant. Elegant.
Her good looks and elegant manners are very attractive. She was tall and elegant. She always wears a plain but very elegant dress.
Eligible. Eligible.
She can't find an eligible man. You could be eligible for a scholarship. He is eligible to vote on his next birthday.
Eliminate. Eliminate.
Eliminate poverty. She checked the essay carefully to eliminate all errors from it. Her mistakes eliminate her from the contest.
Fade. Fade.
I heard the noise fade away. Flowers will soon fade when they have been cut. The sunlight can fade the carpet.
Faithful. Faithful. Geometric. Faithful. Faithful.
Faithful companion. This is a faithful account of the accident. The dog is a faithful friend of man.
Geometric. Geometric.
He tried to deal with this geometric puzzle. Geometric designs were popular wall decorations. The sheet has a geometric pattern on it.
Harness. Harness.
If you can harness your emotion, you will get great success. I harness the horse to the cart. They will harness the energy of the sun to heat homes.
Imperative. Imperative.
Survival is our first imperative. He always speaks in an imperative tone of voice. It is imperative that we make a decision.
Impetus. Impetus.
Children need an impetus to study. This decision will give renewed impetus to the economic regeneration of the city. His enthusiasm is an impetus for the team.
Impinge. Impinge.
Do not impinge on my privacy. I heard the rain impinge upon the earth. Large deficits would impinge on finances.
Kit. Kit.
The soldiers packed their kit for the journey. Where is my football kit? A toy aircraft kit.
Managerial. Managerial.
Running a company requires great managerial skills. He is a managerial talent in our company. She got promoted to a managerial position.
Mandate. Mandate.
The government gave the police a mandate to reduce crime. They mandate him to go in a ceasefire. People mandate the government to increase taxes.
Obsolete. Obsolete.
That old worldview is obsolete. The computers in our office are obsolete. Digital cameras made film obsolete.
Participation. Participation.
Thank you for your participation. Participation is important. The participation in the activity.
Passionate. Passionate.
The teacher is passionate about her subject. He is a man of passionate personality. A passionate interest.
Pasture. Pasture.
The cows are grazing in the pasture. Pasture is an important crop in British agriculture. It is a good place for goats to pasture.
Realm. Realm.
The realm of science. The king was concerned about the safety of the realm. He made contributions in the realm of foreign affairs.
Reasoning. Reasoning.
His argument does not rest on reasoning. What is the reasoning behind this decision? Inductive reasoning.
Scrutinize. Scrutinize.
Scrutinize the crime scene. We must scrutinize and evaluate. She leaned forward to scrutinize their faces.
Secular. Secular.
Secular music. We live in an increasingly secular society. Are religious societies better than secular ones?
Semi-final. Semi-final.
They were wiped out 1-9 in the semi-final. He will be matched against Tom in the semi-final. Women's football has reached the semi-final round.
Uncompromising. Uncompromising.
He is too uncompromising to excuse the children's mistakes. She often takes a hard, uncompromising attitude. He is an uncompromising reformer.
Warehouse. Warehouse.
Please warehouse the goods. They stored the goods in a warehouse. He is checking goods at the warehouse.
Adjoin. Adjoin.
Canada and the United States adjoin. The two gardens adjoin. Our two houses adjoin.
Administer. Administer.
Administer laws. Administer a drug to a patient. It takes brains to administer a large corporation.
Admittedly.
Admittedly, it was difficult, but it wasn't impossible. Admittedly, it's only a theory. The options are admittedly limited.
Adolescence. Adolescence.
The age of adolescence. His adolescence was not a happy time for him. He grew tall during his adolescence.
Bankrupt. Bankrupt.
The shopkeeper is bankrupt. I was bankrupt and unable to pay the debts. The company went bankrupt and he lost his job.
Banquet. Banquet.
State banquet. We gave him a farewell banquet yesterday. The manager gave a speech at the banquet.
Chamber. Chamber.
The lower chamber. Chamber of the heart. They are having a meeting in the chamber.
Champion. Champion.
A champion of social reform. His efforts paid off and he became the champion. To champion the cause of civil rights.
Chaos. Chaos.
In chaos. The city has restored order out of chaos. The war caused great chaos.
Charter. Charter.
You need to comply with the charter. The government chartered the new airline. Project charter. Checklist. Checklist. Make a checklist of the tools and materials you will need. The following is a checklist to help you determine when it's time to move on. Could we design a checklist for surgery?
Delightful. Delightful.
The scenery is delightful to the eyes. Life in the country is delightful. Thank you for a delightful stay.
Demanding. Demanding.
A demanding boss. He was a very demanding child. It is a demanding role.
Demographic. Demographic.
Demographic decline. Demographic change.
Elite. Elite.
Eloquent. Eloquent.
The proof is eloquent. Her enthusiasm made her eloquent. An eloquent speaker.
Elusive. Elusive.
Late-night taxis are elusive. Failure is inevitable. The inspiration is elusive.
Fallacy. Fallacy.
Fallacy often has no basis in fact. It is a theory based on fallacy. It's a fallacy to think that rich men are all happy.
Germ. Germ.
The germ of a project. The germ is carried by pigs. A germ is the earliest form of a living thing.
Implication. Implication.
What's the implication of the statement? He smiled, with the implication that he didn't believe me. His implication in the crime was obvious to all.
Imposing. Imposing.
An imposing building. He was an imposing figure on stage. This person has an imposing appearance.
Knack. Knack.
He has a knack of teaching. She has a knack of making friends. There is a knack in tying ropes together.
Lord. Lord.
Your lord makes me feel shy. People laud him for his courage. They laud the former president as a hero.
Mandatory. Mandatory.
Attendance is mandatory. It's mandatory to pay taxes. A reply to this letter is mandatory.
Maneuver. Maneuver.
We maneuver the canoe closer to him. They tired out the enemy by skillful maneuver. I maneuver my way around the tables to the back corner.
Negligible. Negligible.
His knowledge of English is negligible. These details are negligible. The damage to my car is negligible.
Occupation. Occupation.
Riding is her favorite occupation. Occupation rate of market. You discover that we are in a period of unprecedented calm with comparatively few jobs shifting between occupations.
Pedestrian. Pedestrian.
He was rather a pedestrian student. Pedestrian crossing. Pedestrian prose.
Penetrate. Penetrate.
We should penetrate the appearance to see the essence. I finally penetrate her disguise. X-rays can penetrate many objects.
Perceptible. Perceptible.
Perceptible changes in temperature. She gave him a barely perceptible smile. The difference between the twins is perceptible.
Perception. Perception.
He was a man of keen perception. A critic's acute perception. Aesthetic perception.
Receipt. Receipt.
Please send me a receipt for the money. I paid the bill, but he forgot to give me a receipt. She placed the receipt in her wallet.
Receptive. Receptive.
He is receptive to new thoughts. You're not being receptive to him. He's not very receptive to my suggestion.
Sensational.
It's a sensational performance. Sensational report. What a sensational story.
Sentiment.
There's no place for sentiment in business. She kept that letter out of sentiment. My sentiment is that this policy needs to be revised.
Sewage. Sewage.
The sewage channel chokes. The river was contaminated with sewage. The sewage pipes were choked with rubbish.
Weird. Weird.
I heard a weird scream in the darkness. I found that guy somewhat weird. Weird clothes.
Zeal. Zeal.
They worked with great zeal. His zeal will soon burn itself out. He shows great zeal for knowledge.
Adorable. Adorable.
The widget in the car is adorable. You are such an adorable girl. She looks adorable in her shiny pink nightgown.
Advent. Advent.
Since the advent of planes, travel has speeded up. With the advent of the rockets, the space age began. The advent of the computer.
Aerobics. Aerobics.
I take an aerobics class. I do aerobics at the gym. Aerobics is good for health.
Bar. Bar.
Don't bar my way. A bar of gold. I barred the door to stop anyone from getting into the room.
Barrel. Barrel.
He ran off a bucket of water from the barrel. A barrel of beer. The barrel of a gun is made of steel.
Chic. Chic.
I like your chic hat. She wears her clothes with chic. It is a chic new restaurant.
Chronic. Chronic.
Chronic disease. Chronic stress can increase the risk of diseases. Chronic anger is bad for health.
Chronological.
Chronological order. Give me the dates in chronological order. I have arranged these stories in chronological order.
Circulation. Circulation.
The coins were taken out of circulation. Blood circulation. This book has a large circulation.
Civilian. Civilian.
Civilian life. Civilian clothes. Both men emphasized the dirt and exhaustion of war, the fragments of civilization that the soldiers shared with each other and the civilians: coffee, tobacco, whiskey, shelter, sleep.
Demolish. Demolish.
They are going to demolish that old building. Demolish an empire. Demolish the barrier.
Denote. Denote.
We often denote anger by red letters. Smiles often denote pleasure. Dark clouds denote a coming storm.
Density. Density.
The aircraft is unlikely to make a safe landing considering the density of the fog. Australia has a very low population density. Mercury has a much greater density than water.
Depict. Depict.
They depict him as a hero. Depict the detail. Most of her novels depict life in London.
Embark. Embark.
Many people embark for Europe at New York Harbor. Tom is about to embark on a new business. He will embark on a new career as a writer.
Embed. Embed.
The harpoon struck but did not embed it. The bullet is deeply embedded in the wall. This agreement will be embedded in a state treaty to be signed soon.
Embody. Embody.
These laws embody humans' value. He embodied good sportsmanship on the playing field. The latest cars embody many new features.
Fanatical. Fanatical.
They were fanatical Marxist communists. A fanatical patriot. I am a fanatical basketball fan.
Fanfare. Fanfare.
The royal visitor was saluted by a fanfare of trumpets. A fanfare was played as the Queen entered. The fanfare sounded.
Ghetto. Ghetto.
A poor kid growing up in the ghetto. One of the most atmospheric corners of Prague is the old Jewish ghetto. The black ghettos of New York and Los Angeles.
Haven. Haven.
All the boats were in the haven. A haven for the homeless. My own room is a safe and comfortable haven.
Impoverished. Impoverished.
An impoverished speech. An impoverished developing country. A region impoverished by drought.
Impressive. Impressive.
Impressive performance. A cathedral is an impressive building. The expert gave an impressive talk.
Knock on. Knock on.
Financial crisis of one country would have a knock-on effect on the global economy. The cut in petroleum price has had a knock-on effect on the prices of many other things. Knock-on is prohibited in the soccer match.
Layman. Layman.
He is a layman in politics. He is not a priest, he is just a layman. I'm a layman in that area.
Mania.
A mania for neatness. The treatment of mania. He has a mania for cave exploration.
Manifestation. Manifestation.
That manifestation showed our power. A fever is a manifestation of the disease. This riot is a manifestation of people's discontent.
Negotiate. Negotiate.
We'll leave you to negotiate with them. Negotiate a contract. To negotiate a peace settlement.
Occurrence. Occurrence.
An everyday occurrence. The occurrence of storms delayed our trip. The occurrence of failure is inevitable.
Perennial. Perennial.
Our perennial problem is not having enough money. Politics provides a perennial subject for argument. A perennial has flowers each year.
Perishable. Perishable.
Perishable goods are piling up at the docks. Raw eggs are highly perishable. Perishable goods.
Recession. Recession.
Economy is in recession. The Great Recession may be over, but this era of high joblessness is probably beginning. Meanwhile, as the recession is looming large, people are getting anxious.
Recipient. Recipient.
The recipient of American military aid. Recipients of awards. The recipient of the letter.
Shackle. Shackle.
He is too young to shackle himself with the responsibilities of a family. The shackle of conventions. The prisoner broke the shackle with a hammer.
Shape. Shape.
A good teacher helps shape a child's character. Our plan is take exercise if you're out of shape.
Shatter. Shatter.
A shatter of glass. Nothing could shatter his faith. A failure would shatter the hope.
Short-sighted. Short-sighted.
This is a very short-sighted decision. He is short-sighted on political issues. Testing showed her to be very short-sighted.
Telling. Telling.
The data reveals a telling picture. He spoke with telling effect. It was her expression that was the most telling.
Affection.
Every mother has affection for her children. Great affection for music. He has a deep affection for his old friend.
Affiliate. Affiliate.
The two companies are affiliated to the corporation. It is an affiliate of the Red Cross. The two unions voted to affiliate.
Affirm. Affirm.
To affirm a view. I can affirm that no one will lose their jobs. I affirm that what he said is true.
Beforehand. Beforehand.
I'm sorry for not telling you beforehand. I made preparations beforehand. It had been arranged beforehand.
Benchmark. Benchmark.
The new fast computer is now the benchmark in the computer industry. To surpass the benchmark. These products use a variety of metrics as a benchmark.
Civilization. Civilization.
Create a civilization. Civilization may be destroyed if there is another world war. Modern civilization.
Clan. Clan.
Rival clans. People in the same clan tend to be united. Traces of the clan society are kept.
Clarity. Clarity.
The clarity of the picture. Water clarity. Information given to the public often lacks clarity.
Clay. Clay.
The earth here is mostly clay. I need a clay model ready for casting. Layer of clay.
Conventional. Conventional.
Conventional art. It is a conventional happy ending. Conventional church wedding.
Deploy. Deploy.
To deploy the military force. To deploy troops. How will you deploy the fund?
Depression. Depression.
A depression usually brings bad weather. Economic depression. A depression on the ground.
Deprive. Deprive.
Never deprive someone of hope. This law will deprive us of our basic rights. To deprive a country of its power.
Emergency. Emergency.
The government declared a state of emergency. She has the ability to keep calm in an emergency. Emergency meeting.
Eminent. Eminent.
An eminent scientist. He is eminent in the field of biology. Even the most eminent doctors could not cure him.
Emission. Emission.
The emission of heat. The emission of gases. Emission of light from the sun is strong.
Exempt. Exempt.
To be exempt from taxes. Poor eyesight will exempt you from military service. He is exempt from military service.
Far-fetched. Fantasy. Fantasy.
The story is a fantasy. He is unable to divorce fantasy from reality. The young always live in a world of fantasy.
Far-fetched. Far-fetched.
A far-fetched excuse. The storyline was too far-fetched. The theory is far-fetched.
Havoc. Havoc.
The weather played havoc with airline schedules. Stress can wreak havoc on the immune system. The earthquake caused terrible havoc.
Impromptu. Impromptu.
The pianist played a song impromptu. An impromptu visit broke up the long afternoon. We're having an impromptu meeting.
Improvise. Improvise.
They improvise a shelter. If an actor forgets his words, he has to improvise. To improvise a song.
Legacy. Legacy.
He is the legal heir to the legacy. Legacy tax. He gambled away all his father's legacy.
Legend. Legend.
The legend is from ancient China. He is a legend in business. The legend passed down from age to age.
Manipulative. Manipulative.
Don't let this manipulative man persuade you. Rumor has very strong manipulative power. He is a manipulative leader.
Maritime. Maritime.
Maintain the security of maritime traffic. I have not been used to this maritime climate yet. A maritime museum.
Neutralize. Neutralize.
Nothing could neutralize its effects. To neutralize the acidity. To neutralize the alarm system.
Permeate. Permeate.
A feeling of sadness does permeate all his music. That system began to permeate and change that society. The traditional culture will permeate through the system.
Perpetuate. Perpetuate.
To perpetuate the memory. We should perpetuate the rare species. It remains questionable to perpetuate a morally unacceptable tradition.
Perplex. Perplex.
Don't perplex the issue. The new tax laws perplex me. Many factors perplex the safety of food.
Persistent. Persistent.
What is important is being persistent to the end. His cough was persistent. He's persistent in his dream.
Personalize. Personalize.
Let's not personalize this argument. Personalize your room with decoration. These people love to personalize their cars.
Reciprocal. Reciprocal.
Reciprocal trade. The reciprocal of 8 is 1/8. Reciprocal tariff.
Recommendation. Recommendation.
This method deserves recommendation. I went to the new hotel on your recommendation. Follow the recommendation.
Sibling.
Sibling rivalry often causes parents' anxieties. A calm, rule-following child might respond better to a different sort of parenting than a younger sibling. Sibling rivalry.
Temperament. Temperament.
I've got a mild temperament. An actor with too much temperament. He is excitable by temperament.
Tempo. Tempo.
The tempo of production has quickened up. The increasing tempo of life. Musical tempo.
Underlying. Underlying.
The story has an underlying theme. The underlying reason for the failure remains unknown. An underlying meaning.
Afflict. Afflict.
Famine and war still afflict mankind. I don't want to afflict you with my troubles. Many illnesses afflict old people.
Affluent. Affluent.
Australia is affluent in natural resources. Affluent consumers prefer foreign brands. We live in an affluent society.
Agent. Agent.
A chemical agent that kills eggs. My agent has power to sign my name. House agent.
Bet. Bet.
I bet them that we would be the first. He still likes to bet on the horses. I bet you can't do this puzzle.
Climax. Climax.
The war was reaching its climax. The music approached a climax. The heat of summer has reached its climax.
Clinic. Clinic.
Mike works in a dental clinic. The hospital has a diabetic clinic. Animal clinic.
Coarse. Coarse.
My clothes were made of coarse cloth. His coarse behavior shocked everyone. Coarse manners.
Co-education. Co-education.
Co-education gives kids the opportunity of growing in an atmosphere of diversity. There has been lots of discussion about co-education. Thanks to co-education system, benign competition and cooperation between male and female students are rightly encouraged.
Cognitive. Cognitive.
Linguistics is an important branch in cognitive science. He is reading a book on cognitive psychology. Cognitive learning.
Deregulation. Deregulation.
Market deregulation. Since deregulation, banks can set their own interest rate. Deregulation from government control.
Derive. Derive.
We derive our food from the land. Derive a conclusion from facts. We derive much benefit from reading good novels.
Descendant. Descendant.
I am a descendant of George Washington. The design was a descendant of a 1956 device. He is a descendant of Queen Victoria.
Desirable. Desirable.
I finally saw a desirable coat in that store. A desirable outcome. You will make some desirable acquaintances here. Empirical. Empirical. Many empirical results supported the hypothesis. His knowledge was generally empirical. An article in Scientific American has pointed out that empirical research says that, actually, you think you're more beautiful than you are.
Enact. Enact.
States are free to enact stricter regulations. To enact a role. I enact the role of hero in the play.
Encompass. Encompass.
They built a moat to encompass the castle. The course will encompass physics, chemistry, and biology. Trees encompass the river.
Fastidious. Fastidious.
He is very fastidious about his food. He was fastidious about his appearance. I'm not fastidious about my clothes.
Fatigue. Fatigue.
She worked hard as if she never knew fatigue. I have gotten over my fatigue. Though suffering from fatigue, they were still working relentlessly to rescue more lives.
Glamorous. Glamorous.
A glamorous movie star. You are looking extremely glamorous. A glamorous girl.
Hazardous. Hazardous.
Passive smoking can be hazardous to health. The plane is flying in a hazardous environment. The chemicals in paint can be hazardous to health.
Incongruous. Incongruous.
The modern building looks incongruous in that village. Such traditional methods seem incongruous in our technical age. A plan incongruous with reason.
Increment. Increment.
She receives a salary increment each year. Yearly increment. Total increment.
legislation, legislation.
They began to draft legislation. This is education legislation. This legislation gives help to education.
Legitimate, legitimate.
He is the legitimate heir to the property. He had a legitimate reason for being late. That's a perfectly legitimate fear.
Massacre, massacre.
The game was a complete massacre. Bloody massacre. The massacre was a crime against humanity.
Masterpiece, masterpiece.
Hamlet is Shakespeare's masterpiece. Architectural masterpiece. His book is a masterpiece.
Nicotine, nicotine.
Cigarettes contain nicotine. The smokers get used to nicotine. It is said that nicotine can cause lung cancer.
Offhand, offhand.
It is too great a thing for me to decide offhand. He gave a speech offhand. There was something in his offhand remarks.
Pertinent, pertinent.
His answer was highly pertinent to the question. The expert made some pertinent comments. He raised several pertinent questions.
Pervasive, pervasive.
Ageism is pervasive in our society. The odor of car exhaust is pervasive in the air. Symptoms of pervasive anti-intellectualism in our schools aren't difficult to find.
Pesticide, pesticide.
The crops are sprayed with pesticide. Organic pesticide. The insects are resistant to the pesticide.
Reconcile, reconcile.
Reconcile disputes. I can't reconcile the two extreme views. He refused to reconcile himself with his brother.
Reconstruct, reconstruct.
He tried to reconstruct his dreams. The police tried to reconstruct the crime using the statements of witnesses. They decided to reconstruct this building.
Recruit, recruit.
To recruit volunteers. His job was to recruit for the army. It's hard to recruit well-qualified staff.
Simplicity, simplicity.
She dressed with simplicity. The beauty of the artist's style is its simplicity. Simplicity is the best art.
Simplistic, simplistic.
He has a simplistic view of the treatment of cancer. The analysis is far too simplistic.
Simulation, simulation.
A simulation of the greenhouse effect. Simulation results show that the method is valid. The pilot's skills are tested through simulation.
Terrace, terrace.
We sat on the terrace in the evening. In China, hill farmers grow rice on the terrace. You may have to terrace your land.
Aggravate, aggravate.
Threats will only aggravate her. Drought will aggravate the food shortage. Stress can aggravate the situation.
Ailment, ailment.
The cold is just an ailment. She suffers from a liver ailment. He got treated for his ailment.
Alarming, alarming.
The alarming increase in crime. The disease has spread at an alarming rate. Alarming horn.
Bid, bid.
I bid her good night. They made a takeover bid for the company. I bid $1,000 for that picture.
Bilateral, bilateral.
Bilateral talks between Britain and America. The minister signed a bilateral agreement. Bilateral negotiation.
Coincidence. Coincidence.
Remarkable coincidence. There is a coincidence of interests between the two partners. It's a coincidence that he lives opposite to me.
Collaborate. Collaborate.
To collaborate with enemies. We would like to collaborate with you. Teams have to collaborate closely.
Collide. Collide.
The cars did collide with each other. Their views collide. The interests of two countries collide.
Collision. Collision.
Collision between two opposing opinions. His car was in collision with a bike. A collision between two trains.
Collocation. Collocation.
Regular collocation. A collocation is a group of words that native speakers often use together. Students need to know the significance of collocation.
Destination. Destination.
It is a popular tourist destination. It took us all day to reach our destination. Earning money is my final destination.
Detached. Detached.
A detached part. A house with a detached garage. She wanted him to stop being so cool, so detached.
Deter. Deter.
Don't let the criticism deter you. Danger did not deter him. Failure did not deter us from trying it again.
Endeavor. Endeavor.
You must endeavor to improve your work. Please make every endeavor to arrive on time. In spite of my best endeavors, I still can't contact her.
Endorse. Endorse.
Please endorse the check at the back. People endorse the policy by signature. To endorse a candidate.
Endurance. Endurance.
The endurance of pain. That job needs patience and endurance. His rude manner was beyond endurance.
Feasibility. Feasibility.
I bet against the feasibility of the plan. I doubt the feasibility of the plan. Feasibility should be a prime concern in policy making.
Heap. Heap.
We have a heap of work to do. Clouds heap upon clouds and it darkens. To heap burning coals.
Incumbent. Incumbent.
It's incumbent on you to warn them. The incumbent changed the policy. An incumbent senator.
Incur. Incur.
I don't want to incur hatred. His unfriendly words incur my anger. His speech will incur hostility from the enemies.
Indigenous. Indigenous.
Giant pandas are indigenous to China. The kangaroo is indigenous to Australia. He is an indigenous Chinese.
Lenient. Lenient.
The lenient rule. The judge was lenient with the criminal. Lenient parents.
Mastery. Mastery.
He demonstrated a mastery of English. He has acquired mastery of French. Air mastery.
Maternal. Maternal.
My maternal grandfather is coming. Maternal instinct. The greatest love in the world is maternal love.
Nil. Nil.
The result of the game was 3-0. The budget has been cut to nil. Their legal rights are nil.
Oligopoly. Oligopoly.
The petrol market is an oligopoly. Oligopoly means a particular market being controlled by a small group of firms. It accelerates three trends: an energizing adoption of new technologies, an inevitable retreat from freewheeling global supply chains, and a worrying rise in well-connected oligopolies.
Petty. Petty.
Petty details. He doesn't deal with petty officials. She is petty-minded.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
The product is a phenomenal success. Phenomenal analysis. The crop yields for the year are phenomenal.
Picturesque. Picturesque.
He lived in a picturesque village. He gave a picturesque description of life at sea in his book. The scenery is picturesque here.
Piercing. Piercing.
All of a sudden a piercing scream broke the silence. The piercing wind fanged his ears. He fixes you with a piercing stare.
Rectangle. Rectangle.
He folded the paper into a rectangle. The area of a rectangle. The four corners of a rectangle.
Rectify. Rectify.
They must rectify the style of work. To rectify alternating current to direct current. Please rectify the mistake in my bill.
Redemption. Redemption.
No man is beyond redemption. Help me with the redemption of jewelry. The redemption of the sinners is not easy.
Simultaneous.
Simultaneous interpretation. The simultaneous actions. The two simultaneous shots sounded like one.
Sitcom. Sitcom.
The sitcom is popular. I like watching sitcom. The sitcom attracts lots of audience.
Skeleton. Skeleton.
I've written the skeleton of my report. Skeleton structure. He is reduced almost to a skeleton.
Well-being. Well-being.
Daily habits can affect our well-being. Mental health is important to well-being. Wish everyone well-being.
Whim. Whim.
I bought the book on a whim. I had a sudden whim to take a walk. She bought that dress on a whim.
Alert. Alert.
He is always alert to danger. I must alert him to the need to solve the problem. We must remain on the alert.
Alienate. Alienate.
To alienate one's fortune. Indifference will alienate people from each other. His attempts to alienate those two friends failed.
Align. Align.
The minister will align himself with the liberals. Could you align this table with those? A tripod can help to align the camera.
Biodegradable. Biodegradable.
A biodegradable detergent. Biodegradable plastics. Worse, biodegradable plastics designed to disintegrate are increasingly common.
Bizarre. Bizarre.
The bizarre dresses. His bizarre behavior attracted our attention. Their taste in art is bizarre.
Comic. Comic.
The comic makes me laugh. Comic book. Comic story.
Commemorate. Commemorate.
We celebrate this day to commemorate the brave soldiers. A monument was built to commemorate the victory. To commemorate history.
Commission. Commission.
Set up a commission. Publishers commission her to translate the book. The case study houses commissioned from talented modern architects by CA magazine between 1945 and 1962 were
Detergent. Detergent.
This detergent can remove the stains. I wash my clothes with the detergent. Use the detergent to wash the dishes.
Deteriorate.
His sight has begun to deteriorate. Food is apt to deteriorate in summer. We could see her health deteriorating week by week.
Detest.
I detest violence with my whole being. I detest all affectation. I detest people who tell lies.
Enduring. Enduring.
An enduring friendship. It is an enduring masterpiece. Drought-enduring plant.
Enlightenment. Enlightenment.
The Enlightenment. His speech gave us some enlightenment. This is difficult and I need enlightenment.
Enlist. Enlist.
We'll enlist him in our movement. Can I enlist your help in raising the money? They come here to enlist men for the army.
Feature. Feature.
A feature of one's personality. This restaurant seems to feature vegetarian dishes. Wet weather is a feature of life in this area.
Globalization. Feeble. Feeble.
The feeble light. He is a man with a feeble personality.
Globalization.
Nowadays, the trend of globalization is becoming increasingly prominent. Many workers are missing out on the rewards of globalization. The ever-increasing globalization in information flow.
Hectic. Hectic.
I had a hectic day in the office. The journalist leads a hectic life. Hectic schedules.
Indignant. Indignant.
He is indignant at the false accusation. I was indignant because it's unfair. Feelings of righteous indignation, it seems, are not the preserve of people alone. Indignant adjective, indignation noun.
Indiscriminate. Indiscriminate.
Indiscriminate spending. He was indiscriminate in his choice of friends. An indiscriminate shopper.
Individualistic. Individualistic.
The individualistic countries tend to put rights and privacy first. The kangaroo is an individualistic animal. Perhaps, then, you need individual skills when society is collective, and social ones when it is individualistic.
Lethal. Lethal.
The virus is lethal. A lethal dose of sleeping pills. Lethal weapon.
Maze. Maze.
I twisted through a maze of narrow corridors. A maze of corridors. We were lost in the maze.
Nobility. Nobility.
The nobility usually resist social changes. He is remembered for the nobility of his character. He followed his principles with nobility.
Piracy. Piracy.
We are in favor of fighting against piracy. Video piracy. The government has taken measures to curb piracy.
Plagiarism.
He's accused of plagiarism. To uncover plagiarism. Plagiarism is a serious offense.
Plausible.
A plausible excuse. This plausible suggestion does not work. Such a theory seems very plausible.
Plea. Plea.
He was absent under the plea of illness. The thief entered a plea of not guilty. The prisoner made a plea for mercy.
Referee. Referee.
The referee made an unfair decision. The referee refused to allow the goal. The referee scored 5 points for him.
Referendum. Referendum.
They voted for independence in a referendum. Ireland decided to hold a referendum on divorce. The changes were approved by referendum.
refinement, refinement.
Good manners are marks of refinement. Wisdom is a refinement of everyday thinking. The refinement of a machine.
refresh, refresh,
Refresh one's memory. He has drunk 1 cup of coffee to refresh himself. Refresh a drink.
skeptical, skeptical,
I am skeptical about his possibility of winning. He listened to me with a skeptical expression. Mary is skeptical about the solution.
skyscraper,
The skyscraper was wrapped in fog. The skyscraper rears high into the sky. He looked up at the skyscraper.
Slack, slack.
The economic slack. To slack one's duty. Slack muscle.
undermine, undermine,
Rivers undermine their banks. She tried to undermine our friendship. Staying up can undermine one's health.
underpin, underpin,
Caring words can underpin our relationship. To underpin the power. They use pillars to underpin the house.
Validity.
The judge did not question the validity of my statement. They challenged the validity of the vote. There is some validity to both of these points.
Allergy. Allergy.
Drug allergy. I have an allergy to animal hair. He has an allergy to wine.
Alleviate.
This medicine will alleviate your sore throat. A cold compress can alleviate your pain. He could only alleviate the sorrow by drinking.
Alliance. Alliance.
Political alliance. Break off an alliance. The 2 countries made an alliance.
Bleak. Bleak.
The weather can be quite bleak on the coast. The outlook remains bleak. The future of this firm is very bleak.
Commitment. Commitment.
Commitment to the work. He made a commitment to pay the rent on time. Meet the commitment.
Companion. Companion.
Traveling companion. He waved to his companion. Faithful companion.
Comparable. Comparable.
Our house is not comparable with yours. The girls are of comparable ages. A heart is comparable with a pump.
Compatible. Compatible.
Compatible family relationships. Their interests are not compatible with ours. This printer is compatible with most microcomputers.
Compel. Compel.
Nothing can compel me to do such a thing. Do not compel me to use violence. They often compel us to work 12 hours a day.
Detour.
They made a detour to avoid the town center. We had to make a detour around the floods. To make a detour.
Detrimental. Detrimental.
Overwork is detrimental to one's health. Smoking is detrimental to health. Lack of sleep is detrimental to one's health.
Devastate. Devastate.
They intended to devastate the town. You devastated my whole plan. The typhoon will devastate the whole community.
Devastating. Devastating.
Nearly 15,000 died in this devastating earthquake. It is the most devastating storm in 20 years. He received devastating injuries in the accident.
Ensue. Ensue.
What troubles may ensue from overpopulation? More problems may ensue if you can't solve the matter in time. What will ensue from these actions?
Entail. Entail.
The crisis would entail dissolution of the union. His strategy does entail some risks. This job would entail knowing how to use a computer.
Enterprising. Enterprising.
The Athenians were bold and enterprising. An enterprising businessman. It's very enterprising of them to start up a business.
Gloomy. Gloomy.
The gloomy news. It was a gloomy winter day. He feels gloomy about his future.
Hedonism.
Too much wealth may induce hedonism. Hedonism was popular among the ruling class. To promote hedonism.
Individuality. Individuality.
A man of marked individuality. Monotonous towns lacking in individuality. Fashion clothes help express my individuality and personality.
Inductive. Inductive.
The inductive effect decreases with increasing distance. Inductive door switch system is convenient. Inductive reasoning.
Inept. Inept.
An inept comparison. You are completely inept at writing. They are inept at tennis.
Meager. Meager.
His knowledge of history is meager. He supported his family with his meager income. The meager soil.
Medieval. Medieval.
A medieval sword. He studies in medieval history. The medieval castle was made of stone.
Notably. Notably.
His health has notably declined. Many students were absent, notably the monitor. It's a notably successful project.
Pliable. Pliable.
The bones become less pliable. These tubes are pliable. Children are very pliable.
Plummet. Plummet.
House prices plummet. A heavy plummet. The jet began to plummet.
Pointless. Pointless.
It is pointless to envy others. A pointless needle. Pointless arguments.
Pollutant. Pollutant.
Air pollutant. Vehicle garbage is the main pollutant in cities. Coal is a heavy pollutant.
Populate. Populate.
Over 6 billion humans populate the Earth. Immigrants from all over the world populate this city. Thousands of people populate the tall buildings.
Refundable. Refundable.
Empty bottles are refundable. Is this ticket refundable? The entrance fee is refundable.
Refute. Refute.
Nothing could refute her testimony. Historical facts refute such a lie. To refute a rumor.
Regime. Regime.
Under the old regime, women could not vote. A fascist regime. Things will change under the new regime.
Regimen.
Doctors prescribe a regimen for better health. Whatever regimen has been prescribed should be rigorously followed. A patient with non-Hodgkin lymphoma is to be started on the CHOP regimen.
Sleek. Sleek.
The new car has very sleek lines. Sleek black hair. The cat looked very sleek and well fed.
Slightly. Slightly.
Be slightly built. His family moved to a slightly larger house.
Sluggish.
This humid heat makes you feel rather sluggish. The sluggish pace of reforms. The economy remains sluggish.
Slump. Slump.
Net profits slump by 41%. A heavy slump in prices. I slump into a chair.
Terrain. Terrain.
Can you see the rough terrain of the highlands? The terrain changed from forest to desert. The rugged terrain makes it difficult for tanks to move.
Allowance. Allowance.
I have to work to earn my allowance. Officials who travel on business are given the allowance. I didn't receive any allowance from my father.
All round. All round.
An all-round athlete. All-round exercise. All-round education.
Altitude. Altitude.
What is the altitude of the mountain? Your attitude will determine your altitude. The plane flew at an altitude of 20,000 feet.
Compelling. Compelling.
This is a compelling film. Compelling argument. I have no compelling reasons to refuse.
Competence. Competence.
There is no doubt of his competence for the job. The competence in solving problems. No one doubts her competence as a teacher.
Competent. Competent.
A competent manager. He is indeed young, but he is competent. She is competent enough to fill that position.
Competitive. Competitive.
Our product is competitive in the market. Competitive sports. Competitive price. Complaint. Listen to a complaint. She made a complaint about the noise. The endless complaint.
Deviance. Deviance.
Deviant behavior. Deviance is the violation of rules. Many teenagers have the problem of interpersonal deviance.
Deviate. Deviate.
Don't deviate from the principle. Don't deviate from major issues. Don't always deviate to minor issues.
Devise. Devise.
Devise a solution and implement it. We'll devise a better solution. These cartoon characters were devised by him.
Devoted. Devoted.
He devoted all his time to his job. A devoted friend. He is devoted to the aim.
Enthusiasm. Enthusiasm.
His refusal iced our enthusiasm. His heart glows with revolutionary enthusiasm. His enthusiasm made everyone else interested.
Entice. Entice.
Nothing will entice the children from television. The prisoner tried to entice the guard from his duty. They'll entice thousands of doctors to move from the cities to the rural areas by paying them.
Entrepreneur. Entrepreneur.
A successful entrepreneur. The true entrepreneur is a dawn, not a dreamer. The entrepreneur of a project.
Ferocious. Ferocious.
Fighting has been ferocious. He behaved like a ferocious animal. A ferocious guard dog.
Fiber. Fiber.
Seaweed fiber. Cotton fiber is natural. There is fiber in cereals.
Gratify. Gratify.
We gratify our friend's curiosity. To gratify a child's thirst for knowledge. He did that to gratify his girlfriend.
Heed. Heed.
She paid no heed to our warnings. Now heed what I say. She didn't heed my warning.
Herald. Herald.
The robin is a herald of spring. Does that herald a reform? A herald delivered and announced important messages.
Inextricably.
She had become inextricably involved in the campaign. Our fates are inextricably joined. The body and spirit are inextricably linked. Infinity. The camera is focused at infinity. Numbers go on forever to infinity. There is an infinity of stars in the sky.
Inflict. Inflict.
Don't inflict your expectation on your child. They inflict terrible pains on the betrayer. Don't inflict damage on any person.
Liability. Liability.
Liability to pay taxes. Liabilities of a company. He admitted his liability for the accident.
Mediocre. Mediocre.
The student tried hard, but his work is mediocre. He displayed a mediocre intelligence. The meal at the hotel was just mediocre.
Melancholy. Melancholy.
Her sweet words dispersed his melancholy. The song starts soft and melancholy. A letter with some melancholy news.
Onslaught. Onslaught.
A media onslaught. The onslaught of ads on TV. The onslaught of orders will keep them busy for some time.
Porcelain. Porcelain.
Chinese porcelain enjoys worldwide fame. It is the best quality porcelain. A piece of porcelain.
Pornography. Pornography.
A campaign against pornography. Pornography is poison to young minds. They sell pornography.
Portable. Portable.
The document had been typed on a small portable computer. During my time, a portable Walkman was very popular. During my time.
Portfolio. Portfolio.
To resign one's portfolio. The document is in the portfolio. A portfolio of cartoons.
Registration. Registration.
Would you fill in this registration form? He showed up late for registration. What's your registration number?
Regulation. Regulation.
We need the regulation of share prices. You must obey the regulation of the game. He drives at the regulation speed.
Smother. Smother.
He tried to smother the flames with a blanket. We tried to smother our laughter. She's so cruel to smother her own child.
Sociable. Sociable.
She's a sociable child who'll talk to anyone. He is sociable and has many friends. We are very sociable in our office.
Solely. Solely.
He often went out solely at night. You are solely responsible for the job. I read the book solely for pleasure.
Tertiary. Tertiary.
Tertiary education. The tertiary industry in our nation has grown rapidly in recent years. Tertiary countries are friendly to China.
Testimony. Testimony.
Oral testimony. The statement is confirmed by testimony. Nothing could refute her testimony.
Amass. Amass.
He tried to amass evidence. Parents amass money for their children. To amass fortune.
Ambiguous.
An ambiguous reply. The wording of the law is highly ambiguous. Her statement was ambiguous.
Ameliorate. Ameliorate.
Steps have been taken to ameliorate the situation. To ameliorate the recession. Do something to ameliorate his depression.
Blunt. Blunt.
Too much alcohol makes your senses blunt. She is blunt about her personal life. A few blunt words.
Blur. Blur.
Tears blur my eyes. The houses appeared as a blur in the mist. A blur of fact and fancy.
Complementary. Complementary.
His personality is complementary to hers. Day and night are complementary to each other. The two angles are complementary.
Complexity. Complexity.
It is a complexity of mathematics. We are facing a problem of great complexity. The chemical complexity.
Compliment. Compliment.
Sincere compliment. The compliment gave her pleasure. I was embarrassed by their compliment.
Compound. Compound.
The embassy compound. Chemical compound. I compound various ingredients into a drug.
Comprehend. Comprehend.
I did not comprehend his meaning. The child couldn't comprehend the text. I cannot comprehend this phrase.
Diameter. Diameter.
Measure the diameter of this circle. Inside diameter. It measures 5 feet in diameter.
Differentiate. Differentiate.
It is hard to differentiate the one from the other. I am trying to differentiate my work from others. A botanist can differentiate varieties of plants.
Dilemma. Dilemma.
The issue raises a moral dilemma. We must get out of the present dilemma. He was faced with the dilemma whether or not to leave.
Epic. Epic.
The Odyssey is an epic of ancient Greece. Columbus's epic voyage of discovery. Epic romance.
Epidemic. Epidemic.
A flu epidemic raged through the school for weeks. Violence is reaching epidemic levels. A worldwide epidemic.
Equation. Equation.
Show me how to solve this equation. Chemical equation. The professor wrote an equation on the blackboard.
Finance. Finance.
People who work in banks know about finance. He took a job to finance his stay in Germany. She is an expert in finance.
Graze. Graze.
To graze cattle. I graze my knees a little. I saw a butterfly graze against the window.
Herbivore. Herbivore.
Horse belongs to herbivore. The herbivore mainly lives on plants. Zebra is a kind of herbivore.
Heritage. Heritage.
We are proud of our heritage and our culture. Cultural heritage. The building is a part of our national heritage.
Influx. Influx.
The influx of immigrants into a country. An influx of foreign capital. There was a sudden influx of goods onto the market.
Infringe. Infringe.
Infringe a patent. Infringe a contract. We'd better not infringe the rules.
Ingenious. Ingenious.
An ingenious invention. Her solution to the puzzle is ingenious. An ingenious mind.
Liaison. Liaison.
She acts as a liaison between patients and staff. He was in a liaison with a girl. His work is in close liaison with alcoholics.
Melodious. Melodious.
Everybody was attracted by the melodious song. The music by that composer is always so melodious. A melodious voice.
Memorandum. Memorandum.
Memorandum helps you remember the events. I wrote the number on the memorandum. He sent us a memorandum about the meeting.
Portray. Portray.
The actor is trying his best to portray his role. It is difficult to portray feelings in words. What does this picture portray?
Possess. Possess.
Some animals possess the characteristic of man. Possess fortune legally. To possess wealth is not always to be happy.
Posture. Posture.
She stood with good posture. A sitting posture. Still in a relaxed posture.
Potent. Potent.
A potent argument. The drug is extremely potent. The poison of the snake is very potent.
Rehabilitate. Rehabilitate.
There was no money to rehabilitate the tower. To rehabilitate a patient. To rehabilitate a prisoner.
Reimburse. Reimburse.
We will reimburse the cost to you. We will reimburse the customer for the loss. We will reimburse you for the travel expenses.
Relatively. Relatively.
I found the test relatively easy. Relatively speaking, it's not important. Relatively, it's a cold day today.
Somehow. Somehow.
Somehow we lost our way. We must make up for the lost time somehow. I wish I could repay you somehow for your kindness.
Somewhat. Somewhat.
I am somewhat tired of this work. Our teacher is somewhat of an artist. His jokes were somewhat far-fetched.
Sophisticated. Sophisticated.
Time has made him more mature and sophisticated. The latest and most sophisticated technology. She is a sophisticated journalist.
Therapy. Therapy.
The patient is in therapy. Gene therapy. The doctor said she needed physical therapy.
Thorough. Thorough.
He made a thorough investigation of the case. She underwent a thorough examination at the hospital. How thorough has he or she explored the implications of the various courses of action?
Amenity. Amenity.
A sauna in the hotel is a useful amenity. Environmental amenity. He noticed the amenity of his surroundings.
Analogy. Analogy.
He explained the subject by analogy. No analogy exists between them. He drew this conclusion on the analogy of yours.
Botanical. Botanical.
I'm not familiar with botanical names. Botanical study. The botanical is made from plants.
Comprehensive. Comprehensive.
His account of the accident was comprehensive. Comprehensive description. She had a comprehensive grasp of the subject.
Compulsory. Compulsory.
Compulsory education. Attendance at the meeting is compulsory. Chinese is a compulsory subject.
Conceivable. Conceivable.
It is hardly conceivable that he will fail. That is one conceivable answer. It is conceivable that I'll see her tomorrow.
Concession. Concession.
We will make some concession in price. This price concession will not apply after that date. She runs a jewelry concession in the hotel lobby.
Concrete. Concrete.
Concrete evidence. Have you got any concrete proposals? They concrete the garden.
Diplomatic. Diplomatic.
Diplomatic mission. The two countries terminated diplomatic relations. You have to be very diplomatic if you want him to approve the plan.
Disapprove. Disapprove.
Her parents disapprove of her going out at night. They disapprove of experimenting on animals. Her parents disapprove of her marriage.
Discard. Discard.
We should discard old beliefs. You can't just discard me like a broken toy. We will discard the old books.
Equivalent. Equivalent.
This Chinese word has no satisfactory English equivalent. Equivalent weight. A dime is equivalent to 10 pennies.
Equivocal. Equivocal.
The experiment produced equivocal results. He gave an equivocal answer. Many were equivocal about the idea.
Firework. Firework.
We went to a firework display yesterday. The firework exploded in a shower of sparks. Firework display.
Grid. Grid.
A grid of narrow streets. The city streets form a grid. The cloth has a grid with square cells.
Hierarchy. Hierarchy.
There is a hierarchy in all living creatures. He's at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Hierarchy of power.
Ingenuity. Ingenuity.
Use your ingenuity to get what you want. This movie is of great ingenuity. He showed ingenuity in making toys.
Inhale. Inhale.
Don't inhale the smoke. Inhale and then exhale. Inhale deeply.
Inherent. Inherent.
There is an inherent weakness in the design. The desire for freedom is inherent in all of us. She has an inherent love of beauty.
Linen. Linen.
Linen cloth. This linen scarf is very fashionable. He is wearing a linen suit.
Menace. Menace.
The menace of nuclear war. These weapons menace the world peace. A menace to world peace.
Mentor. Mentor.
He will mentor these younger doctors. He fed on the great ideas of his mentor. Find a mentor for these employees.
Optical. Optical.
Optical defect. Optical instrument. They concentrated on better definition of the optical image.
Optimism. Optimism.
We must face the future with optimism. We are influenced by his optimism. This is a poem filled with optimism.
Pragmatic. Pragmatic.
We need to adopt a more pragmatic approach. She took a pragmatic look at her situation. They are pragmatic about the spending cuts.
Precarious. Precarious.
A precarious argument. Our financial situation had become precarious. A soldier leads a very precarious life.
Relentless. Relentless.
I'm relentless in the pursuit of my goals. Relentless rain hit the farmers' bodies. The traffic noise is relentless.
Relevance. Relevance.
His speech bore little relevance. Don't do anything that has no relevance to your work. Ties, bonds, links, connection, association, relations, combination, relationship, interrelations, relevance.
Reliance. Reliance.
I place complete reliance on his judgment. I have no reliance about his assurance. He placed great reliance on his own ability.
Relieve. Relieve.
A massage may relieve your back pain. My words will relieve her grief. This will relieve the heat of the fever.
Sovereign. Sovereign.
A sovereign republic. Parliament is a sovereign organ. The sovereign of England.
Spark. Spark.
A spark set the woods on fire. Spark the spirit of enterprise. A tiny star can spark in the darkness.
Spatial. Spatial.
The spatial distribution of population. Spatial pattern. Spatial structure.
Specialty. Special.
The local specialty. His specialty is law. This job does not match my specialty.
Specification. Specification.
Do you have a product of this specification? These parts did not meet the specifications. All the parts were machined to the specification.
Undo. Undo.
Undo the action. Can you undo this knot? His pride will undo him someday.
Unilateral. Unilateral.
They took the unilateral decision to cancel the contract. They were forced to take unilateral action. The French tax is not just a unilateral move by one country in need of revenue.
Unique. Unique.
Her style of writing is unique. His unique interest is stamp collecting. His cello technique is unique.
Anatomy. Anatomy.
The anatomy of a crime. We studied the anatomy of the snake. She had worked extensively on the anatomy of living animals. The anatomy of a crime. We studied the anatomy of the snake. She had worked extensively on the anatomy of living animals.
Anecdotal. Anecdotal.
The anecdotal evidence is unbelievable. That book is pleasantly anecdotal. Do you believe in the anecdotal report?
Anniversary. Anniversary.
They held a party to celebrate the anniversary. He gave me a necklace as an anniversary gift. Wedding anniversary.
Bound. Bound.
Don't be bound by others' expectations. With one bound, he was over the wall. You are not legally bound to answer these questions.
Condense. Condense.
Condense this paragraph into a few sentences. Water vapor condenses to form clouds. You could condense the mixture by boiling.
Condition. Condition.
I condition my hair every 2 weeks. Age and health do not always condition each other. A necessary condition.
Conducive. Conducive.
Exercise is conducive to health. Make your bedroom conducive to sleep. Is the bed conducive to restful sleep?
Confess. Confess.
Confess to murder. I confess my sins to a priest. I must confess that I know nothing about computers.
Confidential. Confidential.
Confidential documents. Confidential spy. Don't let out the confidential information.
Discharge. Discharge.
We have to discharge our debts. They discharge him from prison. To discharge a court order.
Discourse. Discourse.
They listen to his discourse on politics. We'll discourse on the subject tonight. To discourse on one's experiences.
Discreet. Discreet.
We were very discreet about the romance. He is very discreet in giving his opinions. She wore discreet jewelry.
Eradicate. Eradicate.
To eradicate poverty. They attempted to eradicate crime. To eradicate weeds in a garden.
Erosion. Erosion.
Erosion is caused by wind, water, and time. The rock is resistant to erosion. The soil erosion.
Erroneous. Erroneous.
They have arrived at some erroneous conclusions. Erroneous ideas. Reveal its erroneous nature.
Fledgling. Fledgling.
To provide capital for a fledgling business. A fledgling is learning to fly. A fledgling skier.
Fledgling. Fledgling.
There are many fledglings in the nest. David is a fledgling in this field. Finding good code to read used to be hard, because there were few large programs available in source for fledgling hackers to read and tinker with.
Grievance. Grievance.
He will not easily forget his grievance. He was chosen to voice their grievance. He aired his grievance in the newspaper.
Hilarious. Hilarious.
The comedy was utterly hilarious. The hilarious atmosphere here is really exciting. I find that movie hilarious.
Initiative. Initiative.
Peace initiative. A statesman must display initiative. He got no initiative in his work.
Innate. Innate.
You obviously have an innate talent for music. Children have an innate ability to learn language. It's a form of innate or unlearned optimism.
Merger. Merger.
The two businesses contracted a merger. The merger of two banks. A merger between two companies.
Optimum.
The optimum starting age is 10. The optimum person. They have established the optimum price.
Precaution. Precaution.
You should take an umbrella as a precaution. Safety precaution. It is a wise precaution to lock all the doors.
Precedent. Precedent.
Without precedent in history. Follow the precedent. According to precedent, the newcomers will clean the office for some time.
Precipitate. Precipitate.
The cart will overturn and precipitate him to the ditch. Clouds usually precipitate as rain or snow. A slight mistake could precipitate a disaster.
Relish. Relish.
Relish each moment in your life. A relish for luxury. Put some relish on a slice of bread.
Remnant. Remnant.
A remnant of an explosion. A remnant of the force fled. She bought a remnant of silk at a bargain.
Rendezvous. Rendezvous.
This club is a rendezvous for writers. He didn't tell me the rendezvous. They decided to rendezvous at the club.
Spectator. Spectator.
We can't just stand by as a spectator. As a spectator, I find your speech excellent. The common spectator.
Spectrum. Spectrum.
Light spectrum. There is a wide spectrum of opinions on this question. A rainbow shows the colors in the spectrum.
Speedy. Speedy.
I wish you a speedy recovery. A speedy car. He is a speedy worker.
Spell. Spell.
I completely fell under her spell. The magic spell changed the frog back into men. I don't know how to spell your name.
Spice. Spice.
Pepper is a spice. The fact adds spice to the story. Please add more spice to the cake.
Thrilled. Thrilled.
He was thrilled by her conversation. The majesty of the occasion thrilled us all. The children were thrilled to bits by their presence.
Thrive. Thrive.
May our country prosper and thrive forever. A business cannot thrive without good management. Children thrive on regular meals.
Time-consuming. Time-consuming.
It's time-consuming to get such a large quantity of data. It was a time-consuming job. Finding promising openings might be time-consuming and inefficient.
Variable. Variable.
Her mood is as variable as the weather. Variable factors. Our team's performance this year has been variable.
Appalling. Appalling.
Appalling violence. They live under the most appalling conditions. Appalling food.
Apparatus.
Chemical apparatus. X-ray apparatus. Breathing apparatus.
Apparently. Apparently.
He was apparently surprised at the news. Apparently, you have done a lot of work. Apparently he never wrote a letter to her.
Boycott. Boycott.
To boycott a meeting. We are determined to boycott them. We put the production under a boycott.
Congestion. Congestion.
There is always traffic congestion in that street. Congestion in the rush hour is so serious. There is congestion in your left arm.
Conjunction. Conjunction.
They are working in conjunction with the police. The conjunction of heavy rains and strong winds caused flooding. Use the conjunction to express the time order.
Conscientious. Conscientious.
She is conscientious about her work. A conscientious decision to speak out about injustice. Be conscientious and make a good job of publishing.
Consecutive. Consecutive.
He has been here for 3 consecutive days. The numbers 4, 5, 6 are consecutive. 4 consecutive weeks.
Discrepancy. Discrepancy.
There is a discrepancy in the 2 reports of the accident. The discrepancy in their ages seemed not to matter. Discrepancy between A and B.
Discrete. Discrete.
To break down jobs into discrete steps. Discrete events. Discrete ideas.
Discretion. Discretion.
You must choose friends with discretion. You must use your own discretion. He acted with discretion.
Discrimination. Discrimination.
Sexual discrimination. We should not have racial discrimination. Color discrimination.
Escalate. Escalate.
The disputes will escalate. We do not want to escalate the war. The costs were escalating alarmingly.
Essential. Essential.
There are essential differences between the 2. Mutual understanding is essential to friendship. Food is essential to life.
Established. Established.
A challenger of established authority. His honesty is well established. The theory is not yet scientifically established.
Flimsy. Flimsy.
I feel cold in this flimsy clothes. The evidence against him was flimsy. A flimsy wooden door.
Hindrance. Hindrance.
The higher rates have been a hindrance to economic recovery. Free to investigate without hindrance. Hindrance to the reform of the legal system originates from the rigid bodies governing the profession.
Inner. Inner.
The label is on the inner side of the box. The inner feelings. The inner meaning of a poem.
Innovation. Innovation.
The innovation of air travel made the world seem smaller. Technical innovation helps improve the qualities of products. Anesthesia was a great innovation in medicine.
Innumerable. Innumerable.
He has invented innumerable lies. The stars in the sky are innumerable. The doctor has treated innumerable cases like yours.
Linguistic. Linguistic.
A dictionary contains lots of linguistic knowledge. What's the linguistic feature of the West Europe? Two-word verbs are valid linguistic coin in the 20th century.
Metabolism. Metabolism.
Their rate of metabolism may slow down. I do exercise to increase my metabolism. Energy metabolism.
Metaphor. Metaphor.
A metaphor is an imaginative way of describing things. The rose is often a metaphor for love. This metaphor is very appropriate.
Metaphorical. Metaphorical.
She used a metaphorical expression in her speech. Make some metaphorical sentences. The impressive metaphorical portrayal subtly reveals the duality of the relationship between man and the internet.
Precision. Precision.
Precision instruments. Your report lacks precision. These instruments are capable of very high precision.
Predator. Predator.
The hawk is a sky predator. The predator is at the top of the food chain. Lion is a predator in the nature.
Predecessor. Predecessor.
Our new doctor is much younger than his predecessor. The new building is more spacious than its My present car is much better than its predecessor.
Predominate. Predominate.
Knowledge will always predominate over ignorance. He soon began to predominate over the citizens. Women predominate in older age groups.
Pregnant. Pregnant.
She is pregnant with her first child. Pregnant woman. How long has she been pregnant?
Renounce. Renounce.
I renounce my claim to the property. From this moment I renounce your friendship. It was painful for him to renounce his son.
Renovate. Renovate.
I decide to renovate the garden next year. They are going to renovate the old furniture. To renovate a house.
Repel. Repel.
Fire and water repel each other. To repel an invasion. To repel an attack.
Replenish. Replenish.
Let me replenish your glass. We need food to replenish our energy. We need to replenish our stocks of coal.
Splash. Splash.
Don't splash water about. Just a splash of milk in my coffee, please. The horse has a splash of white on its forehead.
Spokesperson. Spokesperson.
A spokesperson describes some cases. A spokesperson declined to comment. A spokesperson for the food industry.
Whirl. Whirl.
My head is in a whirl. Let's give the plan a whirl. To whirl clockwise.
wholesale, wholesale,
wholesale destruction. They wholesale the t-shirts at $5 each. I am in the wholesale trade.
Wide-ranging, wide-ranging.
Wide-ranging knowledge. A wide-ranging interview. A wide-ranging discussion.
Appliance, appliance.
The appliance carries a full-year guarantee. Household appliance. Electrical appliance shop.
appraisal, appraisal,
Asset appraisal. A forthright appraisal. His appraisal of the novel is appropriate.
apprentice, apprentice,
He began his career as an apprentice. He trained as an apprentice carpenter. To apprentice a green hand.
brainstorm, brainstorm,
We can brainstorm the solution. She got a brainstorm. They gather together to brainstorm.
breach, breach,
To breach the law. Your company is in breach of the contract.
Consensus. Consensus. Consequently. Consequently.
My car broke down and consequently I was late. My car broke down and consequently I was. The rain was heavy and consequently the road was flooded. Conservation. Conservation. Wildlife conservation. An energy crisis compels fuel conservation. The conservation of water.
Considerate, considerate.
He is always considerate to old people. It is considerate of you to bring me a raincoat. She's a very considerate and caring person.
Dismantle, dismantle.
I had to dismantle the engine to repair it. I want to dismantle the wall. The safety net of extraordinarily loose monetary policy is slowly being dismantled.
Disparity, disparity.
The disparity of wealth. There was a great disparity in strength between the two sides. Disparity in age.
Dispose. Dispose.
We can just dispose of such slander with a sneer. How did he dispose of the body? I dispose the furniture in proper order.
Etiquette. Etiquette.
Every culture has its own rules of table etiquette. According to etiquette, you shall It is against etiquette to do so.
Evacuate. Evacuate.
Please evacuate the building immediately. They will evacuate tomorrow night. All people should evacuate the area.
Everlasting, everlasting.
I am tired of his everlasting complaints. Everlasting life. Everlasting love.
Flip.
I had a quick flip through the book. Don't be flip with the guest. I flipped the egg over in the pan.
Hindsight, hindsight.
Foresight is better than hindsight. I now know with hindsight that I made a mistake. With hindsight, we'd all do things differently.
Inspiration. Inspiration.
I cannot write without inspiration. To give mutual support and inspiration. The answer came to her in a flash of inspiration.
Inspire. Inspire.
I hope this success will inspire you to greater efforts. To inspire with hope. We should inspire the children to think.
Livelihood. Livelihood.
They didn't care for the livelihood of the people. His livelihood and happiness are affected by things outside of himself. She earns a livelihood by sewing.
Methodology. Methodology.
Modeling methodology. His methodology is different from mine. Design methodology.
Meticulous. Meticulous.
He was so meticulous about everything. He is noted for his meticulous scholarship. Meticulous research.
Preliminary. Preliminary.
Movies at the preliminary stage were silent. There is a preliminary contest before the final one. A preliminary examination.
Premiere. Premiere.
The premiere issue. He's the country's premier singer. He was appointed the new premier.
Premise. Premise.
Let me premise my argument with history. We can deduce a conclusion from the premise. I wonder if the premise is right.
Prerequisite. Prerequisite.
Confidence is the prerequisite for a happy life. Competence is the prerequisite to promotion. What is the prerequisite factor for the job?
Preservation. Preservation.
The paintings were in an excellent state of preservation. The aim of the policy is the preservation of peace. Preservation of a dead body.
Representative. Representative.
The tiger is a representative of the cat family. This question is very representative. They elected Tom as their representative.
Reproduction. Reproduction.
A reproduction of a famous picture. Sexual reproduction. Human reproduction.
Resent. Resent.
I resent those unfair comments. I resent having to get his permission for everything I do. I resent your criticism.
Reservoir. Reservoir.
Artificial reservoir. They used to breed fish in the reservoir. This reservoir gives water to the whole city.
Resident. Resident.
Permanent resident. Resident aliens. They engaged a resident tutor.
Residential. Residential.
This is a white residential area. Residential section. The town is a residential suburb.
Spot on. Spot on.
His budget figures were spot on this year. We want the annual budget figures to be spot on. Her critique of the lameness of many public health campaigns is spot on.
Sprawl. Sprawl.
To sprawl across the land. Sprawl is common in the United States. I sprawl on the sofa.
Squander. Squander.
Don't squander your affection on him. It's a crime to squander natural resources. To squander a chance to win.
Unparalleled. Unparalleled.
The country is facing an unparalleled crisis. The scenery of this country is unparalleled. Up till this day, these masterpieces remain unparalleled.
Unprecedented. Unprecedented.
Our school faced unprecedented difficulties. Unprecedented economic growth. The air crash caused an unprecedented number of deaths.
Approval. Approval.
I anxiously await your approval. She won her father's approval. He showed his approval by smiling.
Apt.
An apt description. Buyers are apt to offer a lower price. He is apt to be in a bad temper.
Aptitude. Aptitude.
He has an aptitude for languages. He has little aptitude for a business career. He skipped the 4th grade because of his aptitude.
Breakthrough. Breakthrough.
He finally has a breakthrough in his creation. I determined to make a breakthrough in English. A military breakthrough.
Break up. Break up.
The breakup of an empire. Breakup of one's marriage. After our breakup, we never talked with each other.
Consideration. Consideration.
He showed no consideration for his wife. Your proposal is under consideration. Careful consideration.
Consistent. Consistent.
His action is always consistent with his words. Consistent pattern of behavior. These actions are consistent with his principles.
Consolidate. Consolidate.
The two banks will consolidate in July. To consolidate one's position. To consolidate one's power.
Conspicuous. Conspicuous.
A traffic sign should be conspicuous. He was conspicuous for his bravery. A conspicuous error.
Disillusion. Disillusion.
Do not say anything to disillusion them. It would be cruel to disillusion her. There is disillusion with the political parties.
Disintegrate. Disintegrate.
The empire began to disintegrate. The world economy began to disintegrate. The family is starting to disintegrate.
Establishment. Establishment.
The establishment of economic order. Welfare establishment. A zoo is a very costly establishment.
Eternal. Eternal.
Love is an eternal subject in literature. The eternal truth. The eternal love.
Ethical. Ethical.
Ethical concept. Her behavior is alien to our ethical values. I don't think it is ethical.
Fluffy. Fluffy.
He found that fluffy puppy on the street. A fluffy musical comedy. Her hair was fluffy.
Groan. Groan.
A groan of despair. He began to groan with pain. I gave a groan in disappointment.
Inspirational. Inspirational.
Nature was inspirational for the painter. He was an inspirational historical figure. An inspirational story.
Installment. Installment.
The installment purchase. It's an installment of the novel. The installment plan is popular in buying houses.
Livestock. Livestock.
He was wealthy with thousands of livestock. Water the livestock when you feed them. He is good at breeding livestock.
Metropolitan. Metropolitan.
Metropolitan buildings become taller than ever. Metropolitan center. Crowded metropolitan street.
Milestone. Milestone.
The invention of the computer was a milestone in the history. The invention of the wheel was a milestone in the history. Starting school is a milestone for the children.
Prestigious. Prestigious.
A prestigious literary prize. He is a prestigious professor in this field. A prestigious university.
Prevail. Prevail.
We'll try to prevail on him to accept the invitation. It seems that the genes will prevail forever. Virtue will prevail against evil.
Prevailing. Prevailing.
The plague is prevailing in this city. Yellow is the prevailing color in her room. A prevailing style.
Prevalent. Prevalent.
Colds are prevalent in the winter. The prevalent opinion is in favor of reform. Prevalent fashion.
Prey. Prey.
They prey on weak people. The worries prey on his mind. These birds prey on worms.
Resistance. Resistance.
Electric resistance. The aircraft is streamlined to cut down wind resistance. The defenders put up a strong resistance.
Resonance. Resonance.
His voice can produce a great resonance. Resonance is often observed in nature. Resonance occurs when the amplitude of an object's oscillations are increased by the matching vibrations of another object.
Respectable. Respectable.
A respectable income. She gave a respectable performance. The house looked respectable.
Stack. Stack.
I stacked the firewood in the backyard. A stack of books. Stack the dishes.
Stagnant. Stagnant.
A stagnant economy. There were stagnant ponds in the streets.
Staple. Staple.
A staple topic of conversation. I staple the paper together. Coffee is the staple of this district.
Stark. Stark.
The landscape was grey and stark. The little girl was almost stark with cold. The fool is talking stark nonsense.
Startle. Startle.
The least noise would startle the child. I was startled from sleep. Let's hide ourselves behind the door and startle her.
Token. Token.
We shook hands as a token of our friendship. Token money. A token income.
Unravel. Unravel.
His government began to unravel because of a scandal. To unravel a mystery. The marriage began to unravel.
Unrealistic. Unrealistic.
Do not set up unrealistic goals for yourself. Get rid of unrealistic expectations. To tell you the truth, your plan is unrealistic.
Unveil. Unveil.
It's a ceremony to unveil a monument. To unveil the mystery. Please unveil the label.
Arable. Arable.
He farms 300 acres of arable land. There is not enough arable land in this country. The arable farmer.
Arbitrary. Arbitrary.
He made a quite arbitrary decision. An arbitrary emperor. Arbitrary value.
Arch. Arch.
Don't arch your back. The arch-criminal was kept in solitary confinement. To arch an eyebrow.
Breeding. Breeding.
A person of fine breeding. Autumn is a breeding season for spider. A book on breeding rabbits.
Brink. Brink.
The brink of a cliff. The company was on the brink of bankruptcy. Their economy is on the brink of collapse.
Constraint. Constraint.
I am tired of the constraint of adulthood. Budget constraint. In front of her, he can't talk without constraint.
Consultant. Consultant.
He was a consultant of the government. Marketing consultant. A consultant is an expert who gives advice.
Consumerism. Consumerism.
American shopping malls and supermarkets are palaces of consumerism. By the second half of the 19th century, consumerism had taken root. Turns out, according to Daniel Cook, a historian of childhood consumerism, it was popularized as a marketing trick by clothing manufacturers in the 1930s.
Container. Container.
The container number is listed in the bill of lading. Check the container for cracks or leaks. The volume of this container is 2 cubic meters.
Contaminate. Contaminate.
Contaminate the environment. Flies contaminate food. I have not let reality contaminate his innocence.
Disproportionate. Disproportionate.
A disproportionate ratio of men to women. You spend a disproportionate amount of your time on games. We spend a disproportionate amount of our income on rent.
Disseminate. Disseminate.
It is illegal to disseminate rumors. Disseminate knowledge. Disseminate information.
Distinction. Distinction.
Academic distinction. I can't see any distinction between these two cases. Make a distinction.
Distinctive. Distinctive.
Distinctive signal. Soldiers wear a distinctive uniform. She had a distinctive appearance.
Evoke. Evoke.
His case is unlikely to evoke public sympathy. The songs evoke my old memories. Black holes evoke a sense of mystery.
Evolution. Evolution.
Darwin put forth the theory of evolution. The evolution of the modern car. The source of human evolution.
Exacerbate. Exacerbate.
Pressure will exacerbate your illness. Global warming can exacerbate air pollution. Alcohol can exacerbate your disease.
Groundbreaking. Groundbreaking.
A groundbreaking technology. To come up with groundbreaking ideas. This is a groundbreaking project.
Homemade. Homemade.
She had homemade ice cream for dessert. Homemade pie. The machines here are all homemade.
Institution.
Educational institution. The institution of a new law. The institution of slavery was once widespread.
Insurmountable.
The age barrier seems insurmountable. The crisis is an insurmountable problem. Insurmountable difficulties.
Lobby. Lobby.
A spacious lobby. They lobby Congress for the bill. I waited for her in the lobby of theatre.
Millennium. Millennium.
Many people refer to the year 2000 as the millennium. The tradition can date back to the 3rd millennium BC. I do not expect the millennium to come during my lifetime.
Miniature. Miniature.
Miniature roses. The little girl has a miniature camera. She is just like her mother in miniature.
Miscellaneous. Miscellaneous.
He is a man with miscellaneous abilities. A miscellaneous collection. The report was buried under miscellaneous papers.
Priority. Priority.
This is the key and should be given priority. The development of economy is a top priority. Equity means that no one should have priority over others.
Privileged. Privileged.
She comes from a privileged background. The data is privileged information. I felt privileged to work at the university.
Probation. Probation.
She was sentenced to probation for 1 year. I hope love could have a probation period. He is on 3 months probation.
Respondent. Respondent.
You can get information from the respondent. The respondent was not acting sincerely. He stated that he had never seen the respondent.
Responsive. Responsive.
This is a responsive class with plenty of ideas. The dog gave a responsive wag of his tail. Babies are responsive to sound.
Restless. Restless.
Restless child. Spend a restless night. The patient was restless from pain.
Static. Static.
House prices have been static for several months. Static electricity. Static images.
Stem. Stem.
You must stem the flow of blood from the wound. Your errors stem all from your carelessness. Correct judgment stem from thorough investigation and study.
Stereotype. Stereotype.
The stereotype in education must be changed. People have a stereotype about successful men. To change the stereotype.
Tournament. Tournament.
Open tournament. I won the tennis tournament. He was the best boxer in the tournament.
Toxin. Toxin.
The toxin can cause nerve damage. Toxin was found in the food. 5 people died of the toxin.
Trail. Trail.
Reporters trail the star. They trail by 2 goals. I will meet him at the end of the trail.
Wilderness. Wilderness.
A hot spring has been found in the wilderness. A howling wilderness. To venture into the wilderness.
Arena. Arena.
The political arena. The arena was crowded with audience. The Roman arena was very famous.
Arguably. Arguably.
She's arguably the best manager in the company. He is arguably the best actor of his generation. The book is arguably a potential bestseller.
Artistic. Artistic.
That flower arrangement looks very artistic. Artistic performance. These artistic handicrafts are very popular.
Brochure. Brochure.
Advertising brochure. I'll send you a brochure. Holiday brochure.
Contemplate. Contemplate.
I contemplate my hands. All day he did nothing but contemplate. We did not contemplate such a consequence.
Contempt. Contempt.
Fall into contempt. She spat at his face in contempt. Her contempt for foreigners was obvious.
Contend. Contend.
To contend for a prize. Some scientists contend that there must be life on Mars. They had to contend against drought.
Contention. Contention.
There is no time for contention. This evidence supports their contention. They try to avoid subjects of contention.
Contingent. Contingent.
Our arrival time is contingent on the weather. A contingent from Japan was present at the conference. Such risks are contingent to the travel.
Distraction. Distraction.
You must reject distraction when studying. Fishing is his major distraction. Noise is a distraction when you are trying to study.
Distribution. Distribution.
The kind of plant has a very wide distribution. Distribution of income and wealth. They organized the distribution of food and clothing in the disaster area.
Diversify.
The countries are trying to diversify their economies. Diversify a menu. Rules need to be set to diversify online services.
Diversity. Diversity.
We spoke of a diversity of things. Cultural diversity. We are living in a world of diversity.
Exception. Exception.
There is always an exception to any rule. All students without exception must take the examination. A true scientific law admits of no exception.
Exceptional. Exceptional.
The fireman showed exceptional bravery. It's an exceptional case. They are children with exceptional ability.
Flux. Flux.
A period of economic flux. The crowd flux out of the stadium. To flux the metal.
Grudge. Grudge.
Holding a grudge will hurt no one but you. I grudge having to pay so much tax. They grudge a penny even to the poorest beggar.
Homogeneous. Homogeneous.
They are homogeneous people. Japan has a largely homogeneous population. Air and water are both homogeneous mixtures.
Integrity. Integrity.
We should respect each other's territorial integrity. A man of integrity. The integrity of brain function.
Intelligent. Intelligent.
Human beings are much more intelligent than animals. Intelligent decision. He is the most intelligent boy in the class.
Mitigate. Mitigate.
To mitigate the effects of an explosion. Her words mitigate my suffering. To mitigate the risk.
Modification. Modification.
We ask for modification to the contract. To make a modification. The plane was a version of modification.
Orchestra. Orchestra.
He plays the violin in an orchestra. An orchestra conductor. The orchestra tuned their instruments.
Probe. Probe.
The space probe. A doctor used a probe to remove fragments from a wound. The policeman probe into the case of murder.
Prodigious. Prodigious.
A nuclear reactor generates prodigious amounts of heat. She was shocked by the prodigious view. A prodigious storm.
Productivity. Productivity.
Technical advances improve productivity. We should struggle for higher productivity. Net productivity.
Restriction. Restriction.
Legal restriction. A restriction against smoking. The park is open to the public without any restriction.
Retard. Retard.
Cold weather will retard the growth of the crops. This drug will retard your heart rate. He keeps saying so as to retard the time.
Stiff. Stiff.
Stiff with cold. His legs felt stiff from having sat for so long. She cleaned the sink with a stiff brush.
Stifle. Stifle.
The government failed to stifle the unrest. The intruders tried to stifle her with a pillow. She tried hard to stifle her laughter.
Stimulus. Stimulus.
Praise is a stimulus for better work. This movie plays as a positive stimulus to me. Her word of praise is a stimulus to work harder.
Stipulate. Stipulate.
I stipulate that the tenant is responsible for all repairs. To stipulate a price. We stipulate that our salesgirls must be polite to customers.
Strain. Strain.
All his senses were on the strain when the test was going on. To strain the muscle. This strain of wheat can grow during a cold spring.
Tranquil. Tranquil.
The place was tranquil and appealing. They lived a tranquil life in the countryside. I love to sit in tranquil solitude.
Transcend. Transcend.
Humans should always transcend their limits. The beautiful scenes transcend my power of description. Such matters transcend human understanding.
Unwind. Unwind.
She started to unwind her scarf. Reading is a good way to unwind. I unwind the wool from the ball.
Unyielding. Unyielding.
He became more and more unyielding. The mattress was hard and unyielding. He stood unyielding against the enemy.
Urbanization. Urbanization.
This chart shows the urbanization rate in China. Urbanization creates enormous social and environmental changes. But urbanization is a hallmark of a developing economy.
Array. Array.
Array the paintings so everyone can see them. The general is about to array his troops for the battle. To array the troops. Arrogant. Arrogant. He often speaks in an arrogant tone. It's so arrogant of you to say that. He is not only arrogant but also selfish.
Artifact. Artifact.
Don't eat too much food of artifact. The leather of the shoes is just an artifact. It's a Roman artifact.
Browse. Browse.
Camels browse on not only ground cover plants, but also, you are welcome to come in and browse. He likes to browse through the books in the library.
Brunt. Brunt.
He had to bear the brunt of the blame. A child's head tends to take the brunt of any fall. Young people are bearing the brunt of unemployment.
Continuous. Continuous.
3 days continuous flight. We must be continuous to study. Continuous noise.
Contradict. Contradict.
The shy girl was afraid to contradict. Your actions contradict your principles. The two stories contradict each other.
Contributing. Contributing.
Stress is a contributing factor in many illnesses. Thank you for contributing generously to the scholarship fund. Human error may have been a contributing factor.
Contribution.
They favored our program with a large contribution. Will you give us some contributions? You should be surtaxed for your contribution fee.
Contrive. Contrive.
To contrive an escape from the prison. Can you contrive to be at the station by noon? How did he contrive to gain their votes?
Control group. Control group.
The study did not include an untreated control group. The control group should be set as well. Only ansa cervicalis sternothyroid muscular pedicles were transplanted to the paralyzed posterior cricoarytenoid muscles as the control group.
Divert. Divert.
Nothing could divert his attention from his book. I found a computer game to divert the children. We divert a plane to rescue passengers.
Divine. Divine.
He could divine the future. It is the divine will. The divine right of kings.
Division. Division.
Addition and division are forms of computation. Which division of the company do you work in? Division of an area.
Dizzy. Dizzy.
The airplane flew to a dizzy height. Those math problems made me dizzy. The sick man felt dizzy and then fell.
Excessive. Excessive.
He is ill owing to excessive work. Excessive moisture can damage wood. Excessive drinking does harm to the body.
Exclusive. Exclusive.
This room is for the exclusive use of guests. The two beliefs are mutually exclusive. Exclusive barriers.
Executive. Executive.
She is the best executive in the company. Executive privilege. The executive manager turned down my application.
Foresee. Foresee.
Nobody could foresee his running away. Can you foresee what will happen in the future? I foresee that it will rain before morning.
Grumble. Grumble.
Students grumble over too much homework. Thunder begins to grumble in the distance. She has nothing to grumble about.
Honourable. Honourable.
He is the most honourable man. Teaching is an honourable career. Honourable award.
Intelligible. Intelligible.
His theory is not intelligible to us. The book is intelligible to anyone. An intelligible speech.
Intensify. Intensify.
Failures intensify my desire to succeed. You must intensify your sense of responsibility. Intensify a child's positive feelings.
Intent. Intent.
What's the intent of this plan? I hope you are intent on doing your best. She is intent on being an actress.
Logistics. Logistics.
Logistics is a branch of military science. Logistics operations. I make logistics my career.
Momentous. Momentous.
A momentous decision. It would be a momentous event. A momentous occasion.
Momentum. Momentum.
The movement was gaining momentum. As the rock rolled down, it gathered momentum. Momentum is a physical term.
Original. Original.
Who was the original owner of this house? Her translation sticks closely to the original. The room still has many of its original features.
Profound. Profound.
He has a profound knowledge of English. Profound theory. Beauty is superficial while mind is profound.
Promotion. Promotion.
The promotion of a product. They work hard in the promotion of economy. Work hard to get the promotion.
Retention. Retention.
Retention period. He had good retention when he was young. Their retention of public property is illegal.
Retrenchment. Retrenchment.
The company is in a period of retrenchment. Retrenchment of the company could drive many people out of work. Defense planners predict an extended period of retrenchment.
Streamline. Streamline.
To streamline the organization. The aim is to streamline the business. To streamline an airship.
Strenuous. Strenuous.
Training for a marathon is extremely strenuous. To lead a strenuous life. These trips were strenuous.
Stubborn. Stubborn.
The child has a stubborn temper. That stubborn man refused to change his idea. The stubborn man refused to apologize.
Stunt. Stunt.
Lack of water will stunt the plant's growth. The band dressed up as the Beatles as a stunt. The stunt in this film is dangerous and exciting.
Transition. Transition.
The transition is almost imperceptible. Transition point. Such a sudden transition must affect her.
Utensil. Utensil.
The spoon is a dinner utensil. Pot is a kitchen utensil. Cooking utensil.
Articulate. Articulate.
Articulate speech is essential for a teacher. The injured bone didn't articulate well. An articulate essay.
Ascertain. Ascertain.
They ascertain that he is not a spy. We must ascertain the murderer of the case. Ascertain the bill before you leave the hotel.
Aspiring. aspiring.
He is an aspiring young actor. He is aspiring to great knowledge. An aspiring artist.
Bulky. Bulky.
Computers were bulky items in the past. He is a bulky man. A bulky sweater.
Bungalow. Bungalow.
Do you live in a bungalow or a storied house? A bungalow does not have an upstairs. She lives in the bungalow.
Controversial. Controversial.
People rarely reach a consensus on a controversial issue. We tried to stay away from controversial topics. Animal experiments have long been a controversial subject.
Controversy. Controversy.
They had a bitter controversy over the question. Endless controversy. That is a fact beyond controversy.
Convenience. Convenience.
Please come at your convenience. Offer convenience. You can arrange the matter at your own convenience.
Conviction. Conviction.
He will appeal against his conviction. I have the conviction that he is right. That argument does not carry conviction.
Coordination. Coordination.
Learning to drive is all a matter of coordination. These dancers have poor coordination. Muscular coordination.
Documentary. Documentary.
Documentary evidence. He is the narrator of the documentary. This case lacked documentary proof.
Documentation. Documentation.
Documentation system. Defense documentation. Documentation program.
Domain. Domain.
The Arctic is the domain of the polar bear. This question comes into the domain of philosophy. This is out of my domain.
Dominant. Dominant.
The right hand is dominant in most people. The idea is dominant over all the others. Blue eyes are recessive and brown eyes are dominant.
Exemplify.
I will exemplify my point with a story. To exemplify this theory, let us do a market survey. Exemplify an argument.
Exorbitant. Exorbitant.
You should be sensible and not make exorbitant demands. That hotel charges exorbitant prices. The price of food here is exorbitant.
Foreseeable. Foreseeable.
This problem can be solved in the foreseeable future. Foreseeable risk. Cancer will be conquerable in the foreseeable future.
Horde. Horde.
A horde of people was screaming for tickets. A horde of children ran over the building. There is a horde of reporters outside the building.
Interchangeable. Interchangeable.
The two words are interchangeable. Interchangeable automotive parts. They use interchangeable parts to get their costs down.
Intermittent. Intermittent.
Did you hear the intermittent sound outside? She suffered from intermittent headaches. The intermittent rain.
Interpretation.
Simultaneous interpretation. His interpretation of the music was rather too literal. I found no evidence to back your interpretation.
Longevity. Longevity.
Enough sleep contributes to longevity. Human longevity runs in families. What's her secret to longevity?
Monotonous. Monotonous.
The monotonous voice sent me to sleep. We can't stand his monotonous speech. My job as a waiter is rather monotonous.
Morale. Morale.
Failures did not affect their morale. The morale of the troops is low. They hope to boost the morale of their troops.
Ornament. Ornament.
The palace was rich in ornament. There is an ornament made of shells on the wall. We bought the ornament for the Christmas tree.
Prone. Prone.
He was prone to anger. He lies prone on the floor. They stepped over his prone body.
Proofread.
I need to proofread my own report. Proofread and sign your name.
Prophet. Prophet.
The prophet foresaw a famine. The prophet said that war will break out. A prophet is a person who is believed to be chosen by God to say the things that God wants to tell people.
Retrieve. Retrieve.
To retrieve information from a computer. He can retrieve that situation. To retrieve the lost bag.
Retrospect. Retrospect.
It was a very strange feeling in retrospect. In retrospect, it's obvious how he went wrong. The decision seems extremely absurd, in retrospect.
Style. Style.
He wrote in a familiar style. That dress is in the latest style. A style of architecture.
Sublime. Sublime.
Dry ice will sublime when it sits in the air. I like sublime mountain scenery. Your answer is the sublime of stupidity.
Subordinate. Subordinate.
You must subordinate your private interests. She works in the subordinate hospital of our university. Delegate a task to a subordinate.
Subtle. Subtle.
There were subtle hints in his letter. Her attitude had a subtle change. A subtle distinction.
Succinct. Succinct.
Keep your answers as succinct as possible. A succinct style. Keep sentences short and succinct.
Treasury.
This book is a treasury of useful information. A treasury of English verse. How much money is in the company's treasury?
Wildlife. Wildlife.
The area was once a wildlife reserve. We made laws to protect wildlife. Wildlife park.
Withstand. Withstand.
Sturdy grass can withstand high winds. Withstand an attack. Explorers have to withstand hardships.
Assert. Assert.
They assert their rights to disagree. They assert that he was innocent. He was never able to assert himself sufficiently.
Assertive. Assertive.
The general has an assertive style. Her assertive manner has made her a success. Women have become more assertive.
Asset. Asset.
A sense of humor is a great asset to a person. Good health is a great asset. She will be an asset to the team.
Buoyant. Buoyant.
Be in a buoyant mood. The share price remains buoyant. A boat must be made of buoyant material.
Bureaucracy. Bureaucracy.
Bureaucracy is the cancer of our society. The corrupt bureaucracy. People fight against bureaucracy.
Coordinator. Coordinator.
A coordinator in participating in the conversation. A good coordinator is the key to success. A group coordinator.
Correlate. Correlate.
We can often correlate age with illness. We should correlate demand with supply. These figures seem to correlate.
Corridor. Corridor.
My room is at the end of the corridor. Run through the corridor. Go down the corridor.
Corrupt. Corrupt.
The official lives a corrupt life. They left the bodies to corrupt on the field. To corrupt a politician.
Cosmopolitan. Cosmopolitan.
New York is a highly cosmopolitan city. The rose is a cosmopolitan plant. She has a cosmopolitan outlook on life.
Counterpart. Counterpart.
Her beauty has no counterpart in the world. The employer must sign the counterpart of the contract. Each twin was the counterpart of the other.
Doom. Doom.
People sent the criminal to his doom. The arguments doom their marriage to failure. To doom one's destiny.
Drastic. Drastic.
They had a drastic dispute over the issue. A drastic reduction. In such a situation, drastic measures are needed.
Dreadful. Dreadful.
I had a dreadful day. A dreadful disaster. The peaceful sunset gentled her dreadful mood.
Exotic. Exotic.
The exotic atmosphere will fascinate you. Exotic animals. She likes to wear exotic clothes.
Expatriate. Expatriate.
He comes from an expatriate family. To expatriate a criminal. An American expatriate in Germany.
Life expectancy.
The life expectancy of human will be 90 to 100 years. Women have a higher life expectancy than men. Some of the biggest developments will be in medicine, including an extended life expectancy and dozens of artificial organs coming into use between now and 2040.
Formidable. Formidable.
He is a person with a formidable appearance. A formidable challenge. A formidable opponent.
Horizontal. Horizontal.
Winds are horizontal movements of air. The vertical line meets the horizontal one here. The sun rises from the horizontal line.
Interval. Interval.
The interval between the two trees measures 40 feet. Maintain interval. The performance runs 2 hours, including an interval.
Intervene. Intervene.
Don't intervene in the affairs of another country. The government will intervene in the crisis. Don't intervene in their dispute.
Intervention. Intervention.
Crisis intervention. Armed intervention. Her intervention brought the meeting to a close.
Mortgage. Mortgage.
Mortgage rates declined. We will have to mortgage his land for a loan. They had to mortgage their house to pay the bills.
Motif. Motif.
A rose motif. Love is an eternal motif in art and literature. The motif of the picture is about peace.
Notation. Notation.
He made a notation on his calendar. Musical notation. Music has a special system of notation.
Orthodox. Orthodox.
The young people don't like orthodox teaching. His ideas are very orthodox. An orthodox church.
Proponent. Proponent.
Who's the proponent of this theory? He is a proponent of the independence. I am a proponent of this idea.
Proposition. Proposition.
To demonstrate a proposition. His proposition cannot be put into practice. His proposition is good in theory.
Revision. Revision.
The dictionary is under revision. You need enough revision for the test. Revision is an important phase in writing.
Revival. Revival.
Our economy is undergoing a revival. He made an amazing revival after the operation. World trade is showing signs of revival.
Revive. Revive.
The wind of spring will revive the plants. The Prime Minister promised to revive the economy. To revive an old custom.
Substantial. Substantial.
There is no substantial evidence. I have substantial savings. There is no substantial connection between these two sentences.
Suffice. Suffice.
No words will suffice to convey my grief. I will do my best to suffice you. One example will suffice for this phrase.
Suntan. Suntan.
Many people love what they consider a suntan's healthy glow. Melanin is the cause of suntan. The cream is effective in suntan block.
Trespass. Trespass.
They trespass on private property. The court sentenced him to a fine for trespass. Never trespass upon another's rights.
Triangle. Triangle.
The shape of a triangle. A triangle of land. Triangle is a kind of instrument.
Utility.
Some kitchen tools have very little utility. It is of great significance to improve economic utility. Their research project has limited practical utility.
Variation. Variation.
Every day without variation my grandfather ate a plate of cold ham. You'll get used to the variation of the weather. Daily variation.
Assimilate. Assimilate.
To assimilate knowledge. Can you assimilate this idea? They did not assimilate into the local people.
Assure. Assure.
I can assure you of his sincerity. I can assure you of the reliability of the news. It would be irresponsible for me to downplay the magnitude of this crisis or assure you that everything is under control.
Astronomer.
The astronomer watches the stars through big telescopes. The astronomer can predict an eclipse. He wished to be an astronomer.
Burgeon. Burgeon.
She will burgeon into a fine actress. Seeds begin to burgeon in spring. Plants burgeon from every available space.
Counterproductive. Counterproductive.
The rules may turn out to be counterproductive. In practice, however, such an attitude is counterproductive. Sending young offenders to prison can be counterproductive.
Coupon. Coupon.
Cash coupon. Coupon rate. Can I use this coupon in this shop?
Courageous. Courageous.
It was courageous of you to tell the truth. He is courageous in telling the truth. Courageous deed.
Courteous. Courteous.
They are courteous to their guests. You're a very courteous gentleman. He was a kind and courteous man.
Craftsman. Craftsman.
The craftsman can make ship models. Her father is a skilled craftsman. The craftsman beat gold into rings.
Crash. Crash.
She was the only survivor of the plane crash. At least 10 people were killed in the crash. Her father died in a car crash.
Dropout. Dropout.
She regretted having been a school dropout. He is a dropout and messes around all day. The dropout rate.
Drought. Drought.
Drought has caused famine in Africa. The area was hit by drought. The crops failed because of the drought.
Expedient. Expedient.
The excuse was a temporary expedient. Do whatever you think is expedient. It is expedient that he should go.
Expedition. Expedition.
It was done with expedition. A scientific expedition to the South Pole. They made an expedition to the North Pole.
Expenditure. Expenditure.
Revenue and expenditure are balanced. They cut down necessary expenditure. The expenditure of money on weapons is very large.
Hormone. Hormone.
Sex hormone. Emotion can affect our hormone levels. Growth hormone.
Intricate. Intricate.
The situation seems to be intricate. The intricate machine requires a skilled operator. I have a novel with an intricate plot.
Intuition. Intuition.
It was said in a flash of intuition. She sensed what was wrong by intuition. Making decisions and taking action based on factual analysis, balanced with experience and intuition.
Intuitively. Intuitively.
They intuitively sense when a problem exists. Though intuitively compelling, this narrative is far from complete. Most people understand social contracts intuitively.
Lease. Lease.
The lease on my house only has a year left. Lease the apartment. He will lease you the house for 1 year.
Lucrative. Lucrative.
It's a lucrative business. Lucrative investment. It was not a lucrative profession.
Mold. Mold.
They learn to mold bronze into statues. There is a film of mold over the bottle cap. Bread tends to mold in damp weather.
Muddle. Muddle.
Stop talking, or you'll muddle me. Your room's in a real muddle. We muddle along from day to day.
Nourishing. Nourishing.
Please take some more nourishing food. The wine is said to have a nourishing effect on the skin. They were very tiny, but he knew they were nourishing and they tasted good.
Outcry. Outcry.
There is a public outcry over the rise in prices. The new tax brings a public outcry. The killing caused an outcry.
Prose. Prose.
Newspapers are written in prose. His writings include poetry and prose. His prose is written in elegant language.
Prospective. Prospective.
Prospective earnings. She is his prospective mother-in-law. Is she a prospective buyer?
Prosperity. Prosperity.
Our country is moving towards prosperity. Business prosperity. Period of economic prosperity.
Rewarding. Rewarding.
A rewarding job. A rewarding business venture. Gardening is a very rewarding pastime.
Rhetoric. Rhetoric.
What is required is immediate action, not rhetoric. Lush rhetoric. Do you know something about rhetoric?
Rigorous. Rigorous.
The work failed to meet their rigorous standards. He makes a rigorous study of the plant in the area. Planes have to undergo rigorous safety checks.
Superb. Superb.
This play is a superb job. The actor gave a superb performance. Her dancing is superb.
Superfluous. Superfluous.
Superfluous wealth. The market is already superfluous. Omit superfluous words.
Superstitious. Superstitious.
He is superstitious and believes black will bring bad luck. He has a superstitious thought that black cats are unlucky. Their thinking often had a traditional superstitious quality.
Supervisor. Supervisor.
A supervisor oversees the work of the employees. The supervisor is very critical. The worker got on well with his supervisor.
Trim. Trim.
To trim one's costs. A trim and neat garden. He went to the barber's for a trim.
Turbulent. turbulent,
He was born in that turbulent period of history. A revolution is violent and turbulent. Turbulent rapids.
vegetation, vegetation,
There is not much vegetation in deserts. The rain will result in a growth of vegetation. The hills are covered in vegetation.
Asymmetry. Asymmetry.
Asymmetry is a common feature of the human body. There's asymmetry between the two sides. The asymmetry in face.
athletic, athletic,
Athletic event. Athletic meeting. Athletic sports are good to the health.
attainment, attainment,
He was far from the attainment of his goal. The attainment of independence. Attainment of freedom.
buzzword, buzzword,
A marketing buzzword. E-marketing is the current buzzword. Digital is the buzzword of the moment in communications technology.
creativity, creativity,
This toy will help children with their creativity. The writer is rich in creativity. Creativity is the lifeblood of a service economy.
credibility, credibility,
The scandal makes the government lose all credibility. The reason didn't have much credibility. A story beyond credibility.
crew, crew,
The crew abandoned the sinking ship. The captain gave an order to his crew. Stage crew.
cripple, cripple,
His absence will cripple the team. It is impolite to make fun of a cripple. The accident can cripple him for life.
criterion, criterion,
Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Moral criterion. What is your criterion of success?
Dub. Dub.
To dub a film into Spanish. We dub him fatty because of his size. To dub a film.
Dubious. Dubious.
His identity was dubious. I feel dubious about what to do next. I feel dubious about his honesty.
experimentation, experimentation,
Many people object to experimentation on animals. Try to find an answer by inspection or experimentation. A comparison with data for weeks when there was no experimentation showed that output always went up on Mondays.
expertise, expertise,
He has the expertise in the management of hotels. He has the expertise of English. I have no sewing expertise.
fragile,
Fragile health. The thin glass is fragile. The fragile dish broke into pieces.
frail, frail,
Human nature is frail. The frail wooden bridge cracked. He is frail after his illness.
hospitality, hospitality,
Thank you for your warm hospitality. Thank you for your hospitality during my trip. The villagers showed me great hospitality.
invalid, invalid,
A passport that is out of date is invalid. This certificate is invalid. Now the company is suddenly claiming that the 2002 agreement is invalid because of the 2006 legislation.
invalidate, invalidate,
They announce to invalidate the vote. To invalidate a contract. To invalidate a check.
invaluable, invaluable,
The painting is an invaluable treasure. Invaluable experience. Their advice was invaluable to me.
luminary, luminary,
A literary luminary. The sun is a luminary. Learn from luminary.
Multifaceted.
He is a multifaceted performer. Her job is multifaceted. A complex and multifaceted problem.
Novice. Novice.
I am a novice in gardening. A novice at swimming. He's a novice of the religion.
Outfit. Outfit.
He works for a private security outfit. I outfit myself with new shoes. They outfit him with artificial legs.
Prosperous. Prosperous.
The city is becoming more and more prosperous. It used to be a very prosperous town. Prosperous industry.
Prototype. Prototype.
He was the prototype of the elder generation. The researchers have built a prototype. The first prototype aircraft.
Provided. Provided.
I shall go provided that it doesn't rain. I will visit you provided that I am well enough. These are people who may previously have felt the need to get full-time job that provided insurance in order to cover themselves.
Ripen. Ripen.
Time will soon ripen. I'm waiting for the apples to ripen. Bananas will sweeten as they ripen.
Spur. Spur.
The prize was the spur that made me study hard. This book is a spur to the child's imagination. The riders spur their horses.
Suppress. Suppress.
The soldiers suppress the riot with violence. To suppress inflation. To suppress the news.
Surmount. Surmount.
I had to surmount the language barrier. To surmount a hill. Statues surmount the columns.
Surrounding. Surrounding.
A deep yard is surrounding the house. The pond mirrors the surrounding trees. Surrounding environment.
Susceptible. Susceptible.
Children are more susceptible to colds than adults. Young people are the most susceptible to advertisements. The plant is not susceptible to disease.
Turmoil. Turmoil.
Political turmoil. I couldn't think, my mind was in complete turmoil. Her marriage was in turmoil.
Tweak. Tweak.
The engineers will tweak the system. Maybe you give the sentence a tweak. Why did you tweak my cheek?
Ventilation. Ventilation.
This is a room with good ventilation. Ventilation system. Open the window for some ventilation.
Verbal. Verbal.
He has an excellent verbal skill. They had made a verbal agreement. Verbal expression.
Womb. Womb.
Ignorance is the womb of disaster. Fetus grows in the womb. A baby stays in the womb before it is born.
Wording. Wording.
Formal wording. Careful wording aids clearness. The wording is so vague.
Auction. Auction.
They sold the furniture by auction. He bid $1,000 at the auction.
Audacious. Audacious.
It was audacious of him to try that. Your plan of going abroad is an audacious decision. You're so audacious to steal.
Audiovisual. Audiovisual.
Audiovisual equipment. A corporation's audiovisual department. Audiovisual aids.
By and large. By and large.
By and large, your plan is a feasible one. By and large, the play was a success. By and large, your plan is a good one.
Crown.
To crown one's career. They wanted to crown Caesar king. He opened a bottle of wine to crown the feast.
Cue. Cue.
I'll give you a cue by nodding my head. He read the line with the cue. That was the cue of outbreak of war.
Cuisine. Cuisine.
We'd like to try Shanghai cuisine. The cuisine of Japan is low in fat. The local cuisine is strong in seafood.
Duplicate. Duplicate.
Please fill in the receipt in duplicate. I will duplicate some articles. You'll have to duplicate your performance.
Dweller. Dweller.
He is a city dweller. The dweller lives in a small house. It was specifically designed to provide city dwellers with spaces for leisure where they could experience a refreshing air.
Exploration.
Universal exploration. Underwater exploration. The exploration is dangerous.
Exposure. Exposure.
Exposure of the body to strong sunlight can be harmful. I threatened them with public exposure. The company feared the exposure of its faults.
Exquisite. Exquisite.
I couldn't sleep for exquisite pain. Her skirt has very exquisite lace. She has an exquisite ear for music.
Forge. Forge.
Please forge 4 shoes for the horse. Some people forge official documents. Forge a signature.
Fraught. Fraught.
The journey was fraught with difficulties. There's no need to look so fraught. She had a life fraught with hardship.
Freelance. Freelance.
He is now working freelance. A freelance journalist. I freelance as a writer.
Frequency. Frequency.
The pitch depends on the frequency. The frequency of his visits annoyed her. Accidents are happening with increasing frequency.
Humiliate. Humiliate.
Their empty compliments humiliate me. I didn't want to humiliate her in front of her colleagues. You should not humiliate him in public.
Invariable. Invariable.
It is an invariable fact that spring follows winter. It is his invariable habit to take a nap at noon. Her routine was invariable.
Inventive. Inventive.
Your idea is very inventive but not practical. She has a highly inventive mind. He's an inventive scientist.
Inventory. Inventory.
This is an inventory of the things to be done. The inventory showed that the store was overstocked. He made an inventory of everything that was to stay.
Multitude. Multitude.
There are a multitude of reasons against it. A multitude of thoughts filled her mind. A noisy multitude.
Nuance. Nuance.
Try to catch every nuance of expression. Every nuance of emotion. A baby is sensitive to the slightest nuances in its mother's voice.
Overdraft.
You can have a $1,000 overdraft on this account. He has a huge overdraft to pay off. I take out an overdraft to pay for my new car. Provision. Provision. Make provision for the future. We set out with the provision. This is a provision in car insurance.
Proximity. Proximity.
Proximity space. Marriages in proximity of blood are forbidden. Their house is in close proximity to ours.
Prudent. Prudent.
We should be modest and prudent. Be prudent in speech. His wife is a prudent manager of money.
Query. Query.
Nobody would query her ability. Put a query there. To query someone's motives.
Quest. Quest.
In quest of peace. She has been questing for religious belief from an early age. He decided to continue with his quest.
Ritual. Ritual.
My household chores have become a morning ritual. The ritual of an inauguration. We made our ritual visit to the pub.
Sustainable.
The loud music is not sustainable. Sustainable development. We need sustainable pillars for the temple.
Swap. Swap.
A job swap. I will swap my bicycle for your radio. They will swap seats.
Swarm. Swarm.
Many students swarm into the restaurant after class. A swarm of bees. A swarm of friends congratulated him.
Twist. Twist.
Twist the lid to open it. The accident happened at the twist in the road. To twist one's wrist.
Verify. Verify.
Please verify and approve the document. He wrote an article to verify his ideas. He tried every way to verify this theory.
Vertical. Vertical.
He climbed the vertical cliff. Walls are usually vertical. The vertical axis.
Vessel.
The vessel hit on the rocks. You should put the water into a vessel. The walls of the blood vessel.
Wretched.
They are living in wretched poverty. Wretched weather. What a wretched excuse.
Yoga. Yoga.
Yoga can relieve stress. Yoga needs to control breath. Yoga has tons of benefits.
Audition. Audition.
How does the hospital check audition commonly? I will audition for a role. The director will audition the actor.
Authentic. Authentic.
He's got an authentic letter by Shakespeare. This book tells the authentic story of a hero's life. He found the authentic restaurants.
Authoritative.
He speaks in authoritative tones. An authoritative opinion. This is an authoritative book.
Byproduct. Byproduct.
The byproduct can be processed again. The byproduct of production. Sugar and its byproduct are the basis of the island's economy.
Culminate.
All his efforts culminate in failure. This war will culminate in another revolution. The party will culminate in the distribution of gifts. Cultivate. Cultivate. It takes some time to cultivate a new friendship. His job is to cultivate crops. Cultivate a love of art.
Curb. Curb.
Keep a curb on your anger. He parked his car along the curb. High interest rates put a curb on spending.
Curriculum. Curriculum.
Cut down the curriculum. Basic curriculum. Is German on your school's curriculum?
Curtail. Curtail.
Curtail one's power. We must try to curtail our spending. You'd better curtail your report.
Dynamic. Dynamic.
This is a dynamic world. A dynamic market. Dynamic of market.
Dysfunction. Dysfunction.
His severe emotional dysfunction was very clearly apparent. Motor nerve dysfunction. Brainstem dysfunction.
Ecotourism. Ecotourism.
Ecotourism is not harmful to the environment of the area. Ecotourism can be prosperous as a green industry. The tourism sector is also expanding, with the recent trends in ecotourism and whale watching.
Extensive. Extensive.
I have benefited a lot from extensive reading. The house has extensive grounds. He has an extensive knowledge of banking.
Exterior.
The exterior of the building is very unattractive. The exterior cold had stolen into the car. We're painting the exterior of the house.
Fringe. Fringe.
On the fringe of a city. Trees fringe the shoreline. The girl wears her hair in a fringe.
Fulfilling. Fulfilling.
She succeeded in fulfilling her dream. Working for others can be most fulfilling. They are fulfilling an important task.
Guesswork. Guesswork.
It was pure guesswork on our part. Reasonable guesswork. Their conclusions were largely founded on guesswork.
Hurdle. Hurdle.
To hurdle a problem. The main hurdle is cost. Hurdle race.
Inverse. Inverse.
Consider the inverse of your logic. This is the inverse of his earlier proposition. Subtraction is the inverse operation of addition.
Invisible.
Some stars are invisible to the naked eye. As an interpreter, I have lots of invisible pressure. She was invisible in the dark room.
Invoice. Invoice.
A signed invoice presumes receipt of the shipment. The shops invoice the customers. In an invoice, the amount of money should be written both in words and in figures.
Irresistible. Irresistible.
The trend of reforms is irresistible. I felt an irresistible urge to laugh. The power of a smile is irresistible.
Lyrics. Lyrics.
She wrote the lyrics for the song. The lyrics had been put to music. Essays and lyrics.
Municipal. Municipal.
An angry mob gathered outside the municipal building. Municipal government. Municipal election.
Muscular. Muscular.
He is a muscular young man. Muscular tissue. Although sadness also precedes tears, evidence suggests that emotions can flow from muscular responses.
Overdue. Overdue.
Overdue check. An overdue train. Payment is 4 days overdue.
Puberty. Puberty.
The figure of a girl fills out at puberty. Puberty causes all kinds of changes in your body. He reached puberty at the age of 14.
Publication. Publication.
This book is ready for publication. This article is not suitable for publication. The publication of his book will be next month.
Rosy. Rosy.
A rosy future. All in all, it's a rosy picture. She is so lovely with rosy cheeks.
Rotate. Rotate.
Interns will rotate through the various departments. Rotate the crops. Rotate on the axis.
Symmetry. Symmetry.
I loved the house because it had perfect symmetry. The symmetry of a snowflake. A kite is a quadrilateral with one line of symmetry.
Symphony. Symphony.
The orchestra played a Mozart symphony. I like listening to the symphony. The symphony is beautiful.
Veto. Veto.
The president has the power to veto legislation. The president's power of veto. An abstention is not regarded as a veto.
Viable.
It's a viable solution to the problem. This plan wouldn't be viable in practice. A viable plan.
Vibrant. Vibrant.
Vibrant color. The leaves were vibrant in the breeze. She was vibrant with health and enthusiasm.
Vibrate. Vibrate.
The noise can vibrate the table. The buildings seem to vibrate. The bridge will vibrate when a heavy truck passes.
Vicinity. Vicinity.
There is no school in the vicinity. 2 restaurants in close vicinity. No one was aware of his vicinity.
Zest. Zest.
The zest of lemon. Humor gave zest to his speech. The setback did not dampen his zest.
Authorize. Authorize.
I authorize him to act for me while I am away. They didn't authorize us to enter the restricted area. The government refused to authorize the project.
Autonomy. Autonomy.
There are minority autonomy areas in China. They demanded regional autonomy. The region enjoys high autonomy.
Awareness. Awareness.
There is a general awareness that smoking is harmful. He has a good awareness of the fashion industry. National awareness.
Cutlery. Cutlery.
She arranged cutlery on a table. Knife and fork is a main cutlery for European people. We keep the cutlery in the kitchen.
Cynical. Cynical.
With that cynical outlook, he doesn't trust anyone. He has a cynical view of the world. His cynical attitude gave us a surprise.
External. External.
External trade. This medicine is for external use, not to swallow. External pressure.
Extravagant. Extravagant.
We don't promote the extravagant life. Extravagant act. She has some extravagant expectations.
Exuberant. Exuberant.
The nation enjoyed exuberant prosperity. She gave an exuberant performance. He keeps an exuberant puppy.
Functional. Functional.
The machine passed the functional testing. Functional furniture. After repairs, the radio is functional again.
Fury. Fury. Fury.
She couldn't speak for fury. The fury of the storm destroyed the crops. He was white with fury.
Fuss. Fuss.
What a fuss about nothing. Grandparents often fuss over their grandchildren. To fuss about to get things done.
Hysterical. Hysterical.
She burst into hysterical tears. We tried to stop the hysterical patient. He is hysterical at the sight of the photo.
Irrespective. Irrespective.
It must be done irrespective of cost. The laws apply to everybody irrespective of race. He is going to buy it irrespective of what you say.
Irreversible. Irreversible.
Technology has an irreversible impact on society. She could suffer irreversible brain damage. The reforms are irreversible.
Irritation. Irritation.
I sensed irritation in her words. Irritation therapy. If irritation still continues, consult a doctor.
Mutation. Mutation.
Dominant mutation. Cells affected by mutation. Gene mutation.
Nutrient. Nutrient.
The nutrient in the soil helps plants to grow. Get enough nutrient food for your body. The protein in meat is a nutrient for people.
Overshadow. Overshadow.
Her new book will overshadow all her earlier ones. Family violence will overshadow a child's childhood. Tall trees overshadow the garden.
Publicity. Publicity.
Newspaper publicity. The press has given considerable publicity to the event. Publicity of prohibition of opium.
Puppet. Puppet.
A political puppet. A puppet show. I jerk the string and the puppet jumps.
Purchase. Purchase.
Purchase a house. I consider the purchase of a car. The house is the most expensive purchase I have ever made.
Quota. Quota.
We fulfilled the quota in half the time. What was last year's sales quota? Each has his quota of work for the day.
Roughly. Roughly.
He pushed her roughly out of the door. They all left at roughly the same time. He played roughly with the baby.
Ruthless. Ruthless.
The ruthless government ignored the citizens' human rights. The ruthless soldiers killed all the villagers. There is a power in tying certain behaviors to habitual cues through ruthless advertising.
Sensitivity. Sensitivity.
Hearing sensitivity declined with age. Sensitivity to light. The game will test your sensitivity.
Sequel. Sequel.
He is writing a sequel to his bestseller. His speech had an unfortunate sequel. What will be the sequel if you keep on doing like this?
Simplify. Simplify.
This dictionary tries to simplify the meanings of words. Eliminate the unnecessary and simplify your life. Can you simplify your language a little?
Specialization. Specialization.
One should avoid narrow specialization. Functional specialization. Retail specialization.
Symposium. Symposium.
Scientific symposium. A symposium on population. The symposium was attended by writers.
Synthesis.
We made a synthesis of their studies. The organic synthesis. The picture synthesis.
Tangible. Tangible.
Tangible evidence. Tangible property. The plan brought few tangible benefits to the poor.
Unconditional. Unconditional.
My loyalty to you is unconditional. My love for you is unconditional. The enemies demanded unconditional surrender.
Virgin.
Virgin snow. Virgin forest.
Visibility.
Fog limited visibility. The visibility was good all the way. Visibility was poor.
Vogue. Vogue.
His novels were in vogue 10 years ago. Be out of vogue. Hoop skirts were once the vogue.
Vulgar. Vulgar.
We were offended by his vulgar language. The film is tasteless and vulgar. Her taste in clothing is rather vulgar.
Warranty. Warranty.
The equipment is still under warranty. A warranty good for 2 years. This product comes with 1-year warranty.